Hello, everyone. Welcome to the third day of MLBB European Championship hosted by Serge Europe. Today it's me, Nish, and with me is Sint. Sint, welcome
Yeah,
back. I
thank
have to
you.
I have to change you yesterday for Dazai, but I think that he
Yeah,
did a really good job. But welcome
yeah,
back, my man. How did you
yeah, that's
enjoy?
right.
Like, I know that you had a celebration, so I'm not sure
Yeah,
how many of the games did you see.
I watched basically all of the games.
Mhm.
Definitely saw what happened in that Ake Eternal Oblivion game. I saw the Memento Mori game, and yeah, like there was a lot of interesting games. Even Void Kids.
Mhm.
I saw I followed the storyline between Zadel and Danzo and Nikki. So I
Yeah.
definitely watched the games, and it was so action packed. Niche. They were so action packed.
Mhm.
Every weekend, it feels like I'm a robot. I keep coming here and I say every weekend it's gonna be just as good and action packed, and it never fails to
If I
surprise me.
can, I said it even yesterday. I think that every day we broadcast is getting more and more interesting because we are seeing, like, for example, today we'll have our first deciders.
Yeah,
So I think it will be the first best of threes today, and there's so
yeah,
much on the line. Like, you want
yeah.
to get the first plot or the first. Oh my God, help me!
You want to get the
Uh,
first. You want to get the first advancement, and that's
yes,
gonna make a
exactly.
strong statement to the other teams and say, basically saying, "Hey, we got a big head start, and we also
Mhm.
got the confidence because going out 3-0 against the best teams, that's only gonna give you the confidence, right? We see the jackpots when Walkie is getting interviewed. He has that confidence.
Yeah.
So any team that really goes 3-0 will have extreme confidence, and that's going to build momentum. Another thing that we don't talk about too much is how important isn't momentum. Once you
Mhm.
start winning one game, you start feeling it. The team want to show up for practice. Everyone feels motivated. Everyone plays a lot more. That's momentum working for you. And even in business or in life, when you have momentum, anything is possible because you're just on a roll and you keep winning. So,
Actually,
so yeah,
you spark a really interesting thought about the momentum. Because, for example, today we will have the first deciders, and two teams are already going to get a spot on the playoffs.
yeah, definitely.
And then they are not going to play until December. So they, at one hand, have a lot of time to chill and watch all the other games, make some strategies, practice a little bit more than the others, but at the same
Yeah,
time they will lose this pressure. So
yeah.
tell me, do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing to
I
have so
think
much time?
I think it's a mixture of both. I think it's definitely a
Uh-huh.
good thing if the teams don't stop practicing, because basically, for the very logical reason that you're out in the clear, meaning you don't have to fight for your survival. For example, you don't want to be Omni Knight in the situation. You don't want to be Ake. They're all two. So this is
Oh
a
yeah.
kind of fantasized image that we have. It's always good to make a comeback that they happen to get 3 wins from 0-2 and come back for the, like, eventually the promotion. It's a very fantasized image, which is like amazing, but it's very hard
Mhm.
to do in practical terms. You don't want to be that team. So I think definitely coming out 3-0 if you can is the best thing. You shouldn't stop practicing, and you have your time to study the other teams. And I think either two of these teams that are gonna come out here today are gonna both make a very strong statement, but they're also
Mhm.
gonna have such a much easier way now forward to practice and put off a lot of pressure that they may have. And I could just
Mhm.
talk a little bit about these teams. These four teams actually are teams that people didn't really expect that much. Maybe Jackpots people expected,
Mhm.
but hearing other casters and speaking to some people in the community, people said, Memento Mori changed the lineup. Before they had a different XP, they didn't see that gameplay. Now they have Samu. All of a sudden, they're looking to qualify this 3-0. Another team is like Fake Time and MetaShift. These are two Ukrainian teams. Not a lot of things are known except for MetaShift. The players are known. Pelmetronio, they have, I think, Vladik in mid lane, and that's like basically coming from the split between Jackpots when they changed the roster. But
Mhm.
those two teams, both Fake Time and MetaShift, aren't expected here. So today is very interesting games actually in these BO3s, because these are not that many people expected them to be here. Maybe people expected Eternal Oblivion more, and teams like that. So it's very interesting, Nish, what we have today.
Actually, I have to say also one thing, that the teams that right now are in the sweet stage in the 2-0, like 3 of them came through the qualifiers. They didn't come from Jackpots is the only team that is from Thunder Division, and it's so nice to see. Like I just have to say that you see how much hunger these teams had to have to get here through the open qualifiers, because I think MetaShift came from last chance qualifier, and
definitely.
Fake Time did a great job with the last game during the relegations promotion. And Memento Mori, like I don't have to talk about them, because they also had some, like they were really good at relegation promotion, but I don't think that they were the first in their group.
Yeah, no, they weren't. And I think you sparked something, a very interesting thought that I had is, how the only team that was invited is Jackpots. But I think all teams here have changed their lineup from what I see. At least I know it's to be MetaShift and Jackpots, and I'm not sure about Fake Time, so I don't want to, maybe they haven't changed in all respect. But what that also speaks to what a cutthroat business this is, esports, right? A lot of people hungry, a lot of people are looking to join top teams, and everyone now needs to perform. I know you're a little bit against this kind of lineup changes. You want to keep it more steady, but sometimes, if somebody doesn't want to improve, if somebody doesn't show up, you got to be cutthroat. You got to change for the player that is better, because it's your obligation to make the team as great as you can make it. So I think we've seen a lot of these teams make insane changes that from the outside we would think, why are they swapping players so suddenly? But from the inside, maybe we don't know the practice, maybe we don't know everything that's going on. So it's very interesting that I think the majority of teams, really, at least the ones that are looking to get 2-0 here, have changed the lineup. So cutthroat business.
But I think that we should go over just really quickly what happened yesterday. So if we can see the bracket one more, but we can just really quickly go over all of them and see some of the highlights. I think it will be really cool just for a recap for our viewers.
Yeah.
So Memento against Glitch Code. What a game! Like I think that we have even some highlights. This was such a crazy game.
Yeah, this was really insane, because Glitch Code right here, actually they beat Memento Mori earlier in this phase of the tournament. Now, Memento Mori looks completely different. We talked a little bit about Samu. He makes a big difference, but look at the mid control that Memento, it looks so crazy, because in this game, it's completely shifted. I hyped up a lot about Glitch Code. I think they're actually that good, but I think Memento Mori is one of the best teams, if not the best team, that I think when I see gameplay like this, I think this is the highest level that I've seen in the tournament. And I just got to be honest, because if you look at this gameplay, they are playing an extremely strong team here, Nish, but they're making it look very easily. They're making it look so easy. Look at the kills. I want you to pay attention. Only 6 kills, but look at the map control. Look at the goal.
Actually, this reminds me of Ake when they were playing. What game was it? I don't remember, but they had a strategy in one tournament, and they were playing exactly. I think that they were even losing on the kills, but they were so on point with the macro. And I think that a lot of people don't know this. Like today, I had the opportunity to have one game, and all of my teammates were just hunting kills, and we lost on macro. And I was always just spamming like, guys, you need to understand right now the meta is so fast that you really need to be really precise with your macro. That's like so important. But let's move to the other one. MetaShift against Stolen Angels.
That game, I think it was the Memento game reminded me of MetaShift against Stolen Angels. The reason is because, if I remember correctly, there weren't many kills on the MetaShift against Stolen Angels, but it was just a total domination. I think the map control was there. The MetaShift looked like, or Stolen Angels didn't really look like themselves. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Maybe the reason is, I think, Nish, is that MetaShift is a new kind of team. It's a mixture of Jackpots and their own kind of
Ukrainian style. I have a question for you, but you have to be totally honest.
100%.
Explain to me, why did Pam choose Franco? Go on.
So I think Franco is one of the heroes that can do, like, with Flicker Ultimate, he can really shut down an enemy. The reason he chose it, I think.
Did you see the draft? Like, I don't think that it was.
Yeah, I think you. I don't think so either. I think you're touching on something important, and I'm even gonna go a step further. Minerva Fury with that Natalia yesterday was totally garbage. In my opinion, it was totally garbage because you're going up against Gatukacha and you have a frail Natalia to break through that front with against Lapu and Gatukacha. I don't know what you're doing. But I know this guy a lot. He struggles a lot.
I would say one thing, because Voki was very good with one thing that he said yesterday. We are playing best of ones, so we're not going to try anything crazy.
Yeah,
and I think that's a very, very good strategy for best of ones in Swiss stage, at least during the first rounds. So
definitely. I think
it was not supposed to happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. And I think what Woki said is basically what we've seen Ake do. They've sticking, like Ake drafts, for example, doesn't surprise me. It looks totally their gameplay. They've been unfortunate with the results, but his statements and from his drafts, I see him draft now, I think second time, Hayabusa. Makes total sense. He's comfortable with that here. They're not trying anything. Ake, another team, I see the Grok pick up as much as they can, and this kind of, drafts where they have Patrick Houston on like Ranger, it makes total sense. Memento Mori does the same. We see the Harit again. So you shouldn't try things. The only reason, I'm going to put it as plain as this, the only reason you want to try things is if you're a much more inexperienced team than the one that you're playing against. Because then you can throw kind of a right hook and see where it lands. Then I understand, Natalia, if it's a very amateur team and you're going up against like a pro who's,
but it's totally a pretty big risk when we are talking about best of one, and I just didn't understand yesterday, like this kind of draft pick. But you touch on another very special topic for me. Akebidi against Eternal Oblivion. Like, my God, that was over 30 minutes.
Yeah.
It was such a crazy game.
First of all, before we start, we can just go through it as the highlights go through it. So Ake obviously start off very strong. I mean, this looks, they're up here, they're fighting. It looks like they're about to take turtle. They're going to win this fight later on, as we're going to see. Look at this, no problem from Ake. And they even playing against a Chu, which is not a normal. Look at this, they're invading this guy. This is almost no chance. He gets picked up, but it's fine. Later on, we're going to see that turtle come off. So,
they had 5 lords.
Yeah, 5.
And when I was watching it, I think that they could end it on the second or third lord already.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Close. It was crazy.
And you know what's crazy, Nishi, is that we can't even blame the draft. They have Cloud for that late game. Lapu is that late game as well. Batang is pretty strong late game. I mean, they have very, very strong scale, much stronger than Eternal Oblivion. But somehow, and I hope we're gonna see it. I don't know personally how they throw. I want to see it more specifically because I looked at it through the game and then I went on to the next game and then I said I have to rewatch this later on, and I never came back to it. But obviously here they're very dominating. Looks totally like Ake. Exactly. Look at the gold, 7,000 gold, 7,000 gold and no inhibitors. It's not only the gold that is in the lead here; it's no inhibitors as well. Look at it. This is the lord that you were talking about. This is where I think this is the one where Eternal Oblivion just about holds on. Because I think they come up kind of winning the fight. Looks a little bit weird, but they come up a little bit winning this fight. And they're going to try to finish, but base basically goes like half HP. Here I'm wondering if this is where Eternal Oblivion starts making a comeback, or it's even later on. Because this is 21 minutes.
Sint, we have to be really quick because we are slowly running out of time. But I would just say one thing, and I loved the confession of Professor Black in the interview when he said, like, you could literally see his pale face and he was like, oh, I'm so glad that we did it. And I have to really shout out to their patience, to their mindset, because to be in such a position and take it to the 30 minutes, like, my God, like you have to be mentally so strong and you have to have such a good communication and the whole team should, like, it was
Yeah, but-
brutal for us. I think
Yeah,
for
it
them
was.
it has to be like 10x.
But you know what's crazy about this niche is that I have a bitter sweet taste in my mouth. I feel happy for Eternal Oblivion. They fight so strong. But what a shame for Aki as well. What an absolute shame. Because you know they work hard and you know they gave the best. The best was there. You definitely saw chances for everybody.
Even the performance was really good. Like
Yeah.
we cannot say anything bad about their performance because they were
No.
really performing very well. And they will be playing next week. So guys, definitely if you are fans of Ake and you want to see them come back, they will be playing also best of 3 because they're also in the decider. They have 2 loses. So if they lose one more, they're out.
And you know what's crazy? I just want to touch a little bit. Like even the first game Aki played, it looked like they were totally winning. I think they played against Glitch Code. Yeah, they did. And then eventually just Patrick Houston gets picked up late game by the Kalea. Like fully they played this game amazingly. Then all of a sudden, just by one pickup, they lose that game. So yeah, what a shame when it comes to Ake. But yeah.
But here we are, and as I explained yesterday, today we are in the 3rd round, so we already have 4 deciders: 2 to get people in the playoffs, and 2 to get people totally outside of MEC, which is really unfortunate. But for today, we have Stolen Angels against Revenant Order. Then we have Minerva Fury against Glitch Code, Jackpots against Memento Mori, and MetaShift against Fake Time. Like, oh my, this is what I said. Like, I love Swiss because the further you go, the more interesting games you get. And today it's so packed with such a high quality games. And I'm really looking forward for the best of 3s because I think Memento Mori right now they are so like they perform really well, but at the same time I really want to see them against Jackpots because Jackpots, if they pull the trigger, like poof, they can show dominance.
So should we go through the predictions of those games, or is that not necessary?
We can. Just a quick.
Just a quick. Because I am the prediction king. We're not doing the statistics anymore. Maybe we will start it again in the playoffs. But yeah, first game I think it was Stolen Angels against who was it? Revenant Order. I'm having Revenant Order for that game.
Okay. If Stolen Angels have a better draft, like they had during, like I love their drafting during Thunder Division, then I'm not really sure. Like, I don't know. Like,
you're split.
I don't know who I would put money on.
Okay.
The next one is Fake Time MetaShift. No, they're best of 3s already. So the next one is Minerva Fury Glitch Code, I think.
Minerva Fury Glitch Code. I think it's gonna be close. I think Glitch Code is gonna take that win. I think without the Rusek, without their old mage, and I think Rusek has really does a lot for that. He does a lot for that team, but since he's been gone, I think they've been hurting a lot. So definitely, I think Glitch Code's gonna win that game.
Okay, I'm not really sure about this one as well. And when it comes to MetaShift Fake Time, I think it will be a full best of 3 for sure.
Yeah.
And it will be such a tough match.
It will be.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to. I'm just going to enjoy the games, guys.
Okay.
And
I'll tell you very quickly.
No.
MetaShift is gonna win and Memento Mori is gonna win. Shut down.
Okay.
Bet against your friend. All right.
Enjoy the games. Today you are packed with a lot of brutally good games. Like the matchups are so fun.
And great casters as well. Can we say that? Great casters, great production. We're going all in, guys. I think Warren and Zakota is gonna cast now. So enjoy your time with them, and we'll see you when we see you, I guess.
The last thing, just for the support of everything you are seeing, don't forget to follow. Go to our Discord because on Discord there's a lot of giveaways. There will be a lot of giveaways even today during the broadcast. Don't forget to go to our Instagram because we have also a lot of things going on there. And I would say that we use Instagram as a medium where we put all of the information that you need.
Yeah.
But don't forget to follow.
And highlights.
And don't forget to enjoy, because we are
Yeah.
definitely going to enjoy. And we will see you next week on Friday.
Yeah. See you guys. Enjoy.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Hello, welcome to the stream. Today it is me, the world champion in blinking, and here with me is Zakota over there. We will be bringing you the first couple of games today that we will have on our hands. And well, I have to say one thing, and that is super important. Yesterday, I kind of lied to you at the end of the stream. Who was there? Shout out to you. But yeah, I was speaking about today being the elimination day for the bottom teams. But actually, we are looking over to the upper brackets. We are looking to the people who could be already advancing, but the rest will continue to fight on. We will be looking over some stats in a minute. But before that, let me speak about the teams that we will be seeing today. Those teams that are in those higher brackets. Those teams, they've shown us their strength. They've shown us what they are capable of, especially Jackpots, Memento, Mori, MetaShift, and Fake Time, right? 2-0. Honestly, looking at those four, two wild cards for me. Memento, Mori, and Fake Time. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, I was halfway expecting Memento Mori to do good because they are talking a lot. I mean, and they put, you know, the talk in its place. They actually proved it. But Fake Time really surprised me. They played extremely good like a Filipino team. I mean, they surprised me. After the stream ended, I went to my squad and I said, let's watch this game again. And it was so strong. Like, I don't know. They played it so well. Of course, the draft was not there for MetaShift, but... Not for MetaShift. I mean, for... I believe it was...
Right?
Yeah. For whom?
Revenant Order, you mean, right?
Yeah, Revenant Order. Yeah. But they played, like, Revenant Order had the odd draft. However, Fake Time was so great. Like, I don't know, they played it so well. Unexpected.
I agree. So honestly, pretty hard to say who will be advancing from the 2-0, but we can speak a little bit about the 1-1s, right? Because the 1-1s will be interesting, of course, as well. Because, yeah, Stolen Angels against Revenant Order. Honestly, we didn't see that much of Stolen Angels, and when we saw them, they were put against a super strong team. MetaShift, they didn't give it to them for free at all. Stolen Angels against Revenant Order will be the first game that will be coming on. Minerva Fury against Glitch Code. What a banger. Honestly, I am torn between Minerva Fury and Glitch Code and Jackpots and against Memento Mori. Yo, honestly, today is kind of crazy, because other than Stolen Angels and Revenant Order, which will still be exciting, but the other teams, that will be bangers. That will be crazy bangers. I'm so excited, of course, even about the first match. But if you compare it to the Clash of Titans that will continue after that, I mean, that's going to be... Honestly, I am thinking about the first match like an appetizer, you know? Like, it will be a nice watch, but then it will be crazy.
You know, that's the fine wine between the big steak dinner. I mean, the one I'm expecting a lot and I want to watch, Memento Mori versus Jackpots. An amazing game, I feel. It's gonna be so good for them to finally progress. I mean, for Wokey at least, because he had a lot of talk on streams. He was saying he's gonna play tank junglers, and we don't really see him on this type of heroes. And it's gonna be extremely interesting. I mean, the beef has been cooking a long time. Who knows, maybe it's tender enough for us to take a delve into it. But let's get a little bit into today's roster. Stolen Angels versus Revenant Order. What a spicy first match. Of course, we have Reborn, TZ, Rap, Fafnir, Kriv, Kenshin, Allen, and of course, Telf on a substitute. Man, this is one crazy lineup. I mean, I talked a lot about Rap Fafnir. He played perfectly the other day, but still not enough to do anything to Fake Time.
I agree. It will be more than only Rap Fafnir playing very well for Revenant Order to come through and continue in the tournament. Of course, right now they don't have the knife to their throats yet, but it could be reality pretty soon, because if they are not able to advance through this duel, well, then they are falling through, and now the risk is there. So I'm not saying it's do or die, but you know, they definitely should start doing. Stolen Angels, of course, with a new addition to their roster, and that is Urek. And I have to say, honestly, if you were to choose one member from Method Black to take into your squad and take him into the regular season, it had to be Urek. I mean, this guy, he plays very well. Not just the typical gold laners, but the fighters as well. We saw that. Even though it wasn't enough, I feel like there are strong foundations in the form of Stolen Angels where you can build upon.
I'd have to disagree. I think Alexis, he was one of the best players from Method Black, and of course Pika, my goat. Even like the other day I was talking to him, he was surprised about the games. But still, yeah, Urek is a great choice. Even Fake Time, Lager mentioned him the other day. He is the goat of fighters and on marksmen as well. But still, you know, he said Garmadon is still better, so who knows, maybe they're gonna match up against them.
True, that would be one hell of a match. Well, we can look over the stats. Of course, right now they are not as juicy as they could be, but we can see that Revenant Order are taking more lords, they are taking more turtles. So if you just pair up the stats, stat-wise, it definitely looks like Revenant Order are up on Stolen Angels. But we have to say two important things, and that is, yesterday, Stolen Angels were put against MetaShift, that they are definitely shifting the meta, because they came like a meteor into the regular season. And the first game, they couldn't even play, and it wasn't even their fault. Unfortunately for them, there were technical difficulties for the other team, so they couldn't play it. So they kinda got the free win card. So good for them, but they couldn't even up those stats. So honestly, the way I'm looking at it is not Revenant Order are in the lead, but I'm looking at it like Stolen Angels can still surprise, because we don't really know that much.
I mean, I've seen a little bit about them in rank, and you know, it's an improvement definitely with the new lineup with Orange Bone. The XP, it's crazy, it's scary, it's strong, you know. The experience you got from MPL, you know, it only builds up to that, you know, better morale of the team. They have Pemi, MPL men as well, and you know, it's, you kind of get an idea. They're gonna be a little bit more careful how they play. They're gonna think a little bit more and stuff. But as I said the other day, we didn't see much of Stolen Angels. We didn't see much of Revenant Order. Of course, they had a really hard matchup, but still, it's gonna be a spicy game, I think. But the first of the day is gonna be really hard. I mean, who would you take for winning?
That's a tough question to be answering right now, but if I would have to go with my gut, I would say Revenant Order. But if I would have to go with, like, you know, you don't really know what can happen in the Land of Dawn, and if I would take the chances and would go for the risk, then I would go for Stolen Angels, because honestly, I think there is a chance for them. I think there is a possibility where Revenant Order are not able to pull through, and especially, as I said before, Urek could deliver.
I mean, I'd agree with you. I mean, I love Stolen Angels. I love their gameplay. I mean, I played with Enzo a little bit a long time ago. I know they're really serious. They've been playing for such a long time, but so has Revenant Order. I mean, it's, I think, an even Stevens lineup. But if I had to flip a coin, I think the coin would go in favor of Stolen Angels. I mean, Revenant Order still has to work a little bit on their lineups. Just, you know, they're not as fluent as Stolen Angels, as per se. I mean, they're not as, how can I put it, coordinated. They're not as coordinated as Stolen Angels is. In the draft type as well, they're lacking. Stolen Angels has two great minds, three great minds actually. Orange Bob, Enzo, you know, and Pemi. Three strong players, three big history makers. I mean, Light Cavalry with Pem, they won a MEC. Enzo, 2 times champions of MEC as well, if I'm not mistaken. So they have a bit of a history going on. And, you know, just them teaming up together just gonna show that, hey, we're gonna take the spot, we're gonna take the win today. But, you know, it's the drafting phase. First pick is gonna be in Revenant Order's case. We're gonna see probably the normal bans, the Gatotkachu, the CC, the Jukshin coming through, the Lancelot, Hayabusa, you know, these types of bans. But I think they're gonna ban out the Funny in the second phase because, you know, Rapfavnir, extremely strong jungler, extremely strong Funny player. He's more of an assassin than a tank player. On the other hand, Levi is more of a fighter than an assassin player. He's a bit more on the tanky-ish side because of the lineup. That's what they need. Pemi plays a little bit more of a support type of roam, not an aggressive type of roam, and they have to fill up that lacking space with a jungler who's aggressive, you know?
And let's see how successful will they be. Granger ban, so is this speaking about, or honestly, are Revenant Order thinking about going for Horit, or is it a bait for Stolen Angels to ban him instead? Because going with an immediate Granger ban, I mean, you got to have a plan.
I mean, I don't think it matters, because if you ban the hard, you have to ban... I mean, if you want to pick the hard, you have to ban the Lunox, because Lunox completely counters that marksman in any type of, situation. You have the light, the dark cult is gonna melt the lords. You're gonna be better off with the Lunox in your team, but a Harit is risky. Just to bait out a ban for Harit is gonna be risky, because you're gonna get red out, the Yuzhong is gonna get banned out. I'm imagining the Grok, Gatot the CCS, of course. You don't want to trade for a first pick CC for Revenant. I mean, if you get that already, it's going to be a big help towards your team. You have so much mobility, damage, so much sustainability. Just an annoying hero to deal with all the time. I mean, maybe you've seen it in ranks. It's so annoying to fight. And if you don't build properly against the CC, you're going to get punished.
Well, no one needs to build against CC, since CC will be right now on the bench. She won't be joining the rest of the heroes. I believe she is definitely up there with priority if you combine the ban rate and pick rate. I think she was picked only like 2 times, but all of those other times, I believe she was banned like 95% of the time.
I mean, it's a hero that deserves, those type of statistics. It just needs to be banned out permanently. I mean, when I was trying out CC, I remember when she was launching, I said, maybe she's gonna work on jungle, but then I read her stats, of course. Is not that great, but first peak is gonna be Rap 5 near. 5 peaks, 0 win rate on the Fredrin. Yeah. Lower than expected. I mean, with the new items, I think it's gonna be a little bit better. Of course, the dominant size, you're gonna go with that cursed helmet build, I assume. But most people nowadays like to build Fredrin with a bit of damage. They like to go for the Warx, Queen Wings, these type of dangerous sustained build. It's very awkward to play, because Fredrin is supposed to be tanky, you're supposed to be flaunting, taunting, etc. Because the more damage you take, the more damage a Praise Rights is gonna do. And, it's just normal for a Fredrin to build tanky. However, the Harit Gacha were left out. The Grok is still left open on the table. I feel like Stolen Legends maybe went for him, because it can be so annoying to a Fredrin. We see that the last time, it was, I believe, Ake versus Tini Bambusei. Yeah, they had a Fredrin, and Danzo was a Fredrin. He couldn't take his jungle. The creeps were just getting Grizzled Rift and right, and he cannot do much. You cannot contest anything. You're so slow in the early game as a Fredrin. You can't take fights. You're so squishy, even though you're a tank, but you don't have any skill. Just the first skill, second skill, not that much. You cannot reset it with your third. It's just so risky to leave out the Grok like that. Will Revenant order take the bait and maybe go for Grok themselves? Or will they try to lock in that Eve or maybe even a Kimi?
Honestly, looking at how the draft is going, I don't even think it's a bait. And also I have to say that I believe that if you don't go for him now, actually flip it on its head, you go for Hylos. And pretty smart choice to go for Lapu, because your opponents made it so much easier for you to go Lapu, and if you combine it with the CC ban, Lapu is free to reign over. Like, there is no hero that can stop him in the XP. I mean...
I don't like the Hylos pick, honestly.
You don't like the Hylos pick, alright. But honestly, if the other alternative was Grok, that we were speaking about before, well, then I kind of see why they would not go for him, since Harit can just jump over, right? But the slow will still hit Harit. Of course, he can jump out of it, but he will still get slowed. So between those dashes, he won't be moving as fast. So maybe that was the idea, or maybe they are just very confident with Hylos. Of course, the way they are setting up their composition, they are already super tanky. So there will be a very important item for both of those magic damage heroes, and that will be a Vision Lantern to burn through those hefty HP targets. Because if you don't have it, they will just laugh in your face.
Personally, instead of the Lapu, I would have went for the Alice. The Yuzhong is banned out. I was just going to give Stolen Angels an XP laner to worry about, because Lapu, he's strong. What if they went Lapu Golden, they went the Alice on the XP, and they swapped out the Roma for something different, but they needed a Kimi on the mid lane, and I believe that Kimi is going to get banned in the second phase. Of course, they have only 2 bans now, so it's so risky. But the Hayabusa is getting banned out. I assume the Fanny, or maybe even the Yisun. I mean, Yisun isn't a threat anymore. His dash is really short, so if he gets stunned once, you're done. That's it for you. I mean, speaking from experience, but I don't take Levi as this type of really bursty assassin player. Whenever I've seen him on fighters, mostly on Alpha, on Suyu, these type of heroes. So, I mean, hey, maybe it's going to surprise me, because we didn't see it in a long time.
Well, and speaking about Kimi, it looks like she'll be going through the draft, at least right now, because Stolen Angels have no more bans to use, and they decided that those two heroes that they banned, of course being Farsa and Lunox, are much more important than Kimi. And if you ask me, I'm not quite sure if that's the right idea, because if you go in there with an AOG and there is a traction pool waiting for you, it completely throws you off. You cannot really land your taunt, and if she will get destroyed by the traction pool, of course. If she can stay out of range, then it won't be a problem. Levi, he won't be running the Fanny because it's off the board.
Indeed, the Fanny is off the board, so it's the first. I mean, they really need a ton of damage. They need push as well. This Minerva is going to go through. That is going to deny some of the peaks I was thinking about. I mean, the Lapu Lapu is going to get pretty beaten up, but still, Esme is a risky pick. It's a strong pick, but it's so risky because you already have so much magical damage. Yeah. 4 people with magical damage on Stolen Angel side, so you need to really think about who's next, who's up next for my team. Of course, yeah, you can say Esmeralda does hybrid damage, but still it's only on basic attacks. However, look on the left side. They have 2 physical, 1 magical. I mean, you could argue that Fredrin or like Hylos isn't damage dealer, but I think, you know, Fredrin is more of a burst type of tank jungler than, you know, just your ordinary run-of-the-mill. I tank, I do a bit of damage, and the rest of my team kills. But it's so difficult. I mean, the Kimi is a must, I think. The Kimi is something to do a ton of burst damage that knocks out the map. So what could... I mean, the Kimi, and what else do you go on gold? Do you go for a 1-on here? Or maybe even an Iritel?
I think I would like Iritel a little bit more than 1-1, because I'm a little bit worried about 1-1 being able to stack it up. Well, look and behold, it will be Claude. And I'm hoping for Revenant Order, for their sake, this Claude won't be as overzealous as what we saw yesterday from Kyusen on Aki. I don't want to harp on him furthermore, but he had great plays, but unfortunately a little bit too happy to jump in. So definitely Kenshin needs to take his notebook out and check out all his bullet points to keep that in mind. Ooh, Yesunshin, that kind of saves the draft, honestly, for Stolen Angels. Though, what I'm a little bit worried about, who is gonna tank? Because for the side of Revenant Order, you have 3 super beefy frontliners, where Stolen Angels only have Gato, and of course Esmeralda will be kinda tanky, but her base role is not to be a tank, right? She's like a bruiser fighter kind of type, so she doesn't have all those passives like Tigreal or someone like that to be super duper tanky, right? So I'm a little bit worried about that tankiness, but based on your face, it looks like you don't agree. You believe that they are just quite enough of tanky.
I think Esmeralda is plenty tanky enough. First handheld experience. I mean, she has late game, or I think mid game, 9,000 HP easy. Of course, yeah, you're not going to be as tanky as a Hylos or a Fredrin, but still Esmeralda can steal shields. So, you know, that's going to be adding up fast, of course. I mean, the lineup and the drafts seems pretty balanced. Of course, I think Stolen Agents lost this draft because I don't like that Yesunshin is here because he's so weak nowadays. However, you know, not many choices for you to go out there. And of course, you have the Heart on the goal lane, so he's going to be pretty much the carry of the game. But, I mean, am I seeing double? I think I'm seeing double, Warren.
I mean, what if they just ran the normal draft, you know? Like, they have the same heroes.
Yeah, it's classic game. Of course, we're joking around. Kriv, of course, is the GOAT. But, I mean, the draft is gonna be really early oriented for Stolen Angels. I need to take advantage of the early game because as a Fredrin main, I can say, after I get level 6, I'm fine, I can do anything I want, but before that, you know, I'm so squishy, I don't have any defense items, and I'm gonna get punished heavily. But now, I didn't play that much Fredrin after the changes to the items, but I think just the Black Ice Shield is gonna be so impactful in early game. And you're gonna have to rush dominant sides. Your mage can focus on other items early, as maybe early damage items, maybe early penetration, just to do that extra bit of damage that you need. Of course, you can't say that for Stolen Angels because they have Yesunshin on jungle. So that forces Enzo to go for the damage anti-heal, of course, you know, for the glowing wand. But it's, you know, I think too much about it. It's not that deep, but still you have to take this into consideration because your mage won't have to rush this type of items and he can go for the different types. I mean, maybe even Blood Wings or something to allow him to escape, or deal extra damage, lightning truncheon to clear the ways, maybe even divine glaive for that extra penetration in the early. You can do so much if you maximize everything. If you think about everything you play, everything to its fullest potential, it can work perfectly. But as I say that, we're getting into the first game of the night. Revenant over Stolen Angels. Warren, it's gonna be a spicy one.
Oh, of course it will be. And as we said, very tasty appetizer, a fine wine. Right now we are hopping into the game and already a little bit of lead for Stolen Angels. Of course, kind of joking just over here, 40 gold. This shouldn't really mean that much. First turtle will be spawning in 45 seconds, so we will get the first levels for. Levi is a strong candidate for that.
I mean, of course, the clear is going to be in favor of Levi. However, the Fredrin did go for his double jungle creep, the double beetle, just to get that extra attribution damage early. The upgrade the retro is going to be enough. Of course, he went also for that extra adaptive attack damage. Pretty strange emblem from Fredrin. I mean, I would want with Inspire, but look at already poke damage in the middle and Creeve. Man, this early for an ultimate and, I mean, close to flicker away, but still not enough. In the bot lane, Minerva is going to try to do something. Pam is there to just give her the level 4 she needs to get that advantage with the early game. But no, Lapu got it.
He's level 4, bravest fighter available, so they have to disengage, and that's super important because Negative Energy won't have his level 4 just yet. He has to wait a little bit.
I mean, Rafafnir is there on the turtle. The Fredrin has the best early, I would say, execution line compared to Yisun Shin, but Yisun Shin is going to take advantage and take the blue away from the Fredrin. A turtle for a blue and a farm on top. Creeve is there to try to counter him, but that's gonna put his life in danger. The Harit is there, the Yisun Shin is there. Maybe they're gonna go for a fight. Of course, in the bottle in the tower was a little bit forced away. But look at the poke damage coming from Creeve. Right? Those bats dealing a ton of damage. Rafafnir is close. Pam is there. The taunt is not available.
Mocap going for Pam. Pam only level 3. He cannot ult his way away from this fight. But oh, he's quite tanky. Kenshin goes down. Levi with a first blood. Double kill goes to Levi as Rafafnir falls down to his feet as well.
And of course, Levi takes the fourth blood, but as we speak along the line, look at Creeve, he's going to get poked out, negative energy.
Going down, and even though I could have my says about how tanky Esmeralda is, she definitely deals quite a lot of damage, but Alan, he was there to kind of fix his mistake, because unfortunately he couldn't continue with that. He needed to recall before it, because he took a bad trade with Orange Bob on the bottom side. So that's why he was kind of late, but still, he was there, he fixed that by getting the kill at least.
By the audience predictions, we're seeing that Stolen Angels are the least favorite to win, but for look at Rafafnir, he's gonna try to catch down that Yisun Shin. Levi.
Oh, Levi, he just got popped like that. Though the kill goes to Rafafnir, so not really the hero you want the kills to be on. Now Pam has to run away. Purple buff will probably be taken. Negative Energy doesn't think so. He goes in. Ultimate is still available. He could go for a big jump. Not really doing it yet. Taunted. Yeah, looks like he will just be saying goodbye to them because he couldn't really do anything else.
I mean, the Appraiser route was there, it was used, but still not enough to do anything major. The Crescent Moonfall also was there, but still you cannot do anything that impactful so early in the game. I mean, looking at this, it's still an even match. However, Stolen Angels, he's 1000 gold in a lead 4 minutes in. That's going to be very impactful, of course. Enzo got 3 assists, and 2 kills went to the jungler. That's going to allow him to get fed and fed and fed, and a ton more items on top of that. But look at the turtle, 3 seconds for it to spawn. Levi in the top lane, he is level 7 compared to Fredrin, who's still level 6. Never mind, he just got at level 7 as we spoke about it. But look at Pem getting a little bit poke. He has the blue buff, actually. Got a catcher with the blue.
He actually got it, so more cooldowns for him, but looks like Rafafnir will be getting this one home. Kenshin is getting focused down, he won't be surviving this one, and back ultimate coming from Esme to force everyone apart. Alan has to run away. Creeve, he will be the target, he can jump away. That was so close, honestly, and through his flicker he's able to survive.
I mean, still, the turtle went for the favor of Revenant, but still Stolen Angel has the lead. They punished down Kenshin, they shut him down. That just gave them a bit more advantage, or got the kill. The kills are going to the most important people in Stolen Angels. The tower is already below 1/4 of its HP. Pem is there, Allen is there, Negative Energy is there, but look at Kenshin, he's there to try to support down this round.
Fighter actually going in. Pam gets killed, though the kill goes to Kenshin. Doesn't really matter because this one was a close call. So doesn't matter really who picks it up. And Allen is safe and alive.
I mean, they traded the roamer for a bit of tower poke. I don't know if that's what, but look at Levi. He got his buff stolen. That's gonna be so impactful. Of course, in the early game, it matters who gets the higher level fastest. Because the Appraiser Wrath it's so dangerous. It's so criminally dangerous because you do so much damage. You just have to get poked out a ton. The best way to escape a Revenant is just to run away, but as we're saying about running away, Reborn Busy is gonna run after taking that bot tower down. But it might look like a trade. In the top lane, Allen is alone. Maybe he's gonna try to go for a fight. Levi is there, Urek is there, the poke is coming in from the bat feasts. I mean, look at Allen. Pem.
Alan going for Pam, but Pam is alive. He's fine. He was able to jump out. 20 seconds for Turtle.
Indeed, 20 seconds for the Turtle. Everyone has their spells except Creeve. The flicker is still on the cooldown. But look at Negative Energy. Orange Bob.
Negative Energy could have been and he gets popped down. Wrath of Never, great ultimate that finishes him off. And as you were saying before, he is pretty much more comfortable on the heroes that can deal damage. But he combined the two. He is a tank that can deal damage. And look at how well it's working out for him.
Indeed, it is the Praise of Wrath. The Mega Bonk was there, just shutting down one of the most important team members for Stolen Angels. The guy who can actually open up the map. Yes, you have the Gatotkacha. But you can add with Gatotkacha, he can hit air, you know, the Natalia is not here as we saw her the other day. But, look at Yuzunjin, he managed to get a tier in the bot side turret, but the goal gap is almost non-existent. Revenant is closing it down slowly but surely in the mid lane. Enzo is going to be there, surprised by Orange Bob's help, but look at Pemi. Just getting poked out, forced to use the skills. Avian still has the spell on the left side compared to the right side, whereas Esmeralda still has the flicker on cooldown. I mean, they're going to try to force Allen, I believe. I think that's the best choice they can get. Urek is there, Kenshin is there in a position, Creeve is going to be doing a bit of poke damage, but as a Sicilian, you are really reliant on your skills and your mana usage. So you need to be a bit careful about it. Of course, the Bat Fist is going to heal you a ton. And, I mean, look at the Fredrin. Already with a Molten Radiant Armor, and I believe he's going to go for the Ant-Heal or maybe even Guardian. But still, top line, Pemi is there just trying to help Urek poke out the wave. But look at the 4 members. Looking for a fight, Pem.
Pem is getting bursted. The bush was successful. Pem is almost dead. He has to AOG out of there. Alan unfortunately doesn't land the land shaker. So Urek is fine and Negative Energy. Well, he might be dying though. Don't knock up. He is getting bursted. Killing spree for Wrath of Near as he survives. But Kenshin goes down. Though it's a roamer for another roamer. 2 kills for 1. That's a trade you take.
A Razor Wrath landed, did a ton of damage, and it still kept them going. But look at Urek. He couldn't go and risk his life defending, but Levi is not that far behind. He is, I think, ahead of Fafnir in the levels.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. The thing is that Fafnir is holding himself very firmly through the levels. Even though Levi just popped his level 12, I believe. I think it was just kinda... right behind the corner. Fafnir is not really that far behind.
I mean, it's a Yison shit compared to Fredrin, but look at the fight coming through.
Big engage on Pam. Pam I don't believe... Oh, he has the OG. He chooses it to engage upon the enemies. Killing spree for Alan though, and big revolve manipulation isn't really that big because everyone was already gone. Enzo, maybe overzealous. Maybe he should just took the L and disengaged. Reborn TZ going for Enzo. Enzo tried to flicker away, but Claude is immediately jumping back because there was a handy Levi trying to protect his fellow friend. As Revenant order will probably be taking this Lord because no one is there to stop them.
Reborn TZ just forcing out that Eve is gonna be so impactful towards the Lord fight, but look at the damage coming in from Fafnir. The Mega Bonk does a ton of damage, retribution goes to him. Pemi is there, maybe gonna look for after Lord fight. The boats are there. Who's gonna carry the boats? I am, says Levi, but look at Pemi. Gonna try to charge in. The monkey is there just allowing for the I am.
Kenshin got Bob just like that. Negative Energy making some space. Alan going in the backline. Raging Slash for Levi. Levi goes down. Alan is still alive. He will go down, but the kill goes to Pam. That's super good. And also Lord will be marching. There is Claude bursting everyone down. He's still alive. Priv has to flicker out, and Wrath of Near is leading the charge. He is still alive himself, but can he last longer? It doesn't look like he can last much longer. But he is still alive. Double kill for Priv as he survives. Wrath of Near. He initiated and he survived as well.
Creeve is indeed my goat. He is doing an amazing job just cancelling out everybody who is chasing from Stolen Angels. And Rob Fafnir, what an amazing job. Left me. I mean, he's letting me surprise. He's doing so good on the Fredrin.
I mean, it has to come down to the fact that Revenant just deals damage, like much more than Baxia. So it definitely needs to be that. Because yesterday he looked nice on Baxia, but he wasn't doing as much as he is right now. But maybe we could give that credit to the rest of the team. Because right now, the rest of the team looks also cooperating for that victory. Yesterday it was kind of Fafnir's show, whereas everyone else wasn't really there. But Negative Energy, oh, he is not nowhere on the map anymore because he got bursted. Though the same can be said for Kriv. He didn't have his flicker, but Revenant easy will finish the fight. Alan fighting against Urek. Urek jumping around, going for Kenshin. Big Mountain Shocker goes through. Double kill for Enzo, and suddenly some kills hop over to the gold pockets of Stolen Angels.
I mean, Urek is still doing a good job at not dying, and Enzo as well. 405. He is doing incredible. I mean, the Eve is just so strong in the current meta. Just that sandbox, that death box composition that's going on. You know, you have Orange, but you have Pemi, but they're the main members who have been dying. They're not as important as per se as Enzo or Urek, the main actual damage dealer. Levi, he is getting punished accordingly, but still, he is doing a decent job at just keeping up with Rapfavnir, the guy on the winning side. Right now, the towers look in advantage of Revenant or have 5-1 of Stolen Angel. Of course, the mid lane pressure has been lost. Bot shield is gone. 11 minutes in, of course, in about 20 seconds or 10 seconds, it's gonna go away. 30 seconds to the next lord. Damage dealt. Look at Enzo, 58,000, almost 60,000. I mean, it just shows the Eve, the poke damage coming through from that crystal. Look at Pemi charging up. Kriv gets him spotted out the bush though.
Absolutely. Also, there's the fact, right, where if you have such a tanky frontline, we saw that yesterday also with Yves as well, you can just hit those tanks that are trying to frontline. And those AoEs, if they are hitting all of them, then you can really bump up the damage numbers. If you were looking at the numbers, he was really up there. No one else was even close to contesting him. But right now, the Revenant Order should definitely care, because the Legends might be contesting this Lord, and they will probably do so as they are moving into the river. Kenshin initiating, going for Pam to cancel him out from big AOG. AOG still locked and loaded. He could be going for that anytime. Big taunt going on Alan. Alan is though quite tanky. Brace is still available. Kenshin is the first to go down, and I don't think you can fight that. Alan unfortunately misses, but they just make enough space to go to you and get the Lord. There is Alan in the backline going for Levi. Levi is bursted away. Negative energy going down as well. Almost surviving. Big land shaker from Alan, as Alan is clutching it out. Though negative energy will finish him off, but there is Fafnir 1v1 against Revenant and Urek. What a close one. And at the same time, negative energy is trying to run away, survive, going for Kriv. Maybe Kriv doesn't have that much mana. Fafnir will chase for negative energy. And it looks like he won't be dying, or will he? He's trying to survive. Oracle is going overtime. No, he goes down, unstoppable for Fafnir. And it looks like they want to wrap it up, because look at the gold lead.
A wrap is that, I see what you did there, but the Lord is going to be marching on the top lane. The mid tower is going to fall. Wrap Fafnir, the GOAT. That's what I've been saying. But still, almost a complete wipeout was side of Stolen Angels. Revenant Order is leading with a Lord charge, but I don't think Stolen Angel is going to allow that, of course. Revenant Order needs to regroup. 40 minutes in, the Lord is not as strong. I mean, the other day you've seen the 38-minute Lord. Do you remember how tanky it was?
I like, if you're asking for a specific number, I don't even know. Do you know it?
But about 60,000 HP.
Jesus.
60K. Strong, as I like to say, but even so, it's still looking like a winnable game for Stolen Angels. Not much you can do. If you make a mistake and catch out Revenant Order, I mean, you saw how they camped. They just waited for a kill. I mean, that's the proper thing to do. And now they're freezing the waves. They're just forcing Stolen Angels to come out of the base. Enzo, I mean, him falling just led to the downfall. The dominoes just kept falling and falling and falling. I don't think the Esmeralda was the right choice here.
Yeah, right now it's not really working out, as she will be getting bursted again. Negative energy is just getting popped like that. Mega kill for Reborn TZ as he continues the fight. Double kill for him. Will it be a savage? No, I don't think it will be, because Urek is jumping away. He is safe and sound, flickering away from the danger. And Enzo and Levi are very healthy in their own base.
Very healthy indeed, but looking at Reborn TZ, he's doing an amazing job. We haven't praised him enough. He's just basing attack and not even using that, you know, blazing duet. I mean, I think Dexter is a bit angry.
Revenant is absolutely on point. He absolutely deserves the praise. This is exactly what you want to be seen from your Claude. Not exactly what you want to be seen from your Cecilian. He I think he forgot. I think he was looking at Alan and Kenshin and was like, yo, these guys are quite tanky. I think I can hop in and have some fun. Yo, you cannot creep. Keep your distance. You are getting punched in the face.
The dead lane is in favor of Revenant Order, and Levi is going probably to try to clear it alone, but still, he doesn't have his ultimate ready. I don't think he should waste it this early, because the vision is only, I believe, 1 or so seconds nowadays, with the recent changes. I mean, that's what the big thing about this engine is, that you are able to get vision anytime. But now, it's only lasting for a couple of seconds, so the enemies can reposition extremely fast. Pem is in a pretty good spot in the Lord bush. I mean, not much you can do. Esmeralda is going to go in the triple bush, joined by Levi and by Pemi. In the top lane, the minions are pushing by themselves, so I think it's going to be a really hard thing for Stone Angels to do here, especially trying to fight.
Honestly, you just need to keep throwing yourself at the Revenant and hope for the best. Spam engages, he gets knocked up by Lore. So kind of counterplay there. Alan, the Lord is still alive. Who gets it? Urek steals the Lord. That's such a clutch gaming. Urek still alive. Can he jump away? I don't think he can. He gets bursted. He jumps around. No, he goes down. Double kill for Reborn TZ. Possibly a triple. It's a triple for Reborn TZ. But what a play from Urek, because he keeps the hopes alive, since Eve can hope for defending. I don't know if she can, but she can hope for that just because of Urek.
The ulti is not there. It's gonna be a really hard base siege to defend, but looking at Kriv, Sanguine Claws.
We're trying to defend. Base is already getting hit. Kriv is there with, Enzo. It happened even before I could finish my sentence.
Absolute cinema. It was Reborn TZ locking in the base. That's what, just playing it safe. They don't want to go for kills. Of course, Rapfafnir was in the back, just taunting out at Esmeralda Eve. A fine thing to do, but man, what a crazy thing to do.
Absolutely, absolutely. But this is where I have to remind you that you were speaking very profoundly about Esmeralda being super tanky, and the game made you eat your own words, like she got popped.
I don't think Esmeralda, I think she was just getting caught out too many times alone, and the sanguine damage, the bats just doing a ton of damage, those explosions. I was really thinking, yeah, it's a Cecilian, what are they gonna do? But then I said, yeah, it's a Cecilian, what are they gonna do? They have two front lane, the Hylos, the Fredrin, and the Lapu Lapu just protecting, jumping in the backline. He's so tanky, doing so much damage. Just a well-done draft from Revenant Order. I feel kind of bad for Stolen Angels. They have to go down, one of my favorite teams from the tournament, but still, the weaker fall and the stronger rise. The real MVP, Rapfafnir.
Absolutely deserved. Absolutely deserved. He was the man of the show. He was the main star. He was the producer. He was the actor. He was all of those combined. Of course, I don't want to throw shade on the rest of the team. They definitely stepped up from yesterday. But as he performed yesterday, he doubled the performance for today.
Reborn TZ, I think he did a ton of work as well. But, the Fredrin taking all the objectives, he missed only one retribution at the end, but it was so hard to get it there. Everyone was on top of Rapfafnir, not much you can do, you don't want to risk it. The Praiser Wrath is easy to predict when you execute, so it's hard to say,
Absolutely, absolutely. Though, I have to give credit where it should be given, and that's to Urek. He found the angle, he tried to steal it, he went for it. Honestly, as you were speaking about before, Stone Angels had so much early game to mid game oriented composition that in those later stages of the game, where I believe everyone was around 4, maybe even building towards their 5th item, they couldn't really do that much because they really got outscaled. Unfortunately for them, the early game and mid game didn't go in their favor, and then it was just kind of getting harder and harder every minute. So not really that much more that Stone Angels could have done. Maybe they could have tried to defend in their base, but the lords would just be getting progressively stronger and stronger, and you would just be trying to defend the inevitable end. But maybe someone could think that, but honestly, their composition was just getting weaker every minute since the scaling on their opponent's side was so big.
It was just a pleasure to watch the gameplay. It was almost picture perfect. Just like seeing fake time, but let's take a quick look at the itemization coming through from everyone after the game finished. Of course, the War Axe Lapu Lapu, he ended up selling his hammer penetration item to get those Queen Wings a little bit earlier. I mean, just resetting that skill and the dash and immortality on top of that as well. I mean, wow. Really great itemization coming from Lapu Lapu, Allen, TZ, I mean, wow. Reborn as well, he went for the, of course, Trinity build. No one on the other side besides, I mean, Gatatkacha, they have the chassis pauldron, but still, maybe go for the blade armor instead early game, and after that go for justice. But it's, you know, it's things that are negligible. The Cloud was just so fat, he was just basically attacking them to death, and of course Shredderin was just fronting, not much you can do in that scenario.
Absolutely, absolutely. Though we definitely need to remind everyone that the goal difference was just 5,000. So that just speaks about the draft. That just speaks a lot about the draft, because the way Revenant Order were able to combine their heroes and build up the roster that they had in this game was just the combination of that, of those heroes, was just enough for only, you could say, only 5,000 gold lead to win you the game. Of course, 17 minutes, so it took them a little bit of a time, but you have Reborn TZ scaling, you have Creef scaling, you have those two super strong late game heroes that need to come online, and then they start doing stuff, right? Of course, Enzo, really high up on those damage charts, but as I said before, it's a little bit inflated. Not trying to belittle Enzo. Definitely, he was one of the very important players for Stone Angels. But when there is Wrath of Nier, Allen, and Kenshin standing in front, tanking it all up, of course, those damage numbers will go higher.
A thing I'd like to add on to that, look at the objectives that Revenant Order got and look at Stone Angels. The invasion of the blue buff is shown here. I mean, look at the reds and look at the blues taken by Revenant Order. Just the invades on the Isonjin. Just that gave them the lead. Because Isonjin couldn't farm, he couldn't do anything. Look at the damage taken from Esmeralda and Pemi. I mean, a ton. It's a Gatot catch, of course, it's gonna tank a lot, but look at the objectives. 8. I mean, 7 more turrets, 3 turtles, 2 lures. I mean, not much you can do in that scenario. You're just so far ahead in objectives. That's how tank junglers need to play it. Just go for the objectives, get the objective, and then farm. And they keep repeating the same scenario. And of course, it's so hard to contest an XP lane with a Lapu Lapu or a Golem with a Club because they have the BMI, they have the Bravest Fighter. You can just go out. You can saw in the early game, Pem try to help Orange, and the Lapu Lapu got the Golden Crab to give him that extra XP just boost in the early, allowing him to get an early advantage and just keep fighting. Not much you can do to a Lapu Lapu when he gets a Bravest Fighter. He's the strongest ultimate, I feel, at level 4.
True, true. So you had no real source of true damage other than maybe Levi going for the Borax. I'm not sure if he went for that. Usually it's not the one of your first item for Yesenshin, right? So and even that wouldn't really be that much enough of damage for you to get through all those added defenses for Lapu Lapu, right? So it would still be kind of hard for you. And I believe mage heroes don't really have those options. So yeah, and since you had 4 of those, you couldn't really get through this Lapu Lapu. And it was shown in multiple of those fights where Lapu was just super, super, super tanky. And even though you would possibly think, oh, Wrath of Nier will be the tankiest, well, Lapu together with the Omnivamp combined, he was just making the life so hard. Great performance from Revenant Order. I'm quite surprised, honestly, of their development from yesterday, because yesterday they were a different team. Today they stepped up. There definitely had to been some talk behind the curtains. There definitely had to been some mistakes pinpointed and kind of analysis of what went wrong yesterday. And I love the improvement that I'm seeing.
To say an excuse would be the draft. The other day, I think the draft made a big thing because they drafted Grok into 3 CC immunity heroes. And I think that's just a really big mistake. But still, what can you do really? I mean, Fake Time played perfectly. Picture perfect gameplay. I mean, you have to give them credit. But still, Revenant Order held their own for a little while. Yes, I think the draft is the issue why they lost. But still, it's so hard to tell. Even in this game, the draft was even, and Revenant Order just took the better path. They just played it smarter. They just played it better. They played like a completely different team. They were just hungry.
I agree. Hunger is a nice word to put it. They definitely were hungry for this victory, and in the end, they delivered. I mean, through the whole game, they were delivering. We could go on and on glazing Revenant order because yeah, this game was just super nice, and that's what we love to see. So honestly, I have to eat my own words a little bit because I was expecting this to be much more evened out. But the form that Revenant Order has shown us, I think I would be discrediting them if I would be calling this game an appetizer, just the fine wine. I think this was the stake as well, at least from the side of Revenant Order, because this game performance, this gameplay that we saw, that was a real nice one to look at.
Warren, there's a thing I thought about. What if they want a rematch against Fake Time? What if Revenant Order wants to go back at it again? I mean, who knows? Today we're gonna see Fake Time lose or wins against MetaShift. There is a possible rematch on the line. But you know, talking about a rematch, Rap Fafnir is our guest today after that amazing game. Hello, Rap Fafnir. How are you feeling today?
I feel good because we won.
I mean, you guys put out an amazing performance today. What happened yesterday? What made you guys change today?
I think yesterday just draft diff. They have Lunox, so we thought they have Major ready. But then when we pick Xborg with Grok, they pick Valentina. They probably counter us. So that's why we lost, I think.
I mean, the other day they were saying on the stream, I don't know if you were looking or you were watching, they say they play like a Pinoy team, but you guys today played like the real deal. Of course, you guys are Filipinos. So how do you feel? There is a possibility for you guys rematching them. Do you think it's going to go the same again? Or do you guys think it's going to
fake
be a
time.
win for you?
Fake time?
There's possibility for a rematch. Today they're going to play against MetaShift. Who knows? Maybe they're going to win. Maybe they're going to lose. But you guys go to the 2-1 bracket.
Uh-huh. I mean, whatever we face, we just play the game. And if we won, then yeah. Thank you.
Warren, do you have any questions for Rap?
Oh, absolutely. There were many people speaking about your comeback, so of course we are very excited about that. I love to see that you are getting stronger with the team. Because yesterday it was definitely a rough patch for you. So I like the development that I'm seeing today. So I'm expecting much more, of course. And I would like to ask you, do you think of yourself as more of a carry player, where you believe the tanks are definitely are not your cup of tea, and you kind of combine that with Fredrin, where you played a tank that could still deal damage, or do you believe it's not true?
I think I'm type of carry person because I want to play assassin, but they always ban Lancelot, and Lancelot's the only one who's playable in this meta. But I'm waiting for Joy, Suyu, Funny to come back at this meta so I can use it again. But I don't like Fredrin and Baxia. I don't like playing utility. Hell no.
I mean, the other day, Rap, you guys were trying to draft for a Funny, but Fake Time sniffed it out if I'm not mistaken. You guys had a perfect draft for Funny, and the enemies also didn't have any crowd control for you. You wanted that Funny badly, I believe.
Yeah, but our plan is to pick Jawhead with Suyu that time. But we decided to just pick Grok and Xborg because I think Xborg is good against Baxia. He can just first kill him. But then they counter us with Valentina. That's why they won against us. Draft diff.
I mean, you had a really early advantageous game. Of course, the tank junglers play for their team. You're supposed, as an assassin, the team plays for you. Do you feel a little bit better playing with Kenshin, or did you prefer playing with Vansky?
I prefer Boro.
Oh, Boro. Michael Boro Essen, indeed, one of my favorite roamers as well. But if you could rank your top 3 roamers you played with, how would it be like?
What? One
Your
more.
top 3 roamers you played with Kenshin, with the Vansky and with Boro. Could you rank them?
Boro, top 1. Pam, second one.
Ooh, Pemi.
Third one, I think Kenshin. Yeah.
And Vansky number 4th, or not even top 5?
Yeah, 4.
I mean, who knows? Maybe we're gonna see a match between Vansky and Rob Fafnir. I mean, you guys were a team for a bit of time. Do you guys think you could take them on? Or how do you think it would go out? I mean, two Filipino teams, which one is the strongest?
They're really strong as well, but I don't know why they're losing. But I'm rooting to them. Like, I hope they make a comeback to make it to the playoffs so we can face each other. Yeah.
Warren, any more questions for Rap?
Oh yeah, can you finally resolve the super deep question that is going behind the curtains? Is
Well,
Thamus playable in the jungle? You are
Tamus.
the man to. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I played it. So fast as jungling.
All right. And do you believe he fits in this meta for a jungle? Do you think we will see that since he got those buffs, or you think he will just be XP?
I think it's fine in jungle when the enemies have Baksha. You can just melt her,
Okay.
I think. Let's see.
I mean,
Right.
you won today, Rap. Do you have any message to your fans, to your Filipino friends? Maybe you could say it in your language, you could say it in English. Do you have any message to people watching for you?
Can I say it in Tagalog?
You can say it in Filipino.
Salamat sa mga nanonood dyan. Love you all. That's it.
I mean, the other day I saw Michael in the chat. He was rooting for you. Did he say anything after the game?
Nah, but I saw his comment and I was like, I think he's disappointed because we lost. And we really didn't, make it on late game. It's only 15-minute game. And my KD is like 0-0-0. Didn't do anything.
You had a really long break after, I believe it was light cavalry, if I'm not mistaken, your squad.
Yeah.
You had a really long break afterwards. Do you think you're back in form, or do you still think you need improvement?
Still need improvement. I'm still not at my form again. Still lack, Still need to practice more to be better.
And I would double up this question. Where do you feel in your power, like in your own power? Like, are you at 30%? Are you at 40%? What can we expect?
I don't know. I really don't know. I'm sorry.
All right. That's fine. That's fine as well.
What other questions to ask you? I believe there's gonna be a really spicy match upcoming. I believe it's gonna be Memento Mori versus, if I'm not mistaken, Jackpots. Who do you have for winning that best of 3 series? I mean, there has been a little bit of talk between them. Users screaming them, I assume. Who do you think is gonna win?
Oh, but yeah. I think Jackpot, but 3-2, like really good game.
Best of 5, full best of 5.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be a best of 2 series. It's gonna be 1-1 on the deciding factor game. But I mean, it's gonna be, I believe, one of the best games of tonight. I mean, of course, there is MetaShift versus Fake Time, one of the strongest Ukrainian teams out there. I mean, you can feel the difference in play size. You never played against really Fake Time in scrims, I assume. Did they Did they leave you impressed with their gameplay?
Yeah. They're so good. They don't need to, they really need to win it again against MetaShift. But MetaShift, they're really good. But I hope they get, still win, so they can get out to playoffs. And I want a rematch against Fake Time.
A bit of a lively cooking up. Garmadon, he is, I mean, I believe one of the best gold laners nowadays. Do you think Reborn Dizzy is better, or do you think they're like even in skill? Be honest.
Reborn is like at the lowest. It's not even there.
I agree. And
all
Garmadon is on
the
top
gold
of it.
laner and Surge, they're here. Reborn is here.
But really today he did an amazing job with the Cloud, a bit of joking around, of course. Did you think he was playing it perfectly? I mean, you guys did lose that last Lord to Urek. I mean, he lost the Retribution, he had the Praise of God up. I mean, what was the callouts afterwards?
I think we just need to kill all of them so we can end and deny the Lord. They don't need to defend, we can just end it.
I mean, you went a little bit hungry for the kills. I saw you going in for the Eve, of course, to try to take her out, but she did use the freeze. I mean, Reborn Dizzy did an amazing job. He was actually locking on the base for the first time in a bit of ages. Most times when I see Reborn Dizzy in tournaments, he's playing for kills, You
ED
also were
player.
playing for kills a long time ago, but you changed, you improved, you're wiser in your older ages. Do you feel that nowadays you are better than your previous self? You're more disciplined.
Yeah, I'm more disciplined now, I think. I like my form right now, not the old one.
I mean, I think that's gonna be the end of the interview. Production is yelling at me a little bit. Thank you for having us here,
Thank you,
Fafnir. I mean,
guys.
it was an amazing thing just to talk to you. I mean, just get your ideas of the games. So we appreciate you coming here. Of course, Warren, any last words?
I mean, best of luck to you, and I'm looking forward to more improvement coming from your side.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you.
What a nice guy.
All right. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Well, right now we should be getting our next one, but I'm not quite sure if you didn't eat through the break through this super big interview, because you looked for a second like you are seeing, Justin Bieber or something like that. But of course, like Rafafnir, he deserves all the spotlight he can get, because I heard all the stories. He's definitely the guy. So that's why I was trying to get from him what power percentage he has right now, as he was saying, I'm still improving, I'm still getting back into it. So still super excited about how far he can get, and if we can see the monster everyone was talking about when they were talking about Rafafnir. We saw glimpses already, but if they keep the pace of improvement that they have right now, I'm so excited about that.
I think we should go on a little break to give ourselves a chance to, even the production, I think they heard us talking a little bit too long, but we're going to give a little bit of a chance. We're going to swap out the casters, but we're going to go on a short little break.
right, hello and welcome. As you can clearly see, I don't have Zakota with me over there. Of course, it's your lovely dear host, Sint. So hello,
What's
Sint.
up?
I welcome you to the stream. Did you catch the first game or were you not able to?
I was not able to, but I caught the Zakota interrogation, and thank God that's over now. But I know that Revenant Order did win. I did something else. I helped Memento Mori prepare for their upcoming match with Scream and so on. But yeah, I know that Revenant Order did win. I predicted that. I said a lot of people are probably gonna take Stolen Angels in this matchup. But I predicted Revenant Order because of mostly the experience, but also because Rap Fafnir, I think, is simply a dangerous jungle that you need to respect. And I think here he wasn't respected, and he did his thing. Plain as that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Revenant is definitely the GOAT right now for the team of Revenant Order. He is super strong. He's definitely pulling the team up. It's we had a long line of XP laners that were pulling the teams up before, right? We had MLBB jumping into Void Kids. We had Bulber from Minerva Fury. We had all those super strong XP laners. So I'm so happy to see super big names also in the jungle. I wouldn't dare to say we didn't have big names. We have, of course, Throwboy and a lot of others, right? But now it will be all about Glitch Code and the respective opponents. And if I'm looking at Glitch Code, I'm honestly feeling like I know Vlado is a substitute, but he should be the main roster, man.
Yeah, same with Throwboy as well. I think they're doing this for the marketing. They want to get famous or something, because I'm thinking, why is Vlados and Throwboy not there? But I guess this is the lineup that they submitted. Obviously, we do expect Vlados and Throwboy to play. And I gotta say, Glitch Code, Gold Laner, he looks very fresh. You know, you can take that however you want, but he has a very good picture. So yeah, we obviously see their roster here, extremely strong. One of the, I think, team tournament strongest here. On the other side, I think roster that's really declined, I have to say. We saw Baba Rusik there before. Rusik, to me, best XP lane in Europe, no questions about it. Now they got another XP lane, and the team has not been looking same since. They substitute Primo for Silencer yesterday. Don't let me talk about that Natalia gameplay. Completely strange draft. But obviously today they're going up against each other. Warren, how do you feel about this matchup?
I mean, I agree that Bulber was a strong booster into team of Minerva Fury, but honestly, I think the foundations that were left, that are still in the team even after he left, I believe this is still a super strong team that you have to look out for. And honestly, Glitch Code are looking kind of shaky, I have to say, because after yesterday, of course, you have to give it to Memento Mori. They played out of their minds. Samo especially, he was doing the stuff. History is what a performance it was. But I have to say, this is not the Glitch Code I was used to seeing when we were watching the promotion relegation. So I think there are some chinks in their armor, and I believe Minerva Fury can exploit them, even though they got hit hard by Bulber Rusik. I don't want to throw shade on Xtrill, but even though Xtru is very, very decent player, Bulber was definitely the stronger experience from
100%.
what we saw.
100%.
From what we are seeing, from what we saw before. Xtru is not yet there. I believe he could be, but he needs to work on some. He needs to work out some things out.
Definitely.
And right now. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
continue.
Another thing that I was talking about is, if we look at Minerva Fury just from statistics. Now, this is not opinion based. They had much better performance with Primo. When they had Primo in that relegation stage or the Thunder Division, this team looked much stronger, simply because Primo picked those straight like fronts. He used his Gatokacha, he used his Grok. On Silencer, we see more, I don't know, Natalia, what is this? It's like, I don't know, it's not even... I didn't understand the draft. I think a lot of people didn't understand the draft. So for me, the team has gotten a lot worse. I gotta be honest. I can't sit here and say it's the same team. They definitely gotten a lot worse. What I'm scared of is just because they changed those two players, it doesn't necessarily mean that the skill of the other teammates have gotten down. But the information might have, the communication might have, and that can hurt the skill. So I think definitely it's a much worse team, but let's get into this draft. Obviously, the Baksha is respected, the Hilda is respected. On the other side, Minerva Fury bans the Grok and the Lance. I mean, we've seen Trobo use that lance. He used the lance, he used the Hayabusa, and he used them extremely good. What can we say a little bit about Trobo and his assassin pick here that he uses very well?
Absolutely, absolutely. Another superior pick of his is, of course, Yisun Shin, but he was hit hard by these nerfs, so probably not as prominent, but of course, possibly Trollboy could still go for him if the angle is there. Right now, the angle won't definitely be there for Lance since he was already banned. I quite like the pivot to Hilda bans. They are showing up more and more, and I believe it's absolutely correct because the buffs that she got through the latest patch. And even before that, she was quite a decent hero, but now with those buffs, I think she's really up there. So I love the pivot. I love how the meta is shifting. Yuzong ban, of course, super understandable. Probably, if not the strongest XP laner, definitely up there. So makes quite a lot of sense. Right now, with the picks that are banned out, what do you think Glitchcode will go for as a first pick?
So it's very hard. I think Lapu Lapu might be an extremely strong option. Even though the Alice is open, I think the Lapu, let's see. Ooh, the Chichi, okay. The Chichi is there. That's very nice. Obviously, Chichi got a little bit of a nerf, but still strong. We still see it respected. Now, I expect Minerva Fury to kind of maybe pick their gold laner, I would say. And yeah, other than that, I really don't know. I mean, the draft here is basically everywhere. They just respect ban. So I really don't know. It's very few times where I don't know what they're gonna pick. This is one of the times. I think maybe they will either go for an XP lane just because they want to lock in, like either Lap or Alice, whatever they want to do, just to wait to see what Glitchcode is later on gonna do, and maybe pick the gold lane or maybe go for Harriet. Other than that, what do you expect, Warren?
Well, right now my expectations were kinda ripped from me, robbed from me, since we already see Arlott. Arlott can be, of course, flexed into Rome. We already saw that. So maybe Silencer with his interesting pickups could go for this, go for that angle. Even though I believe probably Arlott would still be better off in the XP, right? Especially with this super high mobility, he could just jump around CC, not let her get close to him, right? And be, of course, super impactful and even more impactful than CC in those fights, because if those final slashes hit, if they land on the right targets, then he can really turn the tide of the fight. Of course, with CC, why she has so much success is, of course, right, she is strong even after the nerfs. But the most important thing about CC is that the hero is not really that deep. The hero is not really that complicated. The only thing you are looking out for is the passive. You need to keep it up, and that's basically all you have going. Everything else is just positioning, team fights, and everything else that you have on every other hero. So if this hero, like CC, is strong, then of course you go for him, because there is not a thing that your opponents can outplay, not a thing you can fail. There are no things that can go wrong for you, right? So makes a lot of sense. Hayabusa will be picked up. I don't quite like it. What do you think about it? Because what I'm worried about is that Glitchcode have kind of tanky composition so far, and Hayabusa don't really fit into that.
Yeah, definitely something that you said. Tanky composition. You don't see anything here to pick Hayabusa, except for maybe the Eve. But still makes no sense because the Chichi and Gatot. Hayabusa mostly, because I know the player personally, is a comfort pick. It's just because he knows he can play good with it. Now, they're banning Fredrin. I like this ban. I want to see a goal laner ban, though. If you want to get that Harif, why not ban the Granger, for example? Like, so I want to see a goal lane ban. And another thing that I want to see banned is, for the side of Glitchcode, they're still lacking a jungle. There is no reason for Minerva Fury to even not ban a jungle here. I mean, marksman, it depends. It depends, because this guy can basically go anything. We've seen the Nathan against Memento Mori, but I would say respect Throwboy maybe here.
That could be the angle to go for, since you already banned his lands. You took his Hayabusa kind of right from him, so you could go for the Yasunshin ban. Even though Yasunshin wouldn't really make that much sense, because then you would be playing into Hayabusa, you would be making it easier for him. So probably out of all the picks that are still open, I wanted to call Baxia, but of course Baxia was already banned, so that won't be the option anymore on the table. I agree with the Harit that you spoke about before, because
Granger might be banned here. There might be a Granger ban because they will be first pick. If I look at this draft correctly, Minerva Fury will start off as the first pick after, and if they ban Granger, that forces Glitchcode to ban Harriet. If they don't ban Granger, there's no reason for Glitch Code really to ban a marksman. Ooh, okay, so they do respect his jungle like we were talking about. Interesting.
They absolutely do. And I love what they did, because they know all of their heroes that they have picked up are so reliant on their movement abilities and the ability to move around, right? So if they are able to be stopped through Akai, the heavy spin, or through Frittering Stones, it will make the life and the team fight so much harder for them. So I like the idea that they have behind it. Honestly, so far, the second ban phase, very smart from Minerva Fury.
Yeah, I would say the ban phase been smart, but I can't say the Arlott pick has been smart, because Arlott traditionally loses to Chi-Chi. Also, you're picking it very early. This is what I was talking about. Look, so they ban Harriet here. This forces Pankrat to go for the Granger. If he doesn't go for the Granger, there's not really that many competitive marksmen out there, and definitely Glitch Code will pick up that Granger. So the Granger has to be picked here. But like I was talking about, this Arlott pick doesn't really make much sense. I would understand if it was an Alice or if it was even a Lapu, but you pick Arlott into a matchup that you're not winning, and you're also not seeing much on the opponent's team. You only see Gatot and Eve. Makes no sense, I would say. So maybe that could be something that is going to hurt their gameplay, or maybe not. Let's look at what they're picking here, though. What do you expect for pick?
I mean, right now they kind of got their wrench thrown in the engine from the side of Glitch Code, right? With the Harriet ban, it was super smart. Of course, if we all saw it, they had to see it as well. But the way they approached it, just by banning Harriet, super smart, I have to say. Ooh, interesting pickup for Silencer. And now talking about those spicy picks. Wait, is it? I don't think it's going for him, right? Like,
it's Guinevere. I think that's locked. I don't think, from my information that I have, this is not a graphics issue. This is the Guinevere pick, ladies and gentlemen. And this is Warren, what we were talking about, the YSS. We said, it's got a nerf, but it's still Throwboy on that YSS. Now, we see a very interesting choice here from, this has just gotten completely wild, Warren. Completely wild. It's gotten out of hand. So what we see last few picks has been Guinevere. To counter that, Glitch Code picks YSS. Makes a little bit sense because you want that vision, and he's a very good YSS, but still got a nerf, so we weren't really sure. Now, the Lapu is picked. We said maybe Lapu should have been picked for Minerva Fury. Eventually, that shows double fighter composition. Now, I'm wondering, is Gabri, because I know Gabri likes to pick this Chi-Chi, is Gabri going to play the gold lane, even though he's an XP player, or will he stick with his role and go XP and pick Lapu? Because I know Gabri extremely likes this Chi-Chi. So in terms of draft, Warren, the big question, who got the better draft here in this matchup?
I mean, right now it's kind of hard to judge, but if I would have to go by what I like more, I like the spice of the composition where you have Silencer on... Wait, you have Silencer on the Guinevere? It's a Guinevere ROM? I never saw that. You have to ease me into that, because I was for sure thinking it's Arlott Rome. You have to tell me more about the pick.
Absolutely. So this Guinevere, I've seen it used only once, and it was used in a tournament in America by I don't really remember the name, but he plays with Hoon, the team of Hoon in America, and they used this Guinevere, but it was a completely different meta. It can be very strong. Look at this.
Maybe Guinevere is super good pick. In the end, first blood goes to Silencer. Even though the kill goes to him, still it's Guinevere, so she can utilize it. So in the end, the spicy picks are working. Gabri! Maybe a little bit overzealous, a little bit greedy, because he himself got very, very low with the HP. Silencer already pushing him away.
Big kill from Minerva Fury, but we have to mention, where was Godzi and all that? I didn't see Gato Cash. I was thinking this is a little bit too strange. You're playing against the Kimi. You must help your mage early game, because Kimi can kind of freeze the mage. Now, I don't know. This is starting off from a good foot. But ladies and gentlemen, first game, BO1, Glitch Code against Minerva Fury. We're in for a treat already. Not even 2 minutes, Warren, we already got a kill. And we see the Guinevere. We see something interesting here as well. The 1-1. 1-1 is not obviously that famous anymore, not picked that often. But double fighter, can it work? What do you think, Warren?
Well, we will see, of course, but what I like about the 1-1 pick here is, right, if you look at the composition of Glitch Code, you have the 3 melee heroes. So that's always a super nice news for 1-1, because you can stack easily, you don't have to go too deep, because they will be probably jumping on top of you. So you can easily stack on them and then go into the ultimate invulnerability and throw out your damage. Glitch Code so far look like they will be taking this for free. I'm quite surprised by that, because Silencer had level 4 and he didn't go for it.
And they're also double fighters, so you mentioned something that's absolutely true. Probably 1-1 could stack this ultimate crossbow tank and get it very easily. Now, the second question is that going to do any damage? That totally makes sense. If you're playing against a marksman, you'll probably kill him. But now, double fighter with Vlados on the Chichi with Vengeance, he's probably not going to kill him. So it looks good, but again, it's a marksman. A marksman works much better in late game than 2 fighter compositions. Starting off so far, we can say that Glitch Code obviously have the advantage. They did get that turtle.
AOG going on Guinevere, but he was able to iframe it. There was the CC immunity, untargetable. Pancrat jumps in, finishes of Goldie, but Sensor steals the kill, though it doesn't matter because now it was death or alive. Gabriel picks up Macaron, so Jungler is dead. X-Trail jumping in, but kind of too late for the party.
Yeah, extremely late. That was so strange from Macaron to die there, because they already picked up Godzi. Macaron was sticking around in the blue buff, getting a little bit harassed by the Lapu, but had no shadows. Maybe should have saved those shadows instead of using the mobility to come forward. He should have been more careful. Now, the game is still equal, but we like what I have to say, Warren. We have to like what we see. I mean, the Guinevere so far has been working. Throwboy has been doing his thing, and the double fighter has also been working. So I think both teams are gonna really put up a show here.
And talking about the show, Trollboy wants to throw something for us, because I believe he finished his Vorax. No, actually no Vorax, it went to Vlado. That makes much more sense. For a second I thought Vlado is going absolutely wild and going for the sickle. That would be kind of sick from him. Trollboy, of course, finishing his own sickle. Pardon the pregnancy pain, right? We are still working out all the niches, new graphics, and also we hope that you are patient with us. And we hope you are enjoying the new graphics, as well as you should be enjoying a little bit of a plug, because on Wednesday there is a big tournament for you. You can join for a price up to 10,000 diamonds. So you should absolutely do that. Saber skin in the price pool as well. 20th November, Wednesday, 5v5 single elim. Definitely check it out. It should be spent right now in the chat, so definitely check it out. And right now, between me yapping about the tournament, Glitch Code are suddenly almost losing say.
Yeah, game really changed. I mean, Glitch Code now 1,000 in the lead. But I want to finish what you said. Saber skin in the prize pool. Which Saber skin? Any of your choice, ladies and gentlemen. Pick up that legend skin, that codename Storm. Get it, because obviously that's the priciest skin. But here I want to say, we see the rotation. The rotations are moving very fast from Glitch Code. They're looking for something up top lane. Now Guinevere, Silencer, he's looking to defend this. Now there's no one bot lane. They've basically said, okay, you're going to have this bot lane. We're going to force the top lane. Hayabusa's still there. I mean, are they going to do something? This is going to be a fight war. This is something's going to happen.
He needs to flicker out, and Creator is pushing away everyone else. Though Macaron was alive. Oh, not for long. He needs to jump around. Vlado is forcing him away. He needs to jump back. Yugi Shadow give him some iframes. He's dancing around, but he goes down. Gabriel finishes him off together with Trollboy. As Sensei could only look at the devastation that was done to his jungler again.
Yeah, but look at this now. Now, I mean, Minerva Fury's almost gotten 2 towers. They've actually gotten 2 towers. Is that trade worthwhile? I don't think so. I think Minerva Fury comes up on top here. I gotta say, they sacrificed Macaron. But look at this, though. Is the crossbow tying out there? It is. He's activating that.
Vlado gets killed. Pancrat finishes them off. Silencer is the next target, though. Extra as well. 2 members already dead, but Gvolzi pays with his life. Though it's just a roamer. But you are missing, of course, a roamer, but XP laner as well.
Yeah, but this is looking like a free turtle from the side of Minerva Fury, right? They did get that engage, and for some reason, I'm not sure which reason why, but Throwboy really goes bot lane instead of pushing up. top to get position on the turtle. Now the game is still in anybody's hands. We've seen some good stuff coming out here from Pankrat, really using that 1-1. He hasn't died, or he's still farming, so it's interesting, and we can see the gold here as well, right? The Trobo is doing something nice, extremely fast farmer, but also the 1-1, also very similar gold. And if this 1-1 Warren can get into the late stage, 1-1 with all her items, extremely strong, I have to say. Especially she's gonna build Wind of Nature, she's gonna build Golden Staff, she's gonna build all that good stuff, Croatian. I don't know what that item is called, but 1-1 with all the items is one of the strongest goal laners. It's extremely hard to catch.
And talking about catch, Lancer immediately jumping in, though, catching only Gwozi. Gwozi quite tanky,
No.
Extra needs to run away, he stands
This is a
up,
mistake from
and he
Gwozi.
could be going down, Gwozi, yeah, he get picked off, I agree, it was a mistake. There's Gabriel Braves, Fighter already popped, Landchecker is still available, Flicker available as well, but doesn't look like he won't be doing anything with it, just standing angrily in the middle.
It's such a, I would have to say, it's such a weird death.
Oh, now he gets caught,
though.
Braves Fighter no more available, he needed to jump over the wall, but he survives.
And I just have to finish what I was saying. This death by Gotze is extremely useless because he used the AOG to go back in. It's so unnecessary. However, look at this though. YSS in all of that talk and turn and fighting has been getting bot lane. Now the Lord's been coming up. Warren, I have to ask you, who do you think have priority on this Lord? And we can just check these items here as well. We see the glowing one on Kimi. He's got that Sky Piercer, and yes, glowing wand on the side of Eve. Everything looks normal, I would have to say. Anything for you on these items?
I mean, super big question is, can Pankrat finish off his third item before the fight? Oh, I don't think he can, because the fight is already happening. Taunted up, X-Trail gets pushed to his limits, and the limits are overdue because he got punished for his mistappings. He got killed under his own tower, and now the Lord will be possibly going into the hands of Glitch Code if Minerva Fury have nothing to say about it, and they will probably try to. Silencer goes in, big ultimate knocks him up, makes some time, versus down Gabri. Gabri, Bravest Fighter not available. Trollboy is jumping around, not anymore, because he is dead, because Macaron finished him off, and now the rest of the squad of Minerva Fury are successful in their defense of Lord.
Yeah, can we say now, is it fair to leave a statement now that the Guinevere is working, or should we wait with that statement?
I don't know, really hard to say, but like, honestly, you have to give credit where credit is due, because Silencer, he was at all the kills and he's frying.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of the kills, I think all the kills is really because Silencer has been getting a really good crowd control on any of the pickoffs that they've been getting. So now, in all of that, I mean, Minerva Fury really picks up a free Lord, and the game is shifted. Now, Glitch Code was in the lead at some point of the game. They had 1,000 gold. They're obviously having a heavy early game composition with the double fighter, but now the game is shifted. All of a sudden, Silencer picks one off, and they got the Lord for that.
Also, I have to say I quite like the idea of Guinevere now when I saw it in action, because usually Guinevere would be one of the focus targets, because she is possibly going full damage or like half damage at least, so she is a threat. But right now you don't really want to focus her, since she is super tanky, and at the same time she is not really doing damage, she's just there for the stunts. And talking about stunts, Sensei looked like he was stunned by what Vlado was doing to him, because he couldn't even move. X-Trail will be the next on the menu, he's still trying to survive. Flicker available, missing final slash. X-Trail, you are gone, man. Double kill for Vlado.
Yeah, the crazy thing about this Guinevere is that when I seen it used in a tournament before, it's also used full tank. So imagine how annoying Guinevere is naturally. Now, full tank, as we can see here as well, she's running it, is extremely hard, because even through her crowd control and her ultimate, you can't really stop it. You can't kill her. She's still very tanky. And yeah, but look at Macron. Macron caught Throwboy though. Caught Throwboy. Oh, he's barely alive. He's running for his life right now. Oh, there's a Flicker coming up.
He wants to say something about it. Raging Slash goes for Macaron, but there is Sensei to push him away. Oh, great block from Laneshaker.
Look at Gwyn.
He's getting chased away. I don't think he will be surviving. Gabri is gone. Killing spree to Pankrat.
Yeah, very, very nice. I think Gabri there, for some reason, he must have thought that his damage was going to be a lot more. Obviously, Macron rushing to that tower, and that costs Gabri the life. But more importantly, that costs them the positioning, because look at how they have to fall back now.
Oh,
Wait,
big Ninja Joker going for Extra, and Extra looks
anytime.
like he is full damage because he got bopped like that. Immediately one shot by Trollboy. What a play from Trollboy, and exactly what you expect from a player of his level.
Yeah, I mean, Throwboy really looks dangerous. At any time, he just turns it up. Here we can see a little bit of the statistics. Obviously, both marksmen, we have to say, play good. Vlados, only 1 death, 3 kills, 4 assists. And Pankrat also, 3 kills, 3 assists. The 1-1's working out. And I have to say also, the Chichi is working out as well on that fight, on that goal lane. Double fighter so far has been doing work. Now, I want to see, is Guinevere's he needs to go back, because look at this. They're going to try to catch him. Gabriel's going to jump this. Rightfully so. Look at the Wisest. The Wisest is here as well. He needs to wait. But look at X2.
Final slash. Catch. Vlado gets bopped like that. Shut down goes to Macaron as they chase for more. AOG backwards to defend his members and maybe disengage, but not fast enough. Wozzy goes down, and this is 2 kills for Minerva Fury as they will go for Lord again.
This is a very strange thing that we've seen up top lane, Warren. After they saw Guinevere flicker, there's no way they can continue, but they actually tried to. It doesn't work out. There's no reason why they should have kept chasing. But look at this, though. I mean, Hayas just tagged Throwboy. He knows that he just needs to get this load. They're not trying to do too much. Look at Gabri, though. Gabri's still there.
Maybe a little bit overzealous, trying to fix the mistakes of his team, but he is just making it worse as he goes down. Sensei, the creator, picks him up. X2 dies, but doesn't matter because Trollboy is dead as well. Double kill to Sensei, and suddenly Minerva with a push, and Gabri and Trollboy are gone. They are dead. You have to wait 30 seconds for them to respawn.
Yeah, but look at this, though. This is gonna do a lot of damage. He just about pushes into the minion wave to share that damage. Now, like you said, you gotta wait 20 seconds, but I think those 20 seconds is enough. I think they're gonna respawn, and I don't think we're gonna see a finish here. But we're starting to see items, though, right? We see the 40 stack almost on Sensei. He's got that penetration. They're going to look to push an inhibitor. I think an inhibitor on top lane is the best they can hope for. Maybe if they match it well, maybe they can get 2. But I definitely don't think that they either will finish her or get all 3 of the towers.
Also, you have to give some credit to X2 because the way he saved the fight or like re-initiated against Glitchcode was the sole reason why they got this Lord now.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've seen him.
Talking about initiation, he goes in, AOG is there, X2 goes down, maybe a little bit overzealous, that's what we talked about. He cannot be doing those mistakes, a Silencer dies as well, and suddenly Minerva Fury are a little bit throwing their lead.
Yeah, definitely. I think they got overzealous, like you said, 10 times. But there you saw a little bit of the combination. So I want to highlight what Guinevere did. He went in, Winter Trench and Ultimate, you can't tag him. And with Flicker also, it's extremely strong. So even though he obviously misplaced, the potential of that combination is very strong in terms of crowd control. But look at this, though. They're trying to go here, so they want to force this. And look at Guinevere. Look how far he jumps. Boom, catches him. He catches obviously the wrong person. There's no way they can reach that far. But nice try, though. Nonetheless, it doesn't really hurt them that much, other than the map control. It gets Glitchcode back into the game, but again, we understand the try to get that inhibitor. They need to try to do something there. But like you said, overzealous, absolutely, they got it.
But do they really? Because if I'm looking at the team comps that they have, I feel like Minerva Fury are outscaling them anyway. I don't feel like they need to rush the game. Or would you disagree?
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree with you. Obviously, we see the marksman here, which on the other side, Glitchcode is not using a marksman, and they have a much better with Kimi. I mean, basically, they have 2 marksmen. So, and the crowd control. Oh, look at this!
Silencer caught off, trying to jump around. He's still surviving. Popping Winter Crown, or I believe it was Immortality.
Look at him.
Into Winter Crown. Flicker still available. Can he jump out? CC jumping out, but Trollboy finishes him off, and Vlado is in the backline going for Sensei. Shut down Pankrat. He couldn't even do the crossbow tank, and there is Macro and Sensei trying to defend the base. It's 2 against 5. Can they defend the base? Do they have enough time?
Yeah,
I
definitely.
don't think they have. Can they do it? I'm not sure.
Because he got ultimate. Hayabusa still got ultimate. He can't waste this ultimate. He needs to go back. He wasted the shadow as well. What a weird thing to do. He needed.
Goes in. Ryogi Shadow Kill finishes off the minions. Can he survive? He cannot. Sensei cannot die. If he dies, it's the end. And it might be the end, even if he doesn't die, because the base crystal is gone.
Wow, I have to say, what a misplay from the side of Minerva Fury. Obviously, I gotta say, Warren, every time I get the chance, I gotta take my chance. Glitch Code, like I said, won the game. Now, the fashion they won the game, what a misplay from the side of Minerva Fury. There's no reason why they're that deep. And I can see myself in 360p. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. But why did they lose that game, Warren, in your opinion?
I mean, definitely the overzealousness. Like, as I think the viewers didn't quite catch that, but I was speaking with you about Silencer to kind of because I was asking for some contest. How do you view him as a player? And we are talking about, together with Sint, about what a difference he is for Minerva Fury instead of Bob Rusik. And he was saying, well, sometimes he is aggressive just enough, and that's what we saw during the early and mid game. But then he was aggressive too much, and that's exactly what you spoke about, Sint. Your words came to fruition because you were saying exactly that. And honestly, even though you have to give him credit for the early and mid game, you have to also give him credit for the late game loss, because this is all on Silencer. If he didn't go crazily into the inhibitor play, his other member wouldn't die as well. And then also another play after that was him getting caught again. And even though he had immortality, he swapped it for Winter Crown. He baited for so long, and he wasted enemies on him for so long. It still was a bait for his own team. Everyone died because of him. And honestly, I don't want to point it on one guy, but this game.
But it is that guy. But it is that guy. You know, I gotta be respectful. But he threw the game, let's be honest. Because he should never have been there with Guinevere. There's no one even there around him. Pankrat is farming. I don't know. Sensei Kimi is also looking towards the mid lane. There is no reason why he's there on bot lane. And the moment he's there as well, he wastes that flicker, he wastes everything, still picks up. They're trying to save him. So they're throwing bodies, extra coming in just to try to save him. But obviously that was a huge misplay. And another thing that maybe obviously as well is that YSS carried that game, not by himself, but he played extremely nice, we have to say. What can we say a little bit about the statistics? I just want to say Guinevere played good up to that point. Pankrat did his thing. Sensei played really good. I would say I've seen some questionable plays from Extra, but it's weird, Warren, because didn't they 30 seconds before just have the Lord and actually be in the upper hand? And you said it yourself. We both said it. They scale better. So the fact that they win it in this fashion is just slowly because of that throw. It's slowly because of that throw. And obviously Glitch Code not hesitating is extremely smart, because here they can have two options. After they see him waste flicker and he's using the Winter Trenchant, they can say, let's go back. But Godsi, actually, most of the times he over-aggression. He has 5 deaths. We've seen it in the game. We saw it last week. He played a lot of over-aggression. We saw it yesterday. Sorry, I guess Mori. He played a lot of over-aggression. But in this case, it works out. So he goes AOG on the Winter Trenchant of Silencer. They kill him, get the immortality off. I mean, Extra just comes in there, just dies in 2 seconds, and that's the game over. Hayabusa makes an extremely big misplay in the end. And a lot of people who play Hayabusa will know why. So he wastes the Shadow 2 times. He had the first opportunity on blue buff. He didn't meet. He could have gone. Instead of pushing back into the Nexus, he could have pushed forward into the mid lane. The reason is because he could have cleared it. With what? With basic attack. The second wave, he could have cleared it with his Oogie Shadow. So there was a chance, if you watch that game closely, for him to save that game. Now, another misplay he does is when he actually does push back, he doesn't need to waste the Shadow preemptively. There's no minions there. He tries to waste the Shadow once he's pushed back on the tower. He wastes the Shadow. Obviously, there he has no escape. That's why we see the Oogie Shadow with no Shadow back. So there he just sacrificed himself to clear a wave, which that's not even the most important wave. The most important is coming in the back. So I think here they definitely could have saved the game. So by a very precise play from Hayabusa, but again, I think that misplay from Silencer cost them, and yeah, again, I think he cost them that game yesterday, and I think he cost them that game again today. But what can we say about some of these highlights? I mean, game went everywhere. Both teams had winning opportunities. Look at Say here getting picked up. What can we?
This is
How can we
this
summarize
is the
this?
silencer. This is the silencer that Minerva Fury wanted. This is the silencer that they wanted. These highlights, the first part of the game or the second part of the game, but the third part of the game, the late game, the last 2-3 minutes, that's when it fell apart, and the aggression from silencer was just a little bit too much. But of course, it's the same coin, just two sides. If you are aggressive, sometimes you overdo it. We were speaking about Gwozi. He had a lot of deaths because he was fishing for those aggressive plays, and the same can be said for silencer. And Gwozi and silencer, they kind of shook their hands, right? Gwozi, he wasn't on top of his game for the majority of the game, but then in the end he persevered. Whereas silencer, he was on top of his game for most of it, but then in the end he didn't persevere. The patience wasn't really there, so unfortunate for them, unfortunate for Minerva Fury, because the game looked so nice. And
Yeah, it really did.
I would honestly say I'm proud of them because the performance was great.
Look at the jump. Look how far. Look how far.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I agree. But what I wanted to say is we were speaking in the beginning about how much Bobber leaving them costed them, how much this change could hit the roster, right? And also the switch of the roamer for silencer, another change going there. And honestly, in the first half, in the first 3 quarters, they had me. I was thinking in my head, oh my god, I have to say I have to eat my words, because we were completely happy out of our minds, because it's working out. Silencer is playing great, Extra is finding great engages, but unfortunately for them, and fortunately for Glitch Code, well, Glitch Code got them in the end. And what I wanted to pinpoint is one super crucial skill that I believe Glitch Code have on top of everything that they do, and that is the decision making. Like, there is someone that's precisely shot calling, and they know when they have to go in. Like, the moment they see the opportunity, they go for your throat and they go in. Like, the hesitation is not there. When they call it, they go in. And not all of the teams that we are seeing have that, and it's such a great skill to have.
Definitely. I think, like you said, you touched upon a very good thing, is that the structure from the side of Minerva Fury, they played the draft like they were supposed to. Silencer in the beginning, he was getting those setups for the 1-1. Later on, it seems like for some reason they get overzealous. We see it first by obviously that Lord push. It makes no total sense to go alone. We were talking about the shot calling, while on the other side, Glitch Code, it looks like they're working together. When they want to fight, they tell, let's fight. While Minerva Fury looks like their weight, I don't know, it's kind of like either the communication is not there, but they look like they play more individual skill. It's been working out in the beginning. I mean, they did get a pickup, but it looks like almost they're winging it in some sense. And that really hurt. Like you mentioned, like you touched upon another thing, the lineup. I think the lineup, like I said to you in the beginning, I don't mean to be disrespectful in any way, but it's much worse, in my opinion, but also the stats are not speaking for them right now. I think Primo was more, he used a different kind of hero pool which suited either the meta or their gameplay better. It's just like that. Either he used Grok, he used Gato, but he used this very tanky Hylos. He wasn't afraid to play this very tanky heroes. And I think Silencer should look to play more, both more with the team, but also more front, just simply more front. Guinevere is good, but if it's untested, it can be extremely strange to play. The reason is because you're doing much commitment. You're committing very much when you go with Guinevere, because you're standing in one place for 5-6 seconds, and if you catch the wrong person, for example, like he did on that top tower, you basically have no combination. You wasted the flicker, you wasted the winter transient, and you've wasted the ultimate. So while it worked out in the beginning, Minerva Fury, I'm not sure, but they need to maybe change something. And I've just gotten information from the boss. We're waiting for an interview, if I have that correct. Is that correct, Warren?
Absolutely. We should be having our interview pretty soon. I believe we should be getting say, but of course, we will need to wait a little bit. But in the meantime, let's get over the most picked champions. What can you tell me about that? Do you see something that's irregular? Do you see something unexpected here?
So obviously, a lot of people may think, "Oh, Gatukacha, how come he is so picked?" Well, because the other roamers, like Grok, in the beginning of this stage, has been banned. So a lot of, I would say, it makes sense that Lapu, while Lapu isn't specifically, a lot of people would take Chichi over Lapu. What this story doesn't tell is the most banned, and this is what I was getting into. Look at the amount of times Chichi is been banned, Baksha been banned, Grok's been banned. I would say Lapu, while not necessarily being, and Gatukacha, while not necessarily being the best on the lane, just from how strong other heroes are right now, the reason is because of the bans. And in terms of bans, makes total sense. Zuxin being very respected, Lance being respected. I mean, this makes total sense. And I just got another word from the boss. We will actually have no interview here, Warren. So I think we might go for a break soon. Any last words about this game and overall how Minerva Fury and Blitzcode play? I did say my prediction was right before we finish from here.
True. Yeah, I have to plus one you on that because you were absolutely right. You were telling me exactly that. Though you must have been shaking in your boots for a little bit of the game, weren't you?
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
I absolutely see why. But unfortunately for Minerva Fury right now, they are in the position where they are 1-2, if I'm not wrong. So they will need to fight for their lives in the BO3 because now it's do or die. And Glitchcode can continue onwards 2-1, and they can make an advancement in the next games.
Yeah, I just want to say, with my predictions, I ruffle a few feathers, and I want to ruffle a few more. Next game, Memento Mori against Jackpots, Memento Mori will win that game. Maybe even 2-0. Maybe even 2-0. I ruffle a lot of feathers, but I'm not wrong with much of the things that I say. So let's see. I'm putting myself out there. Let's see. But we're going for a break, guys. After that is Memento Mori against Jackpots. I want to put you on the spot very quickly, Warren. Who do you have for that game?
I mean, it's going to be a blast, and I cannot really tell. But if I go with my heart, I'm saying Memento Mori because I love what Samo has been doing for them.
Yeah, great. Okay, guys, back. We're going for a break. After we're back, I'm gonna get replaced, and I think you're gonna get replaced as well. And we're gonna have Memento Mori against Jackpots. Best of 3, guys, and take care, everyone. See ya.
Hello, welcome back to the stream, and of course here it's me, Kronos, together with Scared Yet. As we were saying, the switch up came through. You have brand new casters over here, so we hope you are excited. We hope you had your fun with Sid and Warren, but now we will take it from here, boys. So yeah, we hope you enjoyed the cast nonetheless.
How are you feeling about the matchup, Kronos?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, you know, Scared. I'm feeling great. By the way, you did something with your accent. Like, how did you learn to speak so differently? Like, now all of a sudden, how did you do that?
You know, I'm asking Sint for advice and so on, not only in game, but also, you know, a little bit outside of the game as well. But now today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm hyped. Memento Mori against Jackpots. I want to get right into it. We were talking a little bit about predictions. We were talking a little bit about, you know, lineups change. What can you say about this matchup a little bit? What can we expect here?
I have to say you need to expect crazy plays for Samo. He's definitely the player to look out for in the roster of Memento Mori. I'm not saying everyone else won't be making crazy plays, but Samo is the guy. He will pull the he will shoot the shots, he will do the game-changing plays, he will make the shot calls, he will be the guy, he will be the lead of that game plan, he will be the leader of the squad. Whereas for the side of Jackpots, of course, you definitely need to look out for our boy in the jungle, because I feel Walkie, he's the guy to look out for. Of course, Malfurion will... It's kind of tight for me, Malfurion and Walkie. Both of them will be doing crazy stuff, but I have to say, in my eyes, you definitely need to keep a look out for Walkie, because he is the man behind the whole Jackpots, right? He's the main guy, so you should definitely keep an eye on him, and of course the rest of Jackpots as well. But honestly, this matchup for me feels like it's Samo against Walkie.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to put it, but there's definitely action all throughout. You know, when you spoke to, I think so when Walkie had an interview, he said everybody's making shot calls, while on the other side of Memento Mori, I know that, like you said, Samu, but also Warpath, the roamer, makes extremely good shot calls. And, you know, I wasn't even supposed to cast this game, but, you know, my bosses, Lemon, Sokol, they said, listen, you've just made a big prediction. You've just talked a lot of game. You got to get back in there and either eat your words or see them come to fruition. Now we see the Broken Walls map. How can that differ? I think now this is a map that is extremely, how can I say, rotation heavy, because you can basically cut through, you know, you walk through the map. You walk into the bushes very fast. You walk up to the buffs very quickly. But enough with that. We see the draft. What can we expect here?
Right now, yeah, honestly, you are kind of throwing that on me, but you are the analysis boss, so you tell me what you can expect from the bans.
Yeah.
All right, if I have to throw something in, I'm calling CC either pick or ban.
100%. 100%. CC will be banned, I think. Makes total sense. Another hero that might be banned is these kind of assassins. On the side of Jackpots, they're 100% banning Baksha. If they don't ban Baksha, that would be craziness. Like you said, Warren. Like we talked about, CC is banned. Baksha will be banned here, or it will be banned in one of these first few stages. Now, another ban that might come out is Harriet. Harriet for both teams have been looking very strong. Dracy used Harriet the last 2 games. She had the MVP performance, and she looked extremely good. King also used the Harriet a lot. So I'm expecting a Harriet either pick or ban. Baksha, for the side of Jackpots, will be banned 100%, I would say.
Baksha definitely, yeah, he is right there, and we should talk a little bit more about CC, even though she won't be part of this game, because how important is she to be out for the teams all along? That's just wild. Yeah. Right now we should be having, I believe, our 19th game that we should be watching right now. This is the draft of 19th game of this regular season, and CC in the stats, she was banned 14 times or 15, and it's not even updated from today. This is the stats that are from yesterday and the day before. So
like we talked about Harriet.
Well, right now that kind of opens up the door for Granger, because you either ban or first pick him.
Yeah, and I'm even gonna go into this. By banning this Harriet, Jackpots just guaranteed their Granger pick here on the second stage. That's what I'm expecting. That's why they banned this. Zuxin is an interesting ban. Maybe what Memento is looking at right now is a very could be up for debate. I'm thinking Lapu looks very interesting. Otherwise, Laito will take that along with Granger. So that's a little bit my thought, my reasoning. Definitely, Jackpots won't ban Lapu here. That would be very, very soon. So I think Memento is gonna. I'm not sure which hero Jackpots will ban. I gotta be honest. There is still Gato open. Gato might be banned. Another hero that might be banned is Alice. I definitely don't think. Like I said, Gato is banned. A lot of people won't see that coming. I expected it. Gato extremely strong. Now I'm expecting another prediction here, if I say so. Lapu is gonna be picked or Granger. Lapu or Granger is gonna be picked here. The reason for the hero Granger is because Harriet and Granger are the two strongest marksmen. I've said it a long time. So you ban out one, you wanna get the other one. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
But what will the answer be in the form of Jackpot's draft, right? Like, what do they want to do? Like, they I believe have two ways of approaching this. They either go full early game and try to fight him on his own ground, in his own terms. They fight him head on in the early, or they go the other way around and they are like, all right, Granger, you have early game, but we go full late game.
Yeah, that can be a way. You can try to approach it early game, maybe. But how? It's not really sure. I think Lapu will be picked here for sure, or else they're making a big draft mistake. The reason is because if they don't pick Lapu here, Lapu is picked here. Hayabusa is picked here. That's very interesting from Walkie. Now, I'll tell you why that's interesting. I just seen the Hayabusa be played against Memento yesterday, where Warpath was using Khalid. And in that game, I went back and looked at that game, not only because it's technically my team, but I'm also analyzing that Hayabusa was very non-existent when Trobo used the Hayabusa against Memento. So I'm interested to see, and I know this guy is going to pick some aggressive roamer, so I'm interested to see which roamer he will pick. Now, for XP, they kind of need to pick it soon. Lance, we've missed Lancelot a little bit. Warren, Lance is usually banned.
We absolutely did. He kind of slipped through. But honestly, the way the bans were going through, you were kind of forced to go Granger. If you went Lance, then they get Granger, and you don't have answer into that. Possibly, I was thinking about Ruby being a decent answer into Granger, since she's so mobile, and the 1v1s on the lane are kind of deadly for Granger, especially during those early trades on the lane, right? And even if you give her a little bit of presence, like a little bit of jungle games, a little bit of roams, and help her, well, then Granger is going nowhere. But what I love is Sama going for Terizla. He's honestly the only guy, I believe, going for Terizla. I think there was only one other team that picked Terizla once, but Sama is going for it back to back to back. He's just going for Terizla, and he was super successful yesterday, so why not do it again?
That's true. They'll ban Iritel here, I think. They have to focus. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen right now. Memento will start focusing in on the gold lane. They'll ban Ruby, and I think they'll ban Iritel. On the other side, they'll ban Lunox here. They'll ban Lunox, and what's going to happen is Memento Mori is going to pick Farsa. That's what I see coming here. Or they'll maybe ban Farsa, and Memento Mori is going to pick Lunox. One of the heroes, Lunox or Farsa, will 100% be picked. Now, I'm wondering what gold laner there is for Jackpots. Obviously, the Ruby there to stop that double fighter composition. Ruby's still strong. Obviously has the CC. Ooh, okay. I expected a mage pick here. We saw Minotaur ban. Hilda ban. Okay, these are two bans that I didn't expect, I have to be honest. Warren, what can we see here? King, obviously, he needs his marksman. Kingston need to pick something. What marksman does he pick? 1-1. Ooh.
I dislike this. Is not, I have to say. I don't like
this. This is not common. 1-1 is used against tankier composition with basically no movement. Here we see a little bit of movement. Lance obviously has dashes. Granger has dashes. 1-1 picked very quickly, especially if you ban the Minotaur. You want to open that Minotaur because that crossbow tank is very easy to toggle. Now it's an interesting kind of way they're drafting here, but we don't know yet what's going to be picked in mage and in roam position. They showed the 1-1 very early. I wouldn't have done it personally, but now is the time to show what you're going to play on roam. Ooh, Chip, Lunox, like I predicted. Chip, I didn't predict. What can we say about Chip? He's gotten a little bit of a nerf, but what can you really talk about in Chip? Have we seen it before?
Well, not so far. We saw it before under Surge, but not in this regular season. Is his first time, as we saw. He has 0 stats in both bands, in both picks, so it's kind of a little bit of a spicy pick. And honestly, I'm quite surprised by you being surprised, even though you were saying that you are you go over there to Memento Mori and kind of giving them the idea. So I was thinking, oh, you should know about the chip, but maybe you're just like pulling our noses and being like, oh, I didn't know they will go chip.
I can't say everything.
Tell them to.
Listen, I can't say everything. We've watched the games together, we've analyzed, but I can't say everything. Now, the chip even surprises me. It surprised me for a different reason. Few things which I can say, because obviously the nerf, and obviously it's a very risky pick. Another few reasons it surprises me is I can't say, about the results and so on. But the drafts here, both teams drafting, I would say, unorthodox. But please, Warren, bring us into this game. First game of the best of 3. Jackpots against Memento Mori. Let's go.
Absolutely.
Who do you have winning this draft?
Absolutely, this should be a banger, and as we were saying before, we had the appetizers in the first BO1, then it went on, it was a blast, Glitch Code right, and their respective opponents, even though Glitch Code were able to win in the end, but right now Malfurion already started with a blast, pushing away Fushi. Ooh, immobilized, great head there, but I have to give props to Jackpots for one thing, and that is, we were both speaking about 1-1 not being the best idea, and I even said myself, I don't quite like it, but honestly, if you put it together in the context, Walkie going for Hayabusa, which typically means that you don't want to go those big range heroes in the back line, whereas 1-1 kind of forces you not to go the front line, so you are kind of putting them in this scissor movement where if they go back line, then Hayabusa is happy. If they go front line, then 1-1 is happy. So honestly, in retrospective, I have to give them props.
Yeah, definitely. But one crazy thing is that with this chip ultimate, look at the damage on the side of Memento Mori. Lunox, Lance, Granger. Right there you have a combination that basically can take anyone late game.
1v1, King going for Dracy. Dracy, can she survive? Almost going down, and King showing his teeth.
She's got a recall here, I would say, or wait for Warpath to come up. He is coming up. Look at the Hylos, though. Hylos is looking for that invade. He's giving information. Hey, guys, Lance is taking this green.
King stole it. He stole the gold trap, I believe.
Whoa, that's okay. That's very good start from King. Now look at Walkie. Walkie, obviously level 4. He's looking at what to do. He's getting that turtle buff right here. And while on the other side, Memento gives that first turtle, it seems.
Yeah, it's absolutely free, but maybe with some cherry on top, Warpath could be getting targeted, but no, he's super fast, he's cheap, of course.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame that Dracy had that bad start early game, where she basically got tagged from the first skill of 1-1 and I think stunned, and the Inspire later come off. So she was missing a lot of opportunity to play this early game a lot different. But look at this, the
first blood for Fushi, and he even escapes through wonderful usage of the ultimate. The iframes went there, so he is still very healthy to continue fighting on the lane.
But you know what's crazy, Warren, is not 9 out of 10 pro teams wouldn't even go for that kill because it's a high loss. You're thinking, if you don't get the kill, you waste too much. But they still so sharp. Lance, no hesitation. And look at this Chip, though. Chip is level 4. Now, he's waiting for this teleport. He's smart. He's waiting. He's doubting. He's looking to see. Look at this, though. They're going on to him. Surely they can't, though. Surely. This is a risky game.
Ooh, from Fushi, the fight is already starting. Lighto getting knocked up. Lance misses. No one kills him off. And King stays there with the rest. Teleport has been destroyed. And Memento Mori suddenly losing one of their members. Well, not really. Well, they are now, but what I meant to say is Jackpots losing one of their members, but in the end, I was actually true. So maybe I'm getting a little bit of the prediction skill from you.
Yeah, maybe. But again, I think these kind of engages for Memento Mori later on will scale even more. So we're seeing a lot of this early game. I mean, that was a decent engage. It was good because the Hayabusa was there. But listen, Warren, later on, once Fushi gets more items, once Dracy starts building her Sky Piercer and so on, those teleports will hurt so much. Whoever he teleports will be, if not dead, he will be very low because the damage will be dealt from the side of Memento Mori. On the other side, I have to give respect to Walkie. Walkie juking that teleport, and he did get that first turtle. Now Warpath is looking to say something about the second turtle. He has the teleport ready in case he wants to go on the back line. They're looking to play a little bit different approach. Hylo's still there. Kingsta obviously waiting. Is Woki gonna get this?
He's still it away, and
skill.
so quickly even big engage from Samo though, initiating into King and the rest. Malfurion getting stunned by the Landshaker. Warpath is there, initiating the fight, teleporting everyone into the thick of the fight, but this wasn't the best teleport because Laito finishes off Fushi. 2 kills go in the hands of Jackpots. Unfortunately, together with the
Malfurion flickers.
Jackpots are in a lead, catching Gracie off as well. Malfurion picks up another one, and Warpath tries to run, but there is nowhere to run. You are 10 feet under. Double kill for Malfurion, and suddenly Jackpots are in the lead, and Memento Mori are getting outscaled. The pressure is there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what happened there is that was a nice steal from Woki. I mean, obviously dashes in, gets that turtle buff. Then later on, the crossbow tank activates. Oh, look at this! He's still not bundled.
He wants to do something. He finishes off. Noel couldn't iframe his way out of this one, and Jackpots with even bigger lead.
Yeah, right now we're seeing an obvious lead on the side of Jackpots. They got the top tower as well. Dracy has no protection in case she goes to dive deep on that top side. Now, Woki is looking for this red. This is a very, very good engage, very good red buff if he can get it. Really, while Noel is lacking in that level, it seems like Woki is level almost 10. So playing a very good start here.
This is just super tough. Noel is so far behind, and especially in those 1v1 scenarios of assassins meeting each other, it's super important who has the level advantage, right? Because you get more extra skill points, you get extra stats, and since you're both kind of squishy and you just deal a bunch of damage, the one who has more levels probably survives.
Yeah, definitely.
Ooh, that's crazy engage. Coming from Woki Core, killing spree, finishes of Dracy, and Kingsta is already charging in. Together with the rest, they pick one off. Together with Glorious Puffaway, and it's already 2 members down. Killing spree from Malfurion, and Jackpots are total tornado going through the town of Memento Mori.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of going to town, I mean, Malfurion's got 30 stacks. This is very early to have 30 stacks, especially in a tournament. But look, I'm wondering, though, how that chip is going to come into play, because teleport can be extremely strong. Now, I'm not sure if Kingsta saw him. He's definitely going to stun the Noel up top, though. And, I mean, now the game's been swung completely. Jackpot's got this, but look at Chip, though. Chip is in the back line here. 1-1 is still here. He should maybe be careful. Okay, Chip goes back. Interesting. Look at Woki. Woki can try to catch someone. If he catches the Dracy coming up from the rotation, will be very good. I think this is what he's waiting for.
Oh, absolutely. He's looking to fish for Sam. Kingsta initiating with Glorious Puffaway, cutting everyone off. Laito engaging, Bravest Fighter, Landshaker goes on Warpath, just making some space because they are looking truly just for the tower. Woki goes for Dracy. Yugi Shirokyo doesn't quite connect though. Well, it connected, but it wasn't enough of damage. But there is enough of damage on Samo. Mega kill for Malfurion. And I was lying, honestly. I was lying, because if you are looking at Samo, I think you are a little bit sad because all the hype is about Woki and Malfurion and the rest of Jackpots, because they are on a different level, they are a different beast. Memento Mori are not catching them in this game at all.
Definitely, I have to agree with you. Can't be biased here. I mean,
initiation, Fushi goes and he gets bopped like that.
Yeah, Jackpots look a lot more prepared, at least for this first game. It's lucky, Warren, that this is a best of 3, or else I would eat my words already after this game. But like we said, though, we've seen crazy comebacks. Now, Jackpots should just wait and get this load. They're obviously up in gold, 7,000. So as long as they're getting this load and aim for inhibitor, they have extremely, really good setup for the mid game.
They do indeed. Right now, Jackpots with 7,000 gold lead, and they are slowly building themselves up towards their third items on their carries. As we can see, Malfurion should be pretty soon hitting his third item power spike, as well as should King be. So we are slowly transitioning into the late game. Oh, Laito immediately going Glorious
Look at this
combination. Landshaker unfortunately misses, so they just get pushed away. But this creates enough of a space for you to take the tower. Down here, ooh, Dracy, and again the target. And the pressure Woki Core is keeping on members of Memento Mori is just destructive.
Yeah, and Noel here needs to just give up the load. He needs to get this top lane. Obviously, there's no towers being pushed. He needs to just clear this, like he seems to be doing, and be happy if they can get this tower. If they can, I'm not really sure. but it would make a big difference. Look at Lighto though.
Fushi, I frame it. He's still alive. Laneshaker doesn't quite connect. I think Fushi could have kept his flicker, of course. It was a dangerous spot, so you rather flicker than to die. Glorious pop away as an initiation. You go for the tower. Mid lane tower getting pushed on top. Noel goes down. Core gets picked off though. Races to have Thief and knives to fight with. I mean, Guns. Warpath is getting chased away and he gets killed as well. Malfurion with a double. Fushi is the next target. She is next on chopping block. Triple kill to Malfurion and he is absolutely crazy. They try to finish the base off. Triple kill Malfurion. Samo trying to defend. He is killing the minions. Malfurion still alive, still dishing out so much damage, but Kingsta gets picked off because Samo is still there and he is ready to defend.
Definitely. So that was a very, even though obviously Woki got picked off, they should be happy with that mid tower inhibitor being gone, right? Even though they did sacrifice 2 for that, definitely worth it. Now, I thought they were going to get the top lane because the Lord was obviously top, but somehow they get the mid lane instead. Personally, I think mid lane is better to give up because either side the Lord is on. Look at this Lighto.
Racing needs to flicker immediately. Their next target is of course Warpath, but Lighto was kinda left over there to die. But maybe in the meantime they can take the tower. There is Terizla jumping in, big initiation. Malfurion is the target. Dracy gets the shutdown, and suddenly Memento Mori have time to breathe.
Yeah, so that play from Lighto looks a little bit strange, but it does make sense in some way. He wants to create space because he's telling his team, please just get this inhibitor. Now, the inhibitor is being left alone with 1 HP, but look at this.
Noel is already getting pushed to his limits as King chases him off, killing spree for King, and they go for more. 3 against 5, they don't even care. I think they don't even see it as that. They think they are winning, and right now they are truly winning this one.
Yeah, I mean, this tower seems to almost go down, or Woki is going to look for a shadow to get it. I'm not sure. Is he going to get it? I think not. But look at this replay, though. So this is the replay from mid. Obviously, Woki got stunned there. And then they get this mid tower. That's enough space because a lot of people were just checking for Woki to do that shadow in. And now we're seeing double kill from Malfurion. Very nice. But later on, we're going to see, I think, Fushi triple kill, actually. Fushi going to overextend there. But what can we say about this game so far? It's been an extremely fast-paced game, and Jackpots really turned it up here, I have to say.
And the craziest part is the Jackpots were not supposed to be the team that would be speeding so fast and having both of their legs on the gas and not ever putting it on the brake pedals. But right now they are, and not just right now. Like from the start of the game, they were just going in there. And Memento Mori should have been the ones who should have won the early game and mid game. But look at them, they didn't even do that. And now Jackpots are super strong. Their carries are on 4th item or close to 4th item. Kingsta, King already finished his Wind of Nature, and there is another fight happening. Fushi immediately getting pushed away. Big traction pull, pulls Dracy in, and Dracy is suddenly gone. So how can you clear the waves? How can you think you can defend? There's only 1 minion though, so possibly you can kill it. Like top with big initiation. Lineshaker goes on Fushi because no ultimate was available. Malfurion gets slain though, so Noel is still trying to defend. Big crossbow tank. Warpath gets mega kill, and now he's trying to play it. Samo and Noel. Can these two crazy madmen defend the base? Noel is definitely trying his hardest. Lighto doesn't quite connect with Laneshaker, and the fight continues. Samo is still there, he's defending, and the Terizla with super full tank belt. I don't know if you quite caught that, but he's full tank, and it's coming to fruition.
Yeah, and definitely that was a very interesting play. So they dropped the Lord, they see Noel top lane, and they just say, you know what, they're gonna be 4v5 here, let's go for an engage before they can even react. Now look at this,
Woki goes for Samo, and Samo doesn't really look like he's full tank because this damage was insane. Samo still trying to survive. Lighto will be targeting him. Laneshaker goes, and the Raiders are still alive. Shut down. Fushi picks him off. That's great news for Memento Mori. They are still alive. They are fighting. Woki core almost.
Oh my god!
He gets popped. Fushi finishes him off. What a snipe it was. And suddenly Memento Mori are back with their hands on the wheel. They might be able to stall for a little bit longer. Ooh, Fushi bad face check. He gets bopped just like that, and this looks like Jackpots will take their second Lord.
Very questionable. They definitely will take their second Lord. There's no way they can't. Surely he's not going to steal it though. Yeah, that's what I expected. I mean, it's extremely hard. He tried.
Oh, Samo is there. He goes for the ultimate.
Can Samo kill him?
The damage, can it bob? Is it enough? Oh. It looks like, it almost looked like the bleed was there, but it wasn't enough. Samo still has immortality, so probably he would be alive. But actually, nice play. When he knew Flicker is not available, he tried to go for it.
Yeah, definitely. But do you think with this Lord that Jackpots can finish this game? Warren, please break it down.
I don't know. I honestly think you're the guy to break it down, Synth. You know, like I've been yapping through all of those fights.
Yeah.
I have to give it to you. Tell me more about it before we possibly see the last fight of this game.
So obviously here, it's extremely hard to defend. You have Lapu Lapu to really go in and create some space. You also have Hylos. So the only way is if they somehow can catch someone preemptively. If they walk down this Lord, it's gonna be hard. They can defend.
Samo initiates, goes for Mafuri, and Mafuri had to flicker out, and now the fight is on. Samo's still alive. He has immortality available. Warpath trying to chase for some time. Racing gets picked off though. Samo almost dead. Double kill for Walkie Core. Base will be targeted next. Teleport is there. Noise trying to iframe it. He's surviving, but the base crystal is gone. Just like that. And Jackpots take the first game in their hands.
Yeah, that was a very unexpected game. I did say, if the damage is there from Memento Mori, maybe they can defend. Samo makes a good play, catches 3 of them. But I don't know. Walkie just got a double kill right there, and the space was really made from Lighto with that flicker as well. Great game played from Jackpots. I definitely think really the Walkie rotation was very quick that game. Overall, I would say they caught me by surprise, Warren. I have to say, just the domination. Just they came out here right from the get-go. Now I was thinking a little bit is that chip the way to go? Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but the teleports definitely was not there. I don't know how to say, it was just not there. But what do you think happened this game?
I have to agree with you, especially on the chip point, right? When you have Chip, you need to make it work. Chip is not a hero that will work even if you're 0-0. If the game is 0-0, then your Chip is not doing his job. Yeah. And that's the same for Chow, that's the same for other heroes that are like very active and their spells are not like just damage, just shield or just something like that. When it has specific utility like Chip teleports have, you either need to make it work and you will look like the best player in the world when you make it work, or you don't make it work and you look so bad.
Yeah, definitely. And on the other side, I think the 1-1 eventually paid off. I was worried about the 1-1 because of the scale, mostly because of the scale potential. It's very, very good in the late game, but not that strong in the early game. Obviously, Granger should have destroyed 1-1 early game. It looks a little bit fair. Now, I think the 1-1 really got ahead in that early game once Granger got poked down. It wasn't only after level 4 or 5 where Granger started to push up a little bit. But here we can see a little bit of the stats. Walkie has 781. I think gold more. I think that's the more gold than the other second richest. And he was also doing most damage, and Samo was really tanking. But yeah, overall, why do you think Memento Mori lost that game? If I have to ask, Warren.
I have to harp again on the chip. Like, poor guy. I know he didn't mean it wrong. Maybe the call didn't even come from the guy playing the chip in the end. But I don't quite like it. I feel like if you are going against a team that's probably... Alright, I actually had a light bulb moment. And maybe the idea for Memento Mori was like, alright, even though... we ourselves, and you especially, you were saying they could win, they are able to win. Maybe they view themselves not as strong as their opponents. So maybe the idea of Chip was like, all right, we cannot fight them on their own terms. Let's try something crazy. Let's try Chip. If it will work out, we will steamroll them. If it doesn't, well, unlucky for us, but we believe that if we play the normal heroes, the normal setup, it might not work out because they are a little bit better team. So maybe that was the idea for Memento Mori, and we will see if the idea perseveres into the second game or if they will switch it up.
Yeah, I mean, definitely here, Memento Mori should take a breather. That was a very tough loss. I mean, obviously, Jackpots came right from the get-go. They showed extreme aggression in their gameplay. Maybe not what Memento Mori expected. Another thing, I think, like we said, maybe the draft is going to change, because I kind of expected Walkie to pick that Hayabusa. I think a lot of people expected it. Now, should you leave it open? It's a question like that. I think he's been picking that Hayabusa a lot, maybe all games previously. So it's interesting to see how the draft is going to adjust. I definitely do think we're going to see adjustment in draft for Memento Mori. I think that's something they tried and didn't work. Now, I'm almost going to eat my words, guys. But listen, it's a best of 3. I still have a chance. But in all seriousness, during these best of 3s, you learn a lot. Because the first game, you learn really to know your opponent. I think these two teams didn't play against each other for a long time. Now they know each other, what kind of drafts and what kind of game style the opponents have. So maybe either, you learn something, or it's going to be an even tougher game. I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm interested about how the draft for second game is gonna come up. But let's look at the map now. Map selection, Flying Cloud. Flying Cloud is a map that obviously gives a benefit to the heroes with low movement speed. Which type of heroes I'm thinking of is Terizla. I don't know, this kind of Grok. I guess Grok is not too slow, but these kind of heroes with slow movement speed. Wow, I'm still surprised about that last game, Warren. That was craziness, I have to say.
It was pure insanity, and I am in for the ride. I think we are all in for the ride. I think it will be so exciting. But talking about exciting stuff, definitely check out our tournament on Wednesday. You can win for yourself 10,000 diamonds and a cyber skin of your choice. So definitely check that one out. Of course, all our players, they have all of the skins, right? Because they are flexing them. They have all the emotes. But if you want to buy some for yourself, definitely check out the tournament to maybe win some of that for yourself. But let's now think about who is going to win this one, because the story time, the narrative, right? Like, will you eat your words, or will you be the one making the dishes for making the food for all of us? Like, what's the story? What's the story? How the story will fulfill? What will the ending of the fairy tale be? Right? Can Memento Mori step back from the grave that they are kind of with their feet in, or will they stay in the grave? Like, will Jackpots like just put some dirt over them and just let them lie there? Or can Memento Mori come back like the skull that they have in their icon, right? Like, can they come back as a zombie or like whatever and go for the throats of Jackpots?
I think first of all, they have to reset the mindset. Obviously, when you lose, we see a lot of amateur. The number one mistake that teams do is that they're playing the second game thinking about the first game. Now, you can't have that. You can't carry that emotion onto a whole different game. Now it's a new draft. In business, they say don't be emotional. Even in games like this, ignore the first one. Now it's the second one. Okay, what can you draft? We see a lot of respect from the side of Jackpots. They ban Baksha, they ban Hayabusa for Noel, and also the Gatukacha. Gatukacha is a hero, like I said, I'm expecting it to be banned, specifically in this matchup, where both roamers like to use the Gatukacha. Now, first pick, maybe Harit. Like I said, I did expect that Harit. Now Lapu is going to be picked. I'm thinking now a different kind of draft, Warren. I'm thinking Memento Mori won't take any risks with this draft. They're going to pick the Lapu. They're going to be as straightforward as you can be. They're going to pick the Lapu, and they're going to pick the Grok here. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think Lapu would be super nice, but looking that Noel swapped with Race, it looks like they will be going jungle and XP, and it's Lapu together with Fredrin, and I like the switch up, You take away Lapu from your opponents, because Laito is very successful, very confident on that hero, and at the same time, Samo was very successful in Lapu as well, and you go for Fredrin, who is super good at catching those dashing heroes. If he gets them into the taunt, he leaves them there hanging, just auto-attacking, and someone can connect onto that with Flame Shaker, with Raging Slash. So much damage coming in the way of Harit. So I quite like the initiation of the draft for their side, but I just hope I even liked the draft before, but the chip, it wasn't it.
Yeah, and I know why Noel picked the Fredrin. He's thought 2 steps ahead, and I was gonna mention the YSS. I was going to mention it in what I was going to say. Noel, when he picked the Fredrin, saw one thing. He saw 2 things. Number one, there isn't that many junglers left on the field. One of them is YSS. I'm saying with that pick, he's forcing him to pick YSS because what other junglers is there to do? This is something that they forced to. This is something that he's forced to do. The Eve, I think, is another pick that they forced them to pick. The reason is because obviously Eve is the best thing you can pick against a hero like Fredrin. You build Wishing Lamp, you build Glowing Wand, you make it very difficult for him. So with that one pick, he forces two heroes to come out. Now, is it good or bad that Jackpots pick these heroes that they got baited into? Maybe it's good if they're comfortable into. We don't know how the game is going to turn out, but it was forced for them to pick that. Granger pick, you have to pick Granger here. It will be banned. We're seeing the Lunox ban. Interesting. I'm expecting maybe a Kimi ban or maybe a Farsa, because one of these things will be picked. Now, the Grok is still left open on the field. I'm expecting a Grok here. Ooh.
No.
Ooh. Now I'm interested. Now we just came to business, Warren. Because Hilda, we're going to expect a lot of invade. Wow.
That's one thing. And second thing is, this is the first time she was picked up here in the regular season. You saw it over there. 8 bans. 8 bans. Not consecutive bans, but 8 bans all overall. It's like almost 50% of the games, maybe even 50%. And Vorpeh finally getting his hands on Hilda for the first time. So I'm super excited. Only thing that I am a little bit not worried about, but like if you had Hilda and there would be the map with extra bushes, you would love it. But of course, probably she would already be banned. So a little bit unlucky that it's not the one with the bushes. Oh, Grok on the other side though, together with Fabulous. And since we can see a lot of dashes, I wanted to say Farsa, exactly that. For Memento Mori, definitely. I was even thinking about Farsa before Hilda, but since they went for Hilda, I understand. Hilda was the priority, of course.
With that poke of Hilda, Farsa will be picked here, or Kimi. Wow. Okay, so this is telling us with Farsa, she would be a lot more, how can I say, a lot more safe, a lot more outside of the action. With Kimi here, this is telling us that Memento Mori is going to go very aggressive. They're going to be up front. They're going to be aggressive. Eve is playing a little bit more kite hero. You hit, you go back. You hit, you go back. So if Memento Mori can utilize this draft and take position, that would be great. But on the other side, if Jackpots can poke the enemy, catch somebody with that Grok and that YSS ultimate, that would be amazing as well. Now, I have to say, my last question, Warren. First of all, I have to say 2 things. What a nice red shirt you have today. You're ready for Christmas. Second of all, who do you have winning this draft here in the second game?
You mean we will be getting the presents early before Christmas? Yeah, I don't know. Like in this draft, I am so excited about the mid lane. I think the mid lane will dictate how the game will end up, right? Because I think it's super important if Kingsta and Malfurion can survive the onslaught that will Vorpeh and Fushi bring onto the table. Because Hilda is super oppressive in the roam position. Like even XP, but in the roam, when she can just run around the map, going crazy, going ballistic, just harassing everyone. Yeah, that's her best spot.
Definitely, and this is what I was talking about. So now we see a little bit more different Jackpots. Right off the bat, they understand their draft that they have. They're playing against Kimi. They're playing against Hilda. Ooh, nice wall from Kingsta. Obviously, look, they're going to try to push up, but they can't push up against Hilda. Ladies and gentlemen, you're playing against Hilda, or are they going to try to freeze? You're playing against Hilda and Kimi. These are two of the strongest. Hilda and Kimi are two of the strongest mid laners, especially when it comes to freezing and when it comes to oppressing the enemy. Now, it's interesting how this game will turn out. It's a completely different draft. In my opinion, you can say Memento Mori has stopped trying something in draft. They skipped the chip. They're more into the comfort zone now. But we also see it in Jackpots. We can't say Jackpots look out of draft or something different that they're not used to. These are heroes, obviously meta heroes that they seemingly are known for using, so to say. Obviously, King on that Harit, Laito with Phoveus or Lapu or even Alice looks very comfortable. But look at Waki though. Look at Waki. They can't overextend here. They can't overextend. Look at the flicker comes out early from Fushi. Flicker again from Warpath. But look, Malfurion though. Is Malfurion gonna go back? This is gonna be a big decision because Fushi is going back. Fushi is going back here. Malfurion gets level 4. Nobody. Oh, he does eventually go back. But is that information gotten though from Noel? Because if Noel knows that Fushi is gone, if Noel knows that Malfurion is gone back, he's gonna start his circle.
Warpath getting damaged a lot. He needs to run away, but will it be enough? Yeah, it will be enough. Noel finishes off the turtle as now Memento Mori are hopping back into the lead.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. So they almost picked off Fushi. The fact that they didn't and Malfurion became so low. Oh, speaking of maybe picked off, they're going to ultimate him.
Picking off, yeah, first blood for Malfurion. They got him. Even after that, because they knew he didn't have Flicker. Easy taken.
Yeah, definitely. He did waste that Flicker just before. Now they're going to look for the invade. I don't know if they can invade a Fredrin, even though they're 3v2 on this invade. I think more than that, Kingstar just want to get some information. He just want to let his team know, look, Noel is taking this blue buff. And he does waste that Retribution here. Now, seemingly, it seems like Jackpots have more control in mid lane. There are obviously 3 here. Walkie is walking up to Fredrin now. He did Retribution that, so he did get the green. Look at this though. Noel is still here in mid lane. They want to help the Kimi clear. Kingstar puts down a nice wall to stall. It really does wonders when you play Eve because you have that wave on your side. But Fushi didn't clear though, so this is a wave on this side of the map, which is very nice for him. He doesn't have to go deep, right? On the other side, look at Granger. We don't see it, but Wyses is there along with King. But he doesn't overextend. Very chill game war, and I have to say it's unnervingly calm. It's very calm here, and there has been action. It's like both teams are playing with an intensity. What can you say here? What do we feel as casters? And the predictions here are coming in. People are really not believing in Memento Mori, which is interesting.
They are not. They don't trust you at all, Saint. Like,
yeah.
They feel like you are not the prediction god anymore. But right now, Kingstar might be the getting caught god over here. Tectonic charge away. He is alive, actually. He was just baiting the wall down. Fushi needs to flicker away. Noel buying some time.
Look at Malfurion, though.
Samo going for Malfurion, Raging Slash. He forces his flicker, but now he is in... He was almost dying, but he survived. Noel getting tagged by Lito. Lito can hop in. He is going, and he's going for Warpath. He goes for more. There is King rotating. Drace is also here, though. And Memento Mori will probably try to go for the turtle since they know that Malfurion needed to recall. But Lito still in the bush. Kingstar and Jackpots, they are trying to go for the turtle. There is King. Oh, they got it. Voki Core, but the fight. Can they get the fight? Big tectonic charge pops 3. Noel goes down, and the rest are trying to fight for life. Samo still alive. Lito goes for the backline. He almost traded for Fushi, but Samo...
Look at Wyses though.
He forced everyone away. He forced everyone away. I would love to go over what Samo did because this was such an important decision that he did.
Yeah. I mean, Samo there, his only job is to create space. He's making it hard for Malfurion. Malfurion is just want to get down that real-world manipulation, right? It's going to be a game changer, especially with that Titanic charge. But look at the game changer here.
Getting caught off, and he gets bopped like that, and gold goes to King.
Yeah, I mean, this has been really good in terms of the objectives being taken for the side of Jackpots. They did get that turtle, right? But look at this, though. They're looking into this mid lane, and Malfurion has that real-world manipulation. They're looking to invade, though. Noel retributions that. So they're making it a little bit difficult for him to farm. They're invading his farm. Kingstay is just standing there. But look at King, though. Is King overextended, though? Look at the hill.
Continuing to chase for King. Can he finish him off? I don't know if he can connect. King is alive, and he is barely alive, but alive. But he might be... Someone else might be dying, and it was almost Kingstar. Both with the King in their name, not really being the Kings... well, actually being the Kings of being able to run away with enough of health to survive.
Yeah, that was extremely big for him to survive there, obviously.
1v1 against Voki Core, he doesn't want to give anything for free.
But where's the top lane tower? I've completely missed the top lane being gone. So somehow, I mean, Memento Mori is out-rotating Jackpots, even though Jackpots have more farm and a turtle. Strange. But look at this, though. Look at the Grok. The Grok is concealed.
Warpath, oh my god, Drace survives in Warpath as well. What a great counterplay. They survive in this play. That's insane. And even without usage of Flicker, Kingstar burned his Flicker and ultimate, and now Memento Mori can go for Turtle 1v1 Samo against Voki Core. He almost gets him, but Voki Core barely survives.
But this was so strange, because look, I was about to tell you, Warren, Granger does not have Flicker. That Tectonic charge is gonna hit like a monster when Lito and King shows up. But this is something different though. Samo playing so well on XP, I have to say. He's making life annoying. While Lito is rotating a lot, the towers are gone on XP lane. So And look at Tracy now. Tracy, even though a lot of Jackpots members are in mid lane, she's farming. So as long as they don't fight, they're seemingly coming up on top, I have to say.
This is exactly what you were talking about. You were saying you need to come with the new mindset, with fixed mindset into the second game. And this is exactly what Memento Mori are doing. They know this is the next game, doesn't matter how the last ended, now is new chance to play. And even though it's 3-1, they are in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Another thing that's crazy, you highlighted it a little bit before, and now when we have a little bit of time, we can talk. How well is Samu playing this game? Specifically because it's a very close game that somehow he's gotten really 2 towers up top lane, and he's gotten so much space in those team fights. It's crazy. And here we can see some of the items, obviously glowing wand on both mages. First item for Noel, Radiant Armor, makes total sense. We have YSS, that War Axe and Endless Battle coming in. We're seeing items being built. Who's in the gold lead? Memento Mori. Is it much? Not really. So they're looking to take this top lane now. Obviously, they will take the top lane.
Raven's fighter goes in, jumps in, tries to clear the wave so they cannot push. Raging Slash is still there, he's healing up, he's surviving, but no, he gets popped, but he cleared the wave.
Look at the bot lane.
Time for Memento Mori to get 2 towers on the bottom.
And he retribution. So what Noel does there is he retrieves the minion to waste so much more time for the enemy. And Fushi needs to go back. They all need to go back. They're 4v5. They're looking to take this Lord. Is this Lord gonna be taken? I think so. With that retribution that Noel did, I think they can force it.
Warpath
wanna have something to say though.
Space, but Warpath
wanna have something to say.
Pushing and Brace away. Warpath is there, Noel is there as well, but there is nowhere. Samo is there because he's still dead in the base. Noel jumping around over the wall, still surviving. No, he gets popped. Who can steal the turtle? I mean the Lords. Can Samo get it with Raging Slash? Landshaker he gets it. Volkikor gets popped. Brace finishes him off, and they chase for more. King is trying to run away. There's Mafuri getting chased as well. He gets popped as well. Triple kill for Brace. Can she get more? I don't think she can, but Memento Mori, what a gameplay, what a team fight. It was almost completely 4v5.
Oh my god, that was so insane, Warren. What happened there is that they were on top of Walkie. What Fushi does is he puts out his ultimate, which has a very at the end a stun. And by that stun, the timing of that stun, this is when he hits the Lord, and eventually they get the Lord. This is very big. It's big for multiple reasons. Look at the gold now. They commit a lot.
Getting pushed away.
Dracy is really fed now with that triple kill. This is a completely different game now on our hands. But look at this. The bot lane is still not taken. So this is going to be a kind of a defense where non-inhibitors are down.
Absolutely, but Memento Mori, this is a new Memento Mori that we were thinking that we will see today. That was the Memento Mori we were talking about, and they are now trying to finish the game. Samo is engaging, Bravest Fighter, Landshaker still available. Can he go? Can he push? Can he go for someone? I don't think he
can.
They can't
fight. They can't fight
apart. Kingstay is going in the backline, but Light Samo goes for more double kills for Samo, and they pick 2 more off.
Oh my god, the recall is coming
for mid lane tower.
This is not a fight you want to take on the side of Jackpots. There's 5k gold difference. Look at Samo! Oh my god!
Initiation through Landshaker, and now the target is gone. Volkikor killing spree for Samo, and they try to finish off the game. Base Crystal will be targeted next. Noel is not really much alive, but they might be going for not really because minions were cleared.
They need to be careful. They need to be careful here. Obviously, Samo, what a great play. He goes Flicker, tags Walkie. But now, obviously, they can't finish the base. That would be too far of a stretch. There's no minion wave there. Now, we see a completely different game in terms of the gold, but we should also see it in terms of the items. This is what I was talking about. Dracy, I don't think she's not 0-2. She definitely has 3 kills at least. I think we see on the right side of the screen the correct kills and assists. 3 kills, she has at least 30 stack on that Sky Piercer. On the other side, we see Malfurion playing really well and King still not dying. He obviously has Purify up. And I'm interested to see, Warren, what can you bring us? Okay, let's look at the replay first. I want you to keep an eye on Samo. Look at Samo playing here. Look at this. Look at this. This is insane gameplay, I have to say. It's craziness. But now both teams are waiting for this Lord. obviously there's no inhibitor on the bot side. This is a very annoying thing for Jackpots because they have to put someone on that bot side to clear. If Memento Mori utilize this correctly, they will try to push the bot lane just with the XP lane, or even maybe even force the Lord. Why not? You've seen them on bot side. This is what I was talking about. We're seeing recalls coming. The recall is coming in. This is crazy. The craziness. We saw the recall. We have to be honest. We saw the recall first game from Jackpots. Now we're seeing it again from Memento Mori. The disrespect is there. The disrespect and the respect. Of course, both are competitors. Both respect each other for their skill, but both also think they're going to be the ones to take this game. Look at Kingston, though. He's baiting with this Tectonic Charge. He's wondering, but he doesn't want to waste it, though. This is going to be big. How are they going to defend this? I'll tell you how. So first of all, the wall of Kingston is going to be extremely important, Warren. He can't waste it in any way. He has to put it outside and outside of the inhibitor. You're going to see it here. Once the Lord pushes up, he's going to put the wall down. Another thing is they just have to burst the Lord. They have to get Malfurion on top of poking this Lord, because the Lord has a lot of damage, but the more you poke, the more it can be.
He goes in, Lane Shaker, Breakers fighter combination, he tries to push everyone away, goes over to Lighto, and Base Crystal is already getting bobbed. Can survive, it's getting targeted, King gets bobbed. Can someone hit the Base Crystal? I don't think they can. They only got King, but they don't have the minions over there. It's so close, but they cannot get through.
Another.
She's getting pushed away by Kingston. Next wave will be coming in, but can they get through?
They could have finished there.
There's Malfurion and the rest. Noel goes in, Revolve Manipulation pushes the minions away. I mean, kill them. Racing gets shut down though, Walkie-Core as well though. So there is the next target on the chopping block. It's Lighto. He gets popped, and minions will go for the Base Crystal as Malfurion gets chased away as Memento Mori take the second game by storm.
Yeah, by storm is a very good term to use, because all of a sudden, look, I gotta be honest, Jackpots looked good in that start. Looked like they had the momentum from the first game. They came out strong. They got that turtle, but then all of a sudden, I don't know. It seemed like Noelle started to rotate much more. Dracy really had a really good game once she started stacking that Sky Piercer. And Fushi, obviously, we have to talk about that Lord Steal. That was one of the most important, if not most important moment in that game. That Lord Steal was crazy because Noelle was dead. Noelle was gone. He was waiting to respawn. Walkie was still there, but he was a little bit low. He was a little bit shaky. You know, once you start getting low on HP, you start thinking more maybe about surviving than to hit this retribution, but he was still around there. Kimi does her ultimate, and she stuns him in that small period of time, which is also where she hits the Lord, and she gets it. And Kimi doesn't hit much for the basic attack, so the fact that she gets it is very surprising, Warren. But I think that Lord Steal is one of the most important deciders to the reason why they won this game, but also great gameplay. Once that Lord was there, the gold was there, they started farming more. We saw a little bit more team play coming in. They started pushing top lane, then they went bot lane, and it looked like a completely different game after that. What can you say was the change here?
I mean, they looked like a different team, honestly, coming into the second game. Of course, the draft was a little bit more favored their way. I don't mean like literally where they would have the better draft. I think both drafts are really playable. I don't feel like there was big blunders, but they didn't take the risk as they did in the first game, right? They didn't go for the chip that I did not quite like in the first one. Racy definitely deserved MVP. She was on top of her game. This game 100%. Especially, the first game, it wasn't really there. The rest of the team also, like Memento Mori didn't have it. You cannot take it away from Jackpots. They had it in the first one, but the second game was completely different story. It was all about Memento Mori, and if this is the attitude that we can expect from them in the last game, honestly, what a tough battle for Jackpots, because even though they did some mistakes, look at the game, it's kind of close in the kill department, but Memento Mori, the control they had over the map and the way they played the fights to perfection, I mean, Samo, even in the first one, even though I was kind of joking, right, like I was hyping you for Samo, he delivered even in the first game, but it was so tough because they were losing. But now, when they are winning, oh, he delivered double. He delivered double the pancakes, because what a game it was. He only missed one kill, and this is exactly what differs great XP laner from super great XP laner. Because look at Samo. you can think, all right, they won, so that's why he has better score. But if you compare to Laito, I don't want to throw shade on him. I'm just like taking him as an example, right, in this game. You look
The
at him,
impact was
and
more for
he
Samo.
was only on 2 kills, right? Where Samo was on 10 kills, only 1 kill missing. So this tells you the story of how active was Samo in this game. And compared to Laito in this game, he was just everywhere.
But you know what's crazy about that? It's not only the engage and participation. He got 2 towers. He got both the top towers. So what Laito does there is he's playing more for the team play. This is why we see him rotate away from his lane. But he doesn't even have impact, according to the statistics, on more kills than 2. So this is very weird. So he's leaving the towers to have impact, but he's not having impact in the kills. So I think Samo there looked very crazy, not only because of the impact, which you mentioned, rightfully so, but also because of the tower push. If we've seen the tower push there, I promise you, he's either first or second, and he has a lot of tower push. So very, very nice game. I think a lot of mistake that Jackpots did, they gave so many free towers, I have to say. The towers that they gave, unnecessary. They traded, but they traded a tier 1 for like a tier 2. Makes no sense. Now we see the flying cloud again. This is what we were talking about. We talked about when it was Memento Mori, they need to reset the mindset. Now it's Jackpot's turn to reset the mindset. And we're getting ready to the 3rd match, ladies and gentlemen. This is the decider. Wow, how do you draft here? You're back on to the first pick of Memento Mori. Are you going to ban the Hayabusa? Is going to be a question on a lot of people's mind.
Yeah, of course. He definitely is. And right now, honestly, since the draft is in its baby phase right now, cannot really tell you what they will go for. Right now, all we can say is Memento Mori are on the blue side and Jackpots are on the red. So that is telling us a story, right? Before Memento Mori, when they lost, they chose the red side, right? Jackpots, they lost, they chose the red side. So it looks like teams prefer the red side for a practical reason, because I will tell you why. In those drawn-out games, in those drawn-out series where you go into the 3rd game, into the 5th game, into the 7th game, even something like that, the stress is there. And if you can make it a little bit more comfortable for yourself through a counter pick, it's super useful. So I believe this is the angle Jackpots are probably going for.
Yeah, definitely. I think Jackpots prefer the 2nd pick for the reason that a lot of teams prefer 2nd pick. There is not only one strong hero. Now it's multiple. If you go 2nd pick, you have the chance to pick up, for example, I don't know, Akimi, Baxia, Gatukacha, a lot of things that are not necessarily only purely picked on 1st pick. You have the chance to take it in 2nd pick, just like you can choose the marksman. Normally, naturally, you won't have the opportunity to choose the marksman as the 1st pick, because why would you 1st pick a marksman? It would be a little bit crazy, but on the 2nd pick, it makes sense. Choose your marksman. Why not? And here we see the Yu Zong ban. We see a lot of bans on the side of Memento Mori on the XP lane. Is Lapu gonna be banned? Because Lapu will be picked by Laito. Mark my words. If they don't 1st pick it, if they don't 1st pick it themselves, and I'm wondering if they will. So they have a decision here to make. Gatot obviously open. Gatot will also be played if they don't ban it. Now Gato and Lapu are 2 of the heroes that will definitely be played. Eve being picked here. Oh, so what they're doing here is saying, okay, Waki, you can go for that Hayabusa, but just know we'll have the Fredrin ready. So that's what that Eve ban was there. Here, the ban with Harit is, are you gonna take that Granger, or what you gonna go for? Zuxin. Okay, that's a very obviously a lot of times it's banned. Here it's picked. That's a very strong mage, I have to say. It's a very aggressive mage. If you're on the side of Jackpots, I would say you have to pick Gatukacha, and you also have to pick Granger. If it's not, or maybe they'll take the Hayabusa, but if they take the Hayabusa, they'll go Fredrin. So I think they'll go for... Oh,
They went for Lapu, so they are kind of stealing it away from Samo. And I would love to tell you some wonderful statistic, and that is, we just saw it before, but I think people don't have it in the context, so I will put it there. Fushi picking up this Juxin, right? She was banned 13 times, and she was picked up 5 times. This ends up being 18. 18 alone by itself, you're like, all right, yeah, she probably was a lot prioritized, right? But 18 means that in every game that happened until now, she was either picked or banned. Because
This
the
is
stats
crazy,
are
man.
supposed to be refreshed after the series, right? So
Yeah.
she was literally banned or picked every game. So this tells you what a hero she is. So already having this hero on your roster, that will probably do a lot for the mental of Memento Mori.
Yeah, definitely. And what will do a lot for the Memento Mori is picking up both Gatukacha and Granger, because I know personally that they were waiting to pick up these two heroes. The 1-1 being picked, he's good on 1-1, definitely, but you pick it so early that he's confident. He's feeling that he's picking the comfort. The Hayabusa will be picked now. Watch, and they'll ban Fredrin. This is why they changed on the side. Ooh! So does this mean, Warren, that on the draft phase of Jackpots, they'll ban out the Fredrin, and they'll maybe not the Fredrin, I guess, because of the 1-1 pick here. Maybe they'll ban out the Hayabusa, though. I think that's what I'm expecting.
I mean, probably Hayabusa can burst you down, right? Like if he tags you with enough stacks, then he can burst you
Yeah.
if you get Shadow Kill. But at the same time, Fredrin can literally stop you. And of course, Joy has the anti-CC, or I mean, like not anti-CC immunity, but she can kind of cleanse herself of all the crowd control effects that she has on top of herself when she pops the ult. But usually, you are not using the ult to cancel the CC. Most of the time, you are using it to do damage. You are not like baiting around, just waiting for it to pop the CC away. You are just going in, popping it at the right time when you want to do damage. Like it's just the second part of it.
Yeah,
So-
I just want to interrupt you. When I seen this Farsa ban, Memento Mori is never gonna go for a jungler. The Hayabusa ban was completely unnecessary. They'll never go for a jungle assassin. And the reason is because I was thinking to myself, what are they gonna ban here? Because what they're gonna ban is gonna be very indication of what they're gonna pick. Banning Farsa, they're telling them, we're not gonna pick the Hayabusa. Otherwise, why would we ban Farsa? They're gonna pick the Fredrin. They're gonna take something tanky. Mark my words, they won't pick an assassin. They won't even pick Lance here. They'll go for something tanky. This is my prediction.
I agree with the idea. I honestly think they have no reason to not go Fredrin. Because imagine how much he can bring to the table. He can catch Joy, he can catch Lapu, he can catch Hylos. Like there are 3 heroes that he can just go for. And of course he won't be the best against 1-1, but still he is much better than any other tank. Because he can still deal a lot of damage. So 1-1 will have trouble just facing him, because he is not a regular tank that you can just shoot in his face and ignore his damage.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see if our prediction...
Oh, no,
I was wrong! Whoa,
It's Alice.
okay.
No, it's Alice XP. I thought for a second it's Alice Jungle. No, it's Alice XP. And also another lovely stats, Lancelot. 13 games, 13 bans, 5 games. So the same story with Juxian. Like they're up there both.
It's getting hot in here. I just had to take off my jacket because this game is the decider, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have a nice red sweater like Warren, but we're still rocking, a navy blue, simple. But now, what is Malfurion gonna pick? I think Lunox? Lunox is picked, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be craziness. The reason he picks Lunox is obviously because he sees the Alice, he sees the Gatukacha, and he says, that's gonna be a lot of tank, Warren. So he wants to do something with the damage. Now, we can see on both sides. Obviously, Jackpots has damage. They have Lunox, they have Joy, they have 1-1. And even Lapu does damage. On the other side, Memento Mori has they have damage, but they have much more sustain, I would say. With Alice, Gato, and even the utility of kind of Zuxian. So this is going to be craziness. I want to see how these teams are going to play against each other, because I'm not sure which one should be more aggressive. I see a reason for Jackpots to push up mid, because they'll say, yo, we have Hylos and we have Lunox. On the other side, they'll probably say, yo, we got Gatukacha and we got Zuxian. Let's be aggressive. I think this game is going to be total aggressiveness starting from mid, and I'm looking forward to seeing that gold matchup as well from the side of King against Dracy.
Agree, but when we are speaking about the mid lane matchup, we definitely need to take into consideration the Juxian is much more strong than Lunox, especially in the early phases of the game. If we are talking like no items or maybe just shoes or building into your first item, Juxian definitely wins 10 out of 10 times, right? So Lunox is not really coming online before that. I mean, like, before she comes online, she's not really that big of a threat. But I would love to see what happened there, because Kingsta is already with an XP lead towards Warpath.
Yeah, and I just want to say, ladies and gentlemen, last game for the match of Memento Mori against Jackpots, 1-1. Whoever takes this is qualified. Let's go. These are two of the teams that people are going to say
maybe getting pulled together with a taunt. He could be in big trouble. No flicker available for him, but revitalized will be just enough. He survives. Oh, gets airborne again. Looks like he really enjoys flying.
Yeah, especially with that Zuxin, you're gonna fly a lot, I think. But look at Woki. The Woki going for an early invade. I'm not sure. I didn't catch why Noel has been a little bit slower on jungle, but the rotation of Woki here, getting this green, is fast. Obviously, Warpath sees it. No, is he gonna steal it? He can't steal it. Okay.
First level 4.
First level 4. While Noel is still looking to even get his red buff. I'm not sure why he's so delayed. I must have missed it. But Woki playing this position is kind of strange. Are they gonna go for something? This is not normal. He's helping him invade. Okay, so this gets Lighto onto that level 4, but yeah, they're gonna look for maybe getting this turtle very early. Noel is very delayed here.
Jackpots have more ultimate, so they should be taking this one home. Braves further into lane shaker combination for Warpath. He gets first blooded. Lighto picks it up as easy as a breakfast pancake. And now Malfurion could be in trouble because Fushi is pushing him away. I mean, pulling him in.
God.
Samo is immobilizing Woki Core to make him run away. Half his HP bar was waiting for him. Malfurion still trying to survive, barely though. And looks like Memento Mori will be taking the turtle home. Or maybe Woki Core has something to say about it, because he is jumping around, dancing around, electrifying beats. He retributes it, Jackpots get it, and now taunted Lighto initiates the fight furthermore. Landshaker goes on top of Samo, but
Look
Samo
at Lighto,
is quite a tanky guy, so probably he won't be going down.
That was a very, very good steal from Woki. I'm not sure if you're Lancelot, you probably should get that turtle. However, no kill picked up really, I think. Only Warpath dying early on that top side. But now, look, they're leaning towards this bot side. Woki is here, he's gonna farm, and Warpath is not even level 4. They need to try to farm much quicker. Oh, I missed it. Noel is getting this red buff. Noel is deep in this jungle, and they're trying to protect Dracy. So what Warpath is doing here is he's just trying to protect Dracy. He's telling Noel, farm as much as you can on that top side. Noel has taken Woki. Woki's gonna walk up to this red buff and be very surprised. He's gonna be extremely surprised. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the surprise. Oh, Noel doing a little bit of damage. Juxin still there, but look at this. They're going for an invade though.
Flores buff away goes in. Warpath is in big trouble. Kingsta is actually the target though. Oh, Warpath as well. AOG at last second, so he survives. Malfurion getting pulled in, but not really quite enough to catch him. Or will it be? He gets pulled again and now gets pulled into the deathly jaws of Noel. As Noel finishes him off, and Noel actually goes for Woki Core that was trying to make some space, or maybe forcing Memento Mori off this mid lane.
So Woki wastes so much time. I can't stress how much time he wasted. He goes top lane, and like I told you, he's gonna be very surprised. Hey, the red buff is gone. Noel now goes back to his red buff. So we got 2 red buff. He invaded that first, and Woki here goes very aggressive. He thinks he needs to get something back. Everything is on cooldown. The blue buff is on cooldown, and there's no red buff. So he's thinking, I need to get some kind of compensation out of this. Unfortunately for them, I mean, Malfurion gets picked up. Over-aggressive in that mid side. He's got no ultimates to go and immune, and eventually gets picked up. But look at this though, Woki hitting this. He wants to start early. Noel is level 8. Woki is level 7. Look at Lighto and Kingsta still there to make space. They both want to make space.
AOG, they initiate, they go for this. Fushi is the first target. He gets stunned up. AOG trying to separate the rest. King is still alive, jumping around. Oh, Noel gets the turtle. And now Woki Core trying to run away. Warpath is in 4 members of the enemy team. Can he survive? He cannot. Kingsta finishes him off, and Dracy is next on the chopping block. King gets him. I mean, gets her. And Jackpot suddenly with a 200 lead.
Yeah, so that was very, very unfortunate for them. But look at Noel though. Noel, are you gonna go for this? Noel, you can't go for this.
He gets King off. So Noel with some kills for himself.
Look at Fushi. They're over-aggressive. They're over-aggressive. This is not normal.
Yeah, Malfurion is definitely over-aggressive. This was too much. Double kill for Noel. Oh, Lighto, Landshaker to push them away, to kind of scare them away. But great play, honestly, from Memento Mori, because Jackpots were overzealous.
Yeah. Both teams made great play. Remember, in that first fight, I mean, sure, they come off with a lot of kills. Only Noel alive there, Kingsta and King. But Noel somehow picks up 1-1 in that position. I would say it's too risky. Now we've seen the predictions, guys. The predictions a little bit. We used to be 20%. Now it's 37%. Are they going to take this last game? A lot of people don't believe so, Warren. A lot of people say Jackpots maybe getting overzealous. They're still going to win this game. I have to stay with my prediction. People know me. I can't switch up. It's on the camera. I have to say, I did say that Memento Mori was going to win this matchup. Am I going to eat my words? I'm not sure. So far, we're seeing both teams really show up on this second game, on this third game, and no one really winning.
Yeah, so far it's kind of even, Steven. But the important thing is the Jackpots should be on the outscaling power, right? So kind of the clock is ticking for Momentum, right? They really need to start transitioning this little bit of lead into higher lead, and then maybe try to close it out in the mid game, or maybe set themselves up for closing it up later, because they need to be doing stuff. And right now they are definitely trying to, as they go for Kingstad, they try to harass him a little bit. But big Holy Crystal, big buy for Jackpots Walkie. He will have so much damage from now on.
Yeah. Definitely, and I did agree with what you said. I said they're gonna scale much faster with that Lunox, with that 1-1. They're definitely gonna have better scale. But now, who has this turtle? So Memento Mori, 1,000 in gold lead. The reason for that is Noel has been pushing top lane. So while Walkie has been getting these turtles, we can't say that Noel somehow hasn't gotten better push. Look at this.
The fight, and he gets taunted up. Walkie getting blasted immediately. Lane checker from Naito. He initiates some 3 members, but he gets caught in the hands of Jukshin. He couldn't move. Kingsta gets popped, and now Warpath is leading the charge. Double kill for Gracie. Fush is still alive, and now Naito cannot do anything at all, because triple kill for Gracie. And suddenly Memento Mori are changing their dreams into reality, as they are in the firm lead of 2,000. Wait for it, 500 gold.
That's crazy. Actually,
3,000. I have to eat my words. Yo, how much the turtle is? I have to check the patch notes.
Yeah, you have to. But wow, what a fight. Triple kill from Dracy. Look at this replay. I want you to focus on the marksman. So she picks up Malfurion out of camera, which we can't see. But then she just starts hitting Kingsta. Along with this juke shit, she looks very sharp. Look at this. No contest. There is no threat on him. King has just left for a long time ago. So maybe they'll pick her up now, though. Maybe they'll pick her up now, though.
Dracy immediately gets done by Lauto, but he misses the line checker. Doesn't matter, Raging Slash is there, but he's not available anymore. He is right now alone in 3 members. I don't think he can play much further. He tries to run away. He doesn't have Flicker. He used it already. Can he survive? Yo, I don't think he can. No, he cannot. He gets taunted. He gets pulled. He couldn't move. Samo finishes him off, and they pick up one more almost.
Oh my God.
Trying to survive. He gets popped. Samo with a double kill.
Samo is absolutely showing up on this third game. I mean, we've talked about this guy a lot. We said it you mentioned it the first time, Warren. You said first game we're looking for this guy. A lot of hype has been on Walkie. Now third game we can't say that he hasn't proven the hype to be real. I mean, he's played absolutely amazing. But look at this, Noel 1v1. Noel needs to play this perfectly in order to catch him. He does retribution him. Warpath comes here, but they don't want to overextend. They need to be careful still.
They definitely need to, but right now they also at the same time just need to keep up the pressure, right? If we are speaking about Memento Mori, right now they will be approaching the 4,000 gold mark, and they need to keep taking lords. They need to keep advancing their lead, because if they stop even for a second, Jackpots can bounce back into the game.
Definitely can, Warren. This game by no means is over. We're hyping a lot of plays, because a lot of plays we're seeing from both teams have been insane. But the game is nowhere close to over, right? I do think that right here, this game, Jackpots has a higher scale possibility in terms of damage and in terms of just overall threat against the opponent's draft. Late game, Lunox is going to be absolutely menacing. But look at this.
Now Naito getting taunted up. Initiation from Kingsta doesn't really come to fruition, though, because there is Walkie doing all the work, but he gets immobilized. His dreams are destroyed just like that, like a broken glass in the mirror when it gets bobbed by baseball bat, because right now Memento will be taking their first Lord of the game, and they will advance the lead even further.
Yeah, definitely. And And yeah, it's the threat when you have Joy against Zuxin, obviously, because you have two flickers, or not really two flickers, but you have that ultimate, which kind of utilizes like a flicker, and also you have the main flicker. So it's really, really hard to dive and killer.
Right now, they will definitely need to think about killing someone. Glorious path away initiation. Tracy doesn't quite connect on her. Walkie Core though, he finds her. Can he finish her off? Yeah.
Ooh, really nice kill from Walkie.
Fushi trying to run away. He will be fine, but Tracy, she's gone, and that means 5 against 4. Jackpots can defend.
Yeah, definitely. That was a very, very risky and nice play from Walkie. He did surprise. Tracy should have been much more aware. He surprises Tracy by obviously coming from the back. It's not expected. Now, that's, like you said, that's going to be a defend. And so far, Jackpots still holding on. It's 4,000 in goal lead. But look, Walkie wants to clear this mid lane, though. He wants to clear the mid lane. They want to push up. They want to utilize this chance. Obviously, it's a 5v4. There's no marksman. And the damage without the marksman on the side of Memento Mori is really lacking. The marksman does a lot. So that's why they want to push up. But here we see both teams going back now.
Oh, absolutely. But right now, Lafurian not good, looking good for Ver. He is 0-4, not doing his best. If we compare Gracie to King right now, King is kind of holding up, especially with him being on that 1-1, right? He will outscale possibly eventually. Oh, Lighto with a big initiation. Glorious path away as continues. Glor!
Oh my god, this is crazy.
Oh my god, he hit 3 with that land shaker as he initiates the fight. This looks so good for Jackpots. They continue on.
This is bad for
they use, but Racing gets
caught really
as well. And there is Dominance Eyes finished off, and Walkie Core finishes a Warpath, and suddenly it's just 2 members of Memento try to defend against 5 men of Jackpots.
Yeah, I think Jackpots should look to aim for even an inhibitor here. This is a big mistake for the side of Memento Mori. Why they push down here in mid and they don't go for something else. Look at this though. Look at the replay. So obviously here, Lighto makes so much space, he makes it. And Walkie obviously goes into dash. Zuxin just wasted her dash. She still has flicker, but initially gets picked up. Look at the Malfurion flicker though. This is a crazy, crazy game. I'm surprised that they didn't even try to hit the tower there. I would think maybe they'll hit the tower. But eventually maybe they feel, okay, Noelle is going to clear this very quickly.
Though it's kind of tough for Memento Mori, because even though they were before on their horses and Jackpots were kind of just like, you know, cleaning the toilets, not having the best time of their life, suddenly they are on even field. They are on the even playing field. They are right now both managers of big companies, and they are duking it out, you know, in the economics field. I don't know what I was trying to pick up there, but let's see who can cook it up on this river fight, because this Lord could be the end of this game. Possibly, so whoever wins this fight can take it home. There is Noelle jumping around, already needing to use his ultimate away. Warpath is still there. And
oh my god! Oh my god!
This is a crazy bomb combo. Walkie Core gone, everyone gone, Lighto gone, everyone is dead, and only Malfurion can defend the base. And I am not a future seer, but I can tell you when I see a losing team on the right side. Memento Mori have this in the back, and it's just a matter of time before they get the base crystal and they take it home, baby.
Oh my god, they're going for the finish here. So we need the replay of that team fight, because that AOG Warren was crazy. But look at it, the recalls are coming in, everything is coming in, and I don't have to eat my words. The finish is here, I think. We will see it in a second. Wow, Warren, what a game.
Absolutely insane game. Honestly, if you would only show me those 2 games and then you would hide the names of the teams and you would show me the first one, I would think the Jackpots lost. And I would be like, wait, so it was like BO5? No, Jackpots were looking like a completely different team in the first game. But then, I don't know, did someone disconnect their electricity? Like they... no, honestly, I shouldn't be throwing shade. They played very well, but Memento Mori was just better. They were back, and I think it would be so not smart of me to disrespect anyone that was a part of this clash, because all of the players were playing absolutely out of their minds, and the only reason why Memento Mori were able to, I believe, is that second game. That second game was so crucial because they were able to bounce back mentally, and then they kind of put Jackpots in much tougher spot than they were before. Because honestly, speaking about the fact that they were one up, then they lost, and then they are in this spot, that's honestly so much more scary than when you lose the first one. Because if you lose the first one, of course, it's kind of the same spot, but you didn't win the first one and then lost, you know, that kind of throws you from your horse.
Yeah, definitely. So you said something that was very interesting. Obviously, Jackpots had momentum that second game, and I don't think they started the second game even very strong. Remember, Kingsta and that Eve with the real world manipulation picks up Fushi, and they seemingly seem to continued on that second game to win. But later on, I mean, they bounced back, like you said, and now to the third game, it's a completely different mentality. I think third game, both teams showed up in some sense. I think Laito here, the carry, damage dealt, most damage dealt. I think he played amazing. He made a lot of space. He made it annoying. And I think there was chances definitely where third game, where Jackpot could win. We saw Walkie get those turtles. I mean, well, in all respect, I mean, they did win, but he wasn't even relevant in terms of the retribution. And later on, but we just see, I would say the one thing that comes down to the win for Memento Mori is that AOG. We need later on, we need a replay or something, because that Samo along the thorns of the Alice, whatever he does to stun, along with the AOG, comes down, gets 4 of them. And that is eventually why they finish. Both teams there, I would say, maybe even Jackpots have extremely good skill with this Lunox late game. But in this stage, I mean, Noel played really, really good. Even though where they lost the team fights, Noel found a way to pick off Malfurion. He found a way to pick off the 1-1. And, you know, they played really good. They just played better, I have to say.
Absolutely, absolutely. But if you are talking about some credits that should be given now, this definitely should go to Walkie. He was doing quite a lot for his team. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Also, Laito. Crazy shout out to Laito.
Yeah, definitely.
Because, as I was saying before, that Samo did so much and he played so out of his mind in the second game. Right now, if I were to choose who was the better carry for their team from XP, I couldn't decide between Samo and Laito. Laito really stepped up. He was so in there. He was so in the zone. He was finding crazy length shakers, insane connections, insane engages. That was just out of this world. It's just so unfortunate and fortunate at the same time. Depends how you look at it. That Vorpa found the most insane AOG I believe I have saw under Search Europe, because 4-man crazy initiation together with Samo, insane wombo combo. They couldn't even move, and then they were dead.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, we hype a lot Samo this game, but we have to be honest. First game, Laito destroyed Samo. Second game, I would say it was kind of equal-ish. Samo came in later on with a Lapu late game, and he looked very good on that second game. Third game, both XP laners showed up. Now, I would say in terms of the gameplay, both teams, even like, Malfurion on that Eve, second game looked very sharp, and this is some of the replays here. We can look at this turtle steal. This turtle steal means a lot because they're actually going to win this team fight later on. We're going to see them to win this team fight, and yeah, I would say both teams had chances. One of the biggest things we didn't see is this Noel steal the red buff from what? Ooh, look at that AOG. I missed that a little bit during the game, but that steal from Noel wastes a lot of time on Walkie, because you see it in the way he changes the gameplay. He initially was gonna take that red buff, then he stays a lot on the mid. He wants compensation for that red buff, and not only does he want it, I mean, Lunox gets picked up there, and here we can see Lapu makes a lot of space. He makes extremely a lot of space. Look at Fushi. Fushi is forced back here. Fushi is goodbye, good night. And yeah, but even both teams played amazing. I just have to say, amazing game from Jackpots. I mean, they really showed that there was chances where, in my opinion, they could have won. They could even have won. Look at this. This is one of the team fights that I think maybe Jackpots will win this game. Reason is because here Memento is looking shaky. I have to be honest. Look, Malfurion comes in here, flickers, and Noel just about has to run back, retreat. But look at this AOG. This is what we're talking about. Look at this. This is not normal.
Yeah.
And Dracy is there dishing out damage. Wow.
That was it. That was the death sentence. But as you were saying, you were talking about that fight, especially the one we saw before in the highlights. It's super important to say that the way they were able to play it, even though they were like 3,000 or 4,000 behind. So always that's a super big highlight because, of course, if you're like 2,000 ahead or even or something like that, well. A lot of teams can play fights like that, but you are 4,000 behind, maybe even more, and you are able to play like that. That's such a big testament to what Team Jackpots are, and that even accelerates, or I mean like alleviates and brings up Memento Mori, because they were able to beat this Titan today.
Yeah, definitely. And remember, we saw the prediction. So a lot of people were expecting, they were giving a lot of respect to Jackpots to win this game. But ladies and gentlemen, I got the word from the big boss. We got an interview here with the main man himself, last game MVP, Fushi. Fushi, how do you feel after such a intense game?
We feel really great, actually, especially against Jackpots, let's be real. We feel really, really great.
Yeah, so I just want to give some context. A lot of people, we were looking at the audience predictions, Fushi. A lot of people said only 20% believed you were going to win this game. So a lot of pressure or a lot of expectations were put on Jackpots. Did this underestimation, or did this surprise you? Did you feel that you got underestimated? What did you feel that people didn't really see your possibility to win? How does that like make you feel? Did you feel that you were underestimated, or?
I feel we were underestimated, yes, especially because we had some bad games before in other divisions. But well, looks like only 80%, only 20% got it right. At least those 20% were the true ones.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit about the progression of this best of three. First game, I have to be honest, I surprised me a lot. You guys got destroyed. There's no conversation. You guys, they surprised you a lot. This destroyed you. What happens? He picks Chip. I talk a little bit with Warren. Warren also gave a little bit critique. He didn't like this Chip, mostly because it's not a common pick. You guys pick this Chip to go against this Hayabusa. What can you give us about this first game? Was it the draft? Was it the game style? What do you think? Just first impression.
So we are actually thinking between Chip and Highwells. We got Chip and after they picked Highwells. The first game was bad. We got a little surprised, yeah. But let's say we just gave them a moment to be happy. Let's say that.
Okay. But
cold.
Later on, that's very cold actually. So later on, second and third game, how do you reset? Obviously, you've lost the first game. They look very comfortable. Jackpots even start off well. I mean, they start off very well on that second game. So how do you reset? And what do you think was the reason that you won actually on that second game? Because that second game, Warren even said it was the game that really pushed maybe it over the edge. You guys got confident, and it would look like you guys were back.
Actually, after the first game, even in the VC, we were pretty calm still. We just told each other to reset the mindset and go in. And with that, we went all in. We played as we usually play, and we won the game, and we'll keep winning the games.
Yeah, and I just want to say a lot of people following the storyline. So what do you think about this rivalry moving forward? I mean, or is it just another match checked off? Because a lot of people saw this as a big rivalry, you between Jackpots. I mean, there's words from their side. I've watched the streams. I've seen the interviews. They're saying they'll win this match very easily. But also on your side, you've been saying you're going to win this match also. So how do you feel about this rivalry, or is it just nothing personal?
Let's say there's a bit of rivalry, but even in VC, we are just saying to each other, "Hey guys, this is just another work, not another day in the office." So.
Okay, and in your team, how was the mood like? Were you guys excited, nervous, and who do you think you have to give? If you have to say what, if you have to point out one person from your team, who do you think gets the MVP overall, all throughout everything?
Especially in the last 3 games, Dracy played really well. Everyone did, but the last combo with Alice Gatto just made the game. They are the MVP for sure. Those engages, the last engage was just amazing.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit about this win. So obviously you won this game, but a lot of people, when they spectated Jackpots from the first 2 games, previously yesterday and the day before, they were saying what is really the weakness of this team. So if you can talk a little bit about what kind of weakness did you see, and why did you really come up on top in this game outside of the gameplay? Because it's easy to say, yeah, we played better, but if you break it down objectively, did you see a weakness in the draft? Did you see a weakness in certain rotation? What can you say really was the difference maker?
In this last game about the draft, the Joy pick, we saw it kind of as a panic pick because there was, I think they picked in the last 2 seconds. So there probably was a panic. So they didn't even know what they wanted to go probably. So that might be their issue. But
yeah,
there are weaknesses there, obviously. Also, we know even though we won, they're still good players. But
yeah,
we just played better.
Okay, interesting. And you're now 3-0, which makes you, I guess, the first team to advance. How does that make you feel? A lot of people maybe didn't expect, or maybe you expected. How do you feel? You have a break now till December, and how do you feel? You're qualified.
Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, we are the first team getting qualified. I think, yes.
Yeah, you are.
So we're really happy with it, especially when we first came in the divisions. We didn't even get top 1, we got top 2. And we grow up so much, and everyone is noticing it. So it's a really great feeling to be here. And even after all the interviews, when I said people should look for us, and we are getting better and better, and we did. So not just talking like some teams are doing it.
Yeah, okay. Warren, do you have any questions?
Oh, absolutely. I would love to ask, do you think Memento Mori will be the next, will be back to champions, right? Like there's a big storyline behind your team. Your name kind of resonates with a lot of people, big name over here on, on the European MLBB scene. So what do you think about that?
Well, we all know Memento Mori, like you said, is a big name. Now the lineup got swapped. Well, players got swapped, but we want to prove this lineup is even better than before, and we are the champions still.
Yeah, definitely.
Right. Yeah, I would love to add up onto that, because we will have a clash, right? We will have a Ukrainian clash afterwards pretty soon. So what do you believe is the stronger Ukrainian team, right? Like, will it be MetaShift or Fake Time, because they are coming right up?
I think MetaShift is better overall. We're looking forward to go against them.
All right.
Okay.
And well, right now, I think this was all from both of us.
Yeah.
But
I want to ask one last thing.
Go for it.
Fushi, any last words? So I wanna give you the opportunity here. A lot of people were hating, or maybe a lot of love also coming. Any last words that you want to say, either to the viewers, specific players, shout someone out? Please go ahead.
Actually, I just want to say that, again, to keep looking for us, obviously. We're proving ourselves with this tournament. And I want to obviously talk about my team as well, the other players who did amazing. We trust each other, I trust them, they did phenomenal. And obviously, to the enemy team, they looks like Jackpots got jackpotted.
Damn, that's good again.
Yeah, but there has been a lot of talk, not only here now today in this interview. I mean, on the other side, Jackpots has been talking a lot, so it makes total sense that something like that is being said. But yeah, thank you so much, Fushi, and congratulations to you and your team, and great performance. Thank you for joining us here.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Saint.
Yeah.
Well, and right now we should be hopping after this exciting BO3 into a little bit of a break, and then the actual switch up should come over, because I believe then you should be joined, not with me and Saint, even though you love us, but you should be joined with Scare and Kronos.
Definitely, and you guys are gonna look for that MetaShift against Fake Time. Who's gonna get that? I don't know. My prediction is MetaShift, but we're gonna have great casters joining. Please join the action. Kronos and Scared Yet, and that is all. Crazy first best of 3. It's gonna be probably just as crazy in the second best of 3. So thank you guys for tuning in, and I was right.
True.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, guess two people out here finally on the desk are pretty late for the event, but we made it on time, and previous few games were absolutely fire, Kronos, but I'm pretty sure that this best of three is going to top everything else.
Hey, man, this is a certified banger if you ask me. After everything that's happened so far, and not just at the start of the MEC altogether, with everything that's come through, every single team fighting out for the ultimate prize pool as well.
Yeah.
I think this is something that Europe has been waiting for since the beginning of the year, right, Scared?
True. I mean, we have to talk about it a little bit, right? With the way how the journey started for all of these teams, not just in the Thunder division, all the way even before that, right? During the time of the MECs, even the MSCs as well, and then even before that MESL, the journey has been phenomenal for these players. And just the way how they've grown, just the way how they've showcased their tenacity, their growth in general, that is something that you really love to see. Players like Kingstar out there, right? There's some new names out there in some big games like Gracie, who's been stepping up big time in that previous game too. These are the few things you always love to see. And guess what? It is the MEC that has made it all possible.
Yeah, I think not just that. A big shout out to, of course, the ones that we all here for, Surge. We are the eye of the storm for tonight. We have been for quite some time, and after a while, all eyes on Europe will be there indeed. But you've seen the 3 games that we had today, ladies and gentlemen, and at the same time, now we're down to the final game of the night, the final series of the night. It's going to be a best of 3, and then who better to have on the desk than myself and Scared yet? Self-glazed Torasa, but you know, I'm glad.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I was waiting for that. When that's going to happen, I'm just going to double down on that. But guess what, dude? The way how Synth and Warren had set the stage up, you know we've got to match all of that, right? We have to match that excitement. We have to match that hype. And guess what? MetaShift, Pelmetronio, Boborusik, 2 of those players who we've placed all the way in S tier in their respective lanes, they're now ready to face against the members of Fake Time, a team that we never really saw coming so far ahead, let alone 2-0ing other teams entirely in the regular season. That is such a new thing that eventually hopped on. And you know what? I want to see how far can Fake Time go now.
I mean, not just that, right? They have been the so-called underdogs that nobody really expected. Like you mentioned, we haven't seen them. We've seen them come so far, and it's quite unexpected at the same time. But to see them get there, but at this point, taking a look at some of the most picked heroes, ladies and gentlemen, these are the hot ones in the current meta, especially after the shift in the meta. 14 times Lapu Lapu. It has been all about the EXP laners, and I'm going to say it in the previous series as well, Scared. And I know you've casted the entire weekend with this new patch come through, and you have known and you have seen it sometimes feels like EXP laner has so much weight on his shoulders. He has to carry 4 other noobs. That feels like what Popol and Koopa says, right, in one of his dialogues. But then again, you know, that's what it feels like in the rank games. But here in the tournament scene, you know it's going to be heavy.
That's one of the big things, right? It's EXP all the way. And this is one of the big reasons. It's not just the EXP meta. It's literally been the fighter meta right now. Not just in one lane. It's basically moving in both those lanes as well. And that's why we see the CC being banned out the most amount of times. Because guess what? We talk about the flex picks. We talk about the Garrot Kachas as well and everything, right? They're pretty good. Yada, yada, yada. But CC is one of the best flex picks right now. You pick her the first, you do not know where she's going, either in the EXP or in the gold lane, until and unless you see a Kimi mid or a Yi Sun-shin jungle. That's when you know, alright, now the CC can be put into that gold lane, we might possibly see something else. But that is the big confusion that always happens. And I feel normally we said draft is 60% of the game. It's probably leaning towards 65% of the game, and that's where MetaShift always wins.
And you know what? Not just that, they have themselves a solid lineup, right? If ever there was a time for the light to shine onto MetaShift, as God believer, he looks so locked in with his images, right? Especially looking at this team. Now they have 2 side lanes that can conquer. I'm not talking about side lanes that can hold their own, but conquer. That's what we're looking at in terms of MetaShift. Pelmetronio and Boborusik, some of the best names that we've seen throughout the year with what they've brought in. And of course, Leave Me in the jungle and Wubba Lubba in the roam as well. I'll be honest, Scared. I'd never thought I'd say it, but I feel like the other 3 in the middle, they're going to play, you know, they're going to play side characters to the main two on the on the gold lane of the EXP?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, those side characters are also like Shanks and Zoro, who always have their own crazy moments as well. And that's one of the big things about that roster. But when we have a look at Fake Time, this is something I've always loved. Garmadon, Lager, Hinokami, Pain, as well as Jungle. I believe we don't really have Gory this time around here, but man, that man has been an impeccable piece of the puzzle with the way how he always plays his roam, specifically that Gatot catcher, right? You do not want to let that man onto that Gato because he will absolutely destroy you.
Hey man, not just Pain, man. He's a pain killer. For the rest of his team, you know, they'll be like, hey, this guy's a pain. He's really a pain, you know, in the place where the sun don't shine. But then you know what he says? It's like, okay, I'm the painkiller. Let's take him out. That's what I want to see coming out from Fake Time this time. Hopefully they're able to feed the kills onto the rest of the team. Painkiller has a big job, especially knowing that, again, we know, this is not a prediction, ladies and gentlemen, this is a spoiler. We know for a fact that Pelamatronio as well as Bobarushik are probably going to dominate their lanes. So it's up to Painkiller to actually do something about it. And looking at the selected map, it's going to be Broken Walls. Scared, correct me if I'm wrong, the last time we were here, and I think every single caster would agree, not just in Europe, but all across the world, globally as well, in all the flagship tournaments, the MPLs, the M Series that's coming up, and the wild card as well later on. I think the first map that everybody loves to watch is the Expanding Rivers, and then we talk about Broken Walls.
Yeah, I was about to say that as well. Expanding Rivers, absolutely on top, and then goes into Broken Walls because there's just so much more room that you can run around with. It really is. It's pretty. And you know what? Then there's those bushes which all the gold laners hate because you have no idea in which one you've got a random yin camping in your rank games. It's absolutely annoying. But coming back onto this one, right, again, it's the Broken Walls. We've got a lot of mobility to work around with, a lot of grogs that you can play around with. So maybe that's going to be banned out a little bit out here. We will have the main roster of Fake Time playing in. We will have Gory as well. And Kronos, there's a fun fact about this team, right? For as long as we have those first 3 bans, this is fun fact. Fake Time has probably been the only team in the entire MEC till now, and I'm including the Thunder Division, Promotion, Relegation, Open Qualifiers, everything. It is the only team that have picked up a double fighter without having a Yi Sun-shin or a Kimi.
That's a good thing to point out. Just because of the fact that how versatile the meta has been, right? Especially this time with the new patch being dropped a couple of days ago. You can count it on one hand. But I think that the fact that they brought in a double fighter means it's quite clear where the meta is going, right? It's going into a more of a sustained meta. The marksmen have been hit with a nerf. The new item that's coming to the game as well, that's really causing troubles. And I think some of the marksmen are probably going to be irrelevant. One of them being Scarediet's favorite hero, Moskov. And, you know... I'll be honest, I think Moskov is kind of irrelevant in this patch as well, given with that new item that's come through. And looking at the picks as well, you can see the first pick, of course, Baxia will forever live in that S tier as long as he has the slight bit of a jungle clear and mobility. Whoa, wait. Is that so early on the Minotaur? That is very early on the Minotaur. This is clear indication from Fake Time. They want to fight. And it's the same thing from MetaShift. They respond back with Yu Jong. They want to pick fights, but MetaShift want to be the aggressors, trying to dive in. They're playing front to back scared. Fake Time? Nah, they just want to hammer the ground and say it's time for war.
I really like that because of the rework on the Minotaur right now with the buffs that he has received. A lot of people are sleeping on him. And I think so. This could be one of those big picks which can eventually shake the entire meta. And that's not the only one. I also personally feel that Thams could also join in pretty soon. I know you're going to say that. I actually want to see him being tried out a little bit more. But here's the thing. MetaShift, specifically Leave Me, has been one of those biggest flex junglers which can play on those assassin jungles and can equally play well on those tank jungles as well. That's why this Basha pick becomes even more difficult for Fake Time to deal with. And guess what? There's a Yu Jong on one side, there's a Basha on the other side. You know the answer back is going to come in the form of Hayabusa, but the bans are going to be crucial. I'm expecting a Eve ban for the very first one. You don't want to give a poke to the other side.
You know what, Scared? I'm not liking this Hayabusa pick here. Fake Time, I mean, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly with what you said in terms of how MetaShift have quite a lot of versatility in the team, but I really don't like the first half of Fake Time. Their mid trio is so weak. So weak in the early game. You're going against a Boxy in the jungle. You know for a fact this Yu Zhong is trying to come in early on, make early rotations. They need a really strong EXP laner to go against the Yu Zhong. Not just any Yu Zhong, that's Boba Rushik on the Yu Zhong. He has been MVP for the longest of times I can remember. And I think they definitely have a big task on their hands. Because think about it, Scared. You have a Minotaur. Yes, he's got a slight bit of a buff. But early game, he's not going to do much, is he? He is really good in team fights. He needs that level 4 to try and do something. Same thing with the Lunox as well. You're not going to be super strong in the early game. And Hayabusa, to be honest, it's equal to probably like a cannon minion at that point. He does have a couple of skills, but if a Baxia comes in, if Yu Zhong invades, it's kind of over in the early game itself. So it's quite a weak mid-trio, in my opinion. So with the bans being taken out as well, good ban on the Matilda, good ban on the Farsa to make sure they don't get a sort of high ground, a lot of, you know, mobility in and around the map. The Alice taken off just to make sure they don't have any sort of scaling apart from the Lunox. And the Ruby, of course, to get that flex in the gold lane. So here I'm expecting maybe an Arlot to try and make sure you can keep Boba Rushik under check, right? You want to make sure he's kept in the lane by Fake Time. But then again, with the nerf that Arlot's been hit with, I'm not really sure if that could be the best one.
Lapu or an Esmeralda. That's the only one that you can try and lane equally fast against a Yu Zhong with. Esma because you can go for blow to blow, Lapu because, again, one of the best picks out here. And we've seen jungle play on this Lapu previously as well, so that's kind of understandable. But I don't really like the Matilda ban, I'll be brutally honest about it. I wanted to see an Eve because I'm pretty sure MetaShift are going to lock that in. Oh, hold on a second, wait!
This is MetaShift cooked, bro. They just cooked. I'm telling you.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I work as a chef as well, and I'm telling you, certified MetaShift just cooked this draft. I'm not gonna lie. Fake Time really needs to pull something in the gold lane to try and make something happen. They have a Black Dragon to dive in. They have the Valentina to take away the Minoan Fury. Not just that, even the bravest fighter. You have the Hilda to pressure early game for a Fake Time. Hayabusa is not gonna have any room to breathe. And with that weak mid trio that they have early on until the second minute, it's gonna be really difficult. And Boxia, he's just gonna roam around freely. And MetaShift are looking super strong. And I think, I like the Uranus, but at the same time, does it really answer what Fake Time need and what MetaShift are bringing in, Scared?
It's like, you know what, Fake Time have only got one win condition now, and that is just go full dive. It's a full ham, full dive. You need to take down Pelmetronio, you need to take down God Believer. That's the only idea behind Fake Time. There is no, you could say, the second lining or the secondary win condition for them. That's the only thing.
You know, yeah, it's not the fact that they even need to take down Pelmetronia or God Believer. Boba Rushik on a Yu Zhong, you know, you've seen Yu Zhong's hit 5-man Furious Dive, Petrifies to try and change the game. Not just that, I don't think they need that either. They just have the skills that, I mean, you know, the tools in their arsenal to try and make it a 1v5. Granger can, Valentina can, the Yu Zhong can. Hilda's playing a support role in this. Boxia is just there for, you know, just there to have a good time.
He's just there to retribute, man. He's the cameraman. He's literally the cameraman in this game. He'll carry it around in the shield of unity, moving around the people, ladies and gentlemen. But as we move things around, it's the second best of 3 of the evening. We already have Memento Mori. Which team will move one step closer to them? We'll find that out in this very game.
Oh, well, ladies and gentlemen, you see it on your screen. Of course, it is the first game of the best of 3, like Scaredy had said. And you know what, Scared? You can see the pressure already coming in on the EXP lane. They understand this Uranus is going to be a problem, and they're trying to neutralize that threat.
And the fun fact is you can't really do a lot of things against the Lapu as well, because Pelmetronio would want to have his own fun time farming. So they just want to make sure the Uranus, he's pushed back. Boba Rushik has his own fun time, and the faster he clears those waves, the faster he will move into those mid lanes to help out with this pressure, which is happening right now. Lagger.
This is what we were talking about, Scared. The weak mid trio will not be able to do anything if they walk in. Look at the damage coming in from Wubba Lubba already. Talk about a dub. That's what they're looking for. 2 games in a row. Taking away that one creep. So now you know Lager has to go and respond to the other side. Will Bobarushik be able to stop him?
The fun fact is Wubble Up Dub Dub has also gone in for Thrill. That is extra physical attack. Holy smokes, look at that. And this is just gonna, let's just say, double point on the fact that MetaShift will have a very aggressive early game.
Wubble Up trying to do a lot of damage. Jungly taking out super low as well. They weren't even able to take the Horned Lizard scared. Lager is down to 1 jungle creep. Make that 2 right now with Leave Me getting the other one. Actually not even taking it, just getting the turtle started. 7,000 HP on the top side. They're making sure this Uranus has some sort of breathing room. But oh my god, speaking about breathing room, no breathing room for Lager. We spoke about this in the draft, but on the bot side, they respond. First blood in the hands of Hinokami.
That was the big one. You want this Lunox to get quick picks out there. You can't really wait for that Holy Crystal buff. You need to get that early Genius Wand. And yes, I am saying Genius Wand. You cannot rely on the Glowing Wand right now. You need some good burst.
That's another one taken away from Lager. We're talking about a Hayabusa. This guy wants to scale. He likes to farm. He wants to hit that level 12, get a couple of damage items in his pocket. Bobarushik even got himself the Fury Hammer, and you can see Jungly has to use the Purify. And now that's one spell that's down on the top side. Bobarushik is having a great time. And Lager, no space to breathe whatsoever. And Gory realizes he has to be the center of attention after a while.
But he can't really do anything as well, right? Because if he decides to go for the Minoan Fury, you know Fake Time will dive. And that is why God Believer has stolen that ultimate away. It is not for an initiation. It is more sort of a disengage or a re-engage tool for the side of MetaShift. That is the second layering which we always talk about. The first one is just them jumping on. But here we go. Level 5 Uranus, Jungly finally having his own fun time as well. So he will have that domination, but bottom side is where Pelmetronio would need to play carefully now.
Yeah, Pelmetronio understands he's going to be the target. He has a big target on his back, knowing that he is playing the Granger. Someone that likes to scale. Get a couple of stacks on the Sky Piercer. You make the enemies cry. Fake Time needs some real time on their hands right now because they're running out of it. 4 minutes into the game, they're already behind by about 1,000. And I think Wubba Lubba is doing a fantastic job on this Hilda. So make sure you keep Fake Time in check. Lager, Quad Shadow, God Believer. Been praying for that moment.
Just wanted to force that one out, but there we go. A bit of a skirmish happening in mid. It's nothing extreme. It's just going to be some bit of pokes. Because this turtle fight is going to be important.
Whoa, Jungly, what are you doing? Oh, he's able to make it out. Consecration, but you can see Minoan Fury gets the 3-man knock up, and they come in. Bobarushik from the side, Garbodon as well, making sure to try to create some sort of magic for the rest of their team. But Garbodon going to go away as Bobarushik able to get that kill. Brilliance coming out as well. Gory trying to survive. He gets taken out by Shara Residue. That's a double kill, and now Bobarushik taking stage. Pelmetronio trying to do the same, but he needs a lot more items.
It's just the fact that Lager was not in those fights, and right now, Jungle, hold on. This could be a mistake by God Believer. Nah, it's fine.
I don't think so. I mean,
Hinokami?
Out on the side. Oh my god, Hinokami coming in with that flicker. Chaos Assault. Wubba Lubba looking at Hinokami right now. Has to go into the light mode. Pelmetronio understands the assignment. It's not time for him to shine yet. It has been Bobarushik's stage. And I think Fake Time are understanding, applying the pressure where needed.
That's something that I really love. Garmadon, though, on the other side. The fun fact is, if you're up against a Lapu Lapu, you can't really straight up dive onto him in the turret itself. Because you know he's got that anti-CC tools which he can utilize and then can make that epic outplay. And that's, I think, so one thing which Fake Time can eventually play with. And the fact that Hinokami is going 2-0-0, I'm pretty sure he's already got the Genius Wand in by this time. That is going to help him out a lot. But Lager needs to scale up quick. It's 5 minutes into the game, Kronos. He's not even close to level 9.
Oh my god, it's getting out of their hands. It's scared. We say 60% of the draft. I believe it's a little more than that, right? The game's a little more than that. And at this point, you can see they're trying to apply pressure in the mid lane as well. Lager looking to catch somebody off guard, but you have Leave Me who's going to act bodyguard. Meanwhile, Minoan Fury coming out as well, taking out super low, and the Brilliance pops out. God Believer, he gets a Minoan Fury of his own. Hinokami gets taken out. Jungly's a little late to the party, but all he can do is try and dish out some damage. He doesn't have any sort of crowd control, and look at the side lanes. They're already pressuring in. Pelmetronio is getting some push down, and so is Bobarushik. Fake Time needs to buy time for themselves.
You can't take any kind of fight without the Lapu Lapu in those engagements. That is just criminal from Fake Time. Lagger did not even decide to go for his own Oogie Shadow kill. So that's again big statements coming in. Fake Time, they're struggling in terms of their coordination right now. They need to decide when they want to go in for those ultimates and decide when they don't want to.
Man, that's a poke on Lapu Lapu. He's half HP. They even baited out his bravest fighter. That fighter's not so brave no more. He's running away. The pressure from MetaShift is too much. And I think
he's dead.
haven't realized it. He's taking on super low zone. Bobarushik goes into the Furious Dive. Black Dragon Lagger finds the quad shadow, but look at it. They split the damage apart. Flicker comes in. Leave Me gets himself the turtle. Petrify, not there. He used the Minoan Fury with a flicker. And I think they're trying to do a lot of damage. He finds another one of his own. God Believer gets gory. And now Pelamatroni with the rest of MetaShift have the damage, have the resources, have the tools, and they want to penetrate.
All you want to do is take extended fights, but Jungly has been taken down. Another chance, but it's Bobarushik for the spray. But guess what? Garmadon is finally coming alive.
I mean, he's finally able to do something. That was a slight bit of an overextension from MetaShift as well. And the damage dealers that we were talking about earlier, that Fake Time needs to target, taken out in just one single Bravest fighter. That's what we want to see a Lapu Lapu do.
That's such a long time finally where they were able to take it. Hold on, Lagger. Nah, they're not going to dive onto him. Yeah, they're not going to. It's a proper discipline. Here's the fun thing. Again, in that entire overextended team fight, I'd have to say, when you've got a Uranus, you want those super extended fights. Hold on a second.
Leave Me, a lot of damage on him. He has the quad shadow connected as well. Bobarushik just making sure he pushes them away. Look at the amount of heal, the amount of damage he's doing. Level 11, 3-0-1 on the KDA. No one's to match him.
That's the huge honk for you right now. Hold on. We might actually see some skirmish out there in mid though, but here's the thing. Now MetaShift can't really take on those early aggressive damage fights which they were doing previously because Fake Time are finally building up on the items. It's a glowing wand on Hinokami first item. He will not have damage, and Lagger hasn't even completed his second item. That is big, Chronos, because without that War Axe, without the Malefic Gun, you cannot penetrate this front line, and that's a 3 beefy front line that you've got to deal with.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, wait, they didn't try to go in. Garbodon actually able to try and get a nice Bravest Fighter Landshaker as well, but a little too late. Hinokami already taken out of it. Black Dragon to try and get the kill, and I think he's going to be down and out as well. And now they get a nice siege on the mid lane tier 1. Double kills the Bobarushik. Scared. It has been the game of the EXP laners. It's the EXP meta. Leave Me catches Lagger, and I don't think he's going to survive. Oh my god, what a flicker as well. Wubba Wubba making sure he gets him. The animation from the Ogi Shadow Kill is a little too long. And MetaShift able to get 3 for nothing.
Here's the big thing. Who's going to push your lanes? It's both the frontliners for you, the Uranus and a Minotaur pushing out the top lane. It's criminal, right? You don't really see that every single day, man. It's a free lord going in for Leave Me. And fun fact is, he hasn't really had any kind of contest on any of those neutral objectives. It's been a smooth sailing for them right now, 4.5k gold lead. Now, normally, it would not seem that big. But in a game where you do not have the marksman, it is humongous.
Whoa. Wubba Lubba is not playing no support. He wants to be the highlight. He wants to be seen in these highlights. The way that he's playing this Hilda. And another thing about the Hilda as well, Scared. It's a hero that's really prominent, not in Dangerous Grass, but in Broken Walls, because you get a lot of moves to move around. Oh, wait. Purify from Jungly. Never mind. He might be able to survive. Consecration popped in. But you can see Pelametronio from downtown gets the damage done.
Too much tankiness out there, though, but the mid fight is crucial. Oh, look at the back line.
Black Dragon going in as well. They're looking to get the Minoan Fury up and down, and you can see Gory's popped already. Wubba Lubba Dub, making sure he gets it, but in the back line with a Petrify, and another shot from downtown. Pelametroni able to get another one. That's 3 down and out. Make that 4. As Lagger is the only one left standing. It came down to the draft. We're already just 11 minutes into the game. They already popped the Holy Shields.
7,000 damage of the Minotaur and 9,000 of a Hayabusa. That is insane right now. Finally, thanks to that Yugi Shadow Kill, is eventually racked the numbers up, but that's not something you'd want to see on your own Hayabusa, my man. It's 11.5 minutes into the game, only level 13. And I'm pretty sure he doesn't really have any major items. The only person to cross 6,000 gold mark right now, or 6.5k mark, has been the Lapu Lapu. Oh, Lager.
A lagger. Oh, what? You're trying to reach him, but he went down as well. Oh my god. The damage is too much, man. The Black Dragon's coming in. The Snake's flying high. Fake time. I don't think they can respond. Junglee has to do a lot right now. They have a lot to work with. And Scared, I know you said that they played without Yi Sun-shin, Akimi in the mid lane with double fighters, but it's not working out.
It's absolutely not. I'd have to say they're lacking so much damage out there. And that is one of the reasons why I said that if they're going for the double fighter, which seemed like, they have to go for someone that wins the lane and rotates faster. Something that they did previously. That's the reason why I thought maybe Thams could work right now, because in the early game, you actually get a lot more tankiness and a good amount of damage after you use the ultimate. Now, that's not really happening in this case. Hold on.
They're trying to go in, but I don't think Bobarushik's the right target. Black Dragon, here comes a re-engage. Wubba going in as well. Landshaker, Minoan Fury popped in, and I think Unbeliever gets a 5-man knockup of his own, and they lose Hinokami. Next one to fall should be the Uranus. Junglee's down and out. The rest of Fake Time have to run away. They can't do anything. The damage from MetaShift is too much. Fake Time have not shifted into the current state of the meta. They're coming in. Mid lane left standing tall. Here comes a siege, and they get terrified and gory. Leave me zoning the rest out. They get a mid lane inhibitor.
Yeah, and look at the discipline now from MetaShift. They take the mid inhib, and then they're like, all right, we're done with it. Now we're going to go for the Lord, instantly taking that major objective. Having a look at this fight one more time. Brilliance forced out early by Hinokami, and then this 4-man knockup. Massive play from Bobarushik and God Believer. That was the thing which set everything up in motion for that turret siege. Lager is level 14 now. Before this, Lord, I want to have a look at the items. Alright, Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar completed, so that's a bit of penetration. Divine Glaive and Wishing Lantern. That is good for Hinokami. But just because there's the Athenas and Radiance on the other side, I think so it's going to be very difficult for him to burst down anyone. Add on to that Guardian Helmet on top. Believe me, bro, he is not getting chunked down whatsoever. Well, Metronia is having his own full build as well. If anything, I'm pretty sure he's got at least, what, 10-15 stacks onto that Sky Piercer? I don't think so that even matters at this point.
Oh my god, they need to try and split the damage apart. The Lord's still standing tall. Chaos Assault coming in already. They use the Ogi Shadow Kill. Lager, what are you doing? Retribution, try clear the way, but I don't think they need any minions. They already get that kill. Pelamatroni able to get that, but nice. Minoan Fury coming through as well from God Believer. But here's the clapback from Gory. They find God Believer. Hinokami able to do it. Surviving the slightest bit of HP, but Pelamatroni is too fed. Double kill with the damage coming in from this Granger.
There's a lot of minions still right now, but the top tier is going to be taken out as well. And that is the far lane in this game. That is big by MetaShift.
Oh no, Hinokami taking down Bobarushik doing a lot, but at the same time you can see Garmadon going in with the Lapu Lapu Brave Spider combo, but Pelamatronia, my guy, he able to wipe out the rest of the team. It's a shutdown, only one, but Fake Time will have to bow down. MetaShift able to take game number 1.
Big play coming in from the boys out here right now. Straight up winning it in the draft, playing for their early game win conditions. And yes, there was a big surprise in terms of the Minotaur, but guess what? The Valentina was a bigger surprise. And it's just as you mentioned, picking up a Lunox as your pocket pick early on by Hinokami. I don't think so that was the best of the best ideas. If anything, here's the thing. If Fake Time wanted to go for the mid and roam duo, right, and if they really wanted to double down on the Minotaur, fine, pair up an Eve with it. Just so at least you can have a decent amount of clear and at least a room to work with in the real world manipulation. A bit of poke in early game, that's all I'm asking.
You know what? You want to see Thomas come in? I want to see Balmond. Yeah. They could have legit gone for a Balmond EXP or a Balmond jungle. It would have worked. Scared, come on, don't tell me it would have not worked. It would have been better than the one they put
would have. Balmond jungle would have.
Exactly.
EXP, I don't think so. Yu Zhong is just going to bully the heck out of Balmond in the EXP lane.
No.
He does.
No, not really. I think Balmond Yu Zhong comes down to skill matchup. You gotta make sure you went to use the Cyclone Sweep. Come on.
I mean,
come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, here's the thing. Now considering how his skill 1 dash actually reduces the defense of the other side. So if he's able to land it on Boborusek and then go in for the Cyclone Sweep, yes, I can see that working out. But since we are talking about Boborusek, the MVP of the previous game, I am pretty sure you can try and do whatever you want to. Nothing's going to work out against this Black Dragon. Look at that. That dude was playing in the EXP and he's the rich guy.
Man, not just the rich guy, he was the carry as well. And if I'm not wrong, he would have been the highest damage taken. He would have been the wall at the same time. Just take a look. Let's just take a look at how much they actually taken later on. We check the stats. But my guy, he is the highlight. And I told you,
I agree.
the mid 3 for MetaShift are just there for a jolly good time. Pelametronio 6-2 and 8. Boborusek 8-0-9. Them two alone, that's 14 kills. Forget the two of them. Each one of them had more kills than what Fake Time did. 6 kills on Pelametronia. That's the amount of kills the entire Fake Time had. And 8 kills alone was more than what Fake Time had on their board. And leave me trolling us with the, winner crown only build. Don't try that at home, ladies and gentlemen. So, just so you know. But looking at the damage stats, Scared, you can tell the difference that came through between MetaShift and Fake Time. It's not minuscule, it's quite a lot. Because if you have the opposition roam doing a lot more damage than the half your team, it's not looking good. And you know what? He did more damage than Gory and Lagger combined.
I was about to say the exact same thing. You can combine the damage numbers of Gory and Lagger, and that still doesn't equate to Wubba-Lubba-Dub-Dub. And this is the power of this Hilda right now. That's the rework which is clearly hitting in. And guess what? If you've gone for a Lunox early pick, Valentina pairs up very well against a Lunox. You can easily zone her out as well with the skill 1. And she's got a good amount of mobility to keep up with Hilda. That's the best thing that they could have asked for. And MetaShift, again, in terms of this draft, they were just way too far ahead. Now having a look at the numbers of the tankiness there, I was about to say that Boborusek might not be the highest damage taker for the team, but guess what? He actually is. 97,000, just 3,000 away from 100k mark. And that too when this man wasn't really going in for a full tank build. He went in for more of a utility build with the Oracle and then went in for 2 damage items.
And you know what's Scared? The idea of running a double fighter composition without a Yi Sun-shin, without a marksman as your ADC, right? That's literally this current meta is let the EXP laner shine, and then you have an ADC. For those who don't know what ADC is, an all damage carry, right? You want to make sure you have that hyper carry, so-called an MLBB. We call it hyper carry. And I think that's the idea. Hayabusa is not a hyper carry hero. Lunox, yes, it is, but you need so much of a frontline presence. You need the space. You need the time. And Fake Time, like their name says, had time, but it was all fake. MetaShift just completely just made sure they didn't give them any sort of space whatsoever. And the times that they've played each other, 3 victories to 2, oh my god.
That's the thing, right? We're actually watching the data from the regular season. So Fake Time, again, those 2 victories were the previous ones in which they were faced up. And this time around, though, MetaShift, let's be brutally honest, the 3 turtles that they've got were all, or the advantage of 3 turtles that they have, they were all in this one very game. The Lords as well, both the Lords which they took right now were in this game too. So Fake Time did not really have anything to work with, let's be honest. And I really want to see a little bit more from their side. Because I know that Fake Time, when it comes down to the gameplay, this team's combination is pretty good. Specifically, if Jungli picks up the Alice and there's a Garrod Kacha in the hands of Gory, you know those big combination of Thorn of Ruin along with the AOG are going to hop up. You would not see them coming, but they will hop up. And one thing that we don't see coming was Expanding Rivers, which has finally showed up out here, man. We're going to see a lot more faster rotations this time.
Hey, I'm expecting like a 12-15 minute game now with Expanding Rivers and the way that, MetaShift have been applying pressure. I don't know. Fake Time really needs to win out the draft. Because again, I'm going to call me a broken record, but if you got 2 side lanes as powerful as Pelametronio and Boborusek, I don't know. So I don't know what it's gonna look like. And then you got some guy who's praying for them the entire time as well. They got a God believer, man. They got a God believer. They got light shining through them as well at the same time. So I think MetaShift is Oh, look at it. They ban away the Yuzhong. And Scared, I know I'm going to talk a little bit more, but I was gonna say you need a hyper carry in the jungle, in the mid lane, somewhere to try and help carry the game later on. But at the same time, you need side lanes that win. That you mentioned earlier on in the previous draft as well. But when you're talking about winning side lanes, Yuzhong has slowly crept up back in the meta. We haven't even noticed, right? For the past 4-6 weeks. If you tell me before 6 weeks is Yuzhong's going to be a staple in the meta, yes, it's believable, but there have to be subtle changes here and there. And those subtle changes have brought him in to be one of the first few heroes to pick in the first phase of the game itself, right?
True. One of the big reasons for that is because previously we needed a punching bag EXP. We needed someone who can just soak up a lot of damage and can sustain for as long as possible. Yuzhong is not really the best in terms of the sustain. He's really good in setting things up. And the current meta right now relies on EXP laners setting things up, doing the damage, while also kiting around a little bit. And that's what Yuzhong does the best. You have, what, a maximum of 2 squishies now. And if one of them gets taken down early on in the fight, then the entire team just retreats back to safety. Yuzhong has literally got that aerial support, right? He just hops on his ultimate, moves in, takes one person down, gets out of the fight. That's what he needs to do. And you can talk about it for as much as possible out here, but the CC first pick coming in from Fake Time, that's a vision. That's something that I can finally see working out for them. But MetaShift, go ahead, go for it.
No. Is this a little cocky coming in from MetaShift, or is it just confidence? CC so was banned out 17 times, right, throughout the weekend that we've seen. Highest banned hero. They let it go. They take out the Lunox, they take out the Jushin. So there's a lot of pressure on the mid lane. Hinokami is the one that kind of performed the previous game as well. And you've said it, they like to play double fighter. So it's very clear that Hinokami's got to be the carry. They need to pressure him, and they're doing him so well. Taking away all his comfort picks, leave only the Kimi open. So now it's very clear that they play front to back. And they're denying a tank jungle just because they pick up the CC as well. So you know they're not going to have, like brick walls for front lane. For the EXP in the roam position. That's why I got Totkacha. He can take a lot of damage. You got Pelimetronio, again, sniping from downtown. Now I feel like they really need to pick up something in the mid lane to try and keep this Kimi in check. Yeah,
Farsa is the only thing that I can see. Or an Eve. Farsa or an Eve.
Never mind.
I think so. A bit of an early pick out here.
I like it though, Scared. It's not bad.
I don't know, man. Law and Order is an instant stun on top of your face as soon as you jump in. And then you also have got the Curtain's Call. You might not be able to retreat back to safety. It's a bit of a gamble. If Leave Me can actually pull it off, then it's going to be really good. But it is difficult to pull it off.
I mean, it's not just that. They have the front line that they did not in the previous series, right? Like, for example, the Fake Time did not have the previous series. Yes, they picked up a Hayabusa, but like, come on, what's a Minotaur really going to do, bro? Like, honestly, what, he's just going to take a hammer, hit the floor? Like, what's he going to do? Like, be honest. Best thing that he can do is provide you some extra heal. And as Assassin, do you really need that extra bit of heal? Right? So I think having the Gatotkacha here opens the map up for them. Same thing with Fake Time. They have the Hylos, opens up the map a little bit for them. And looking at the bans, they realize with this Kimi and the CC picked up, Fake Time could be going for a tank jungle of their own. Take out the Fredrin, take out a couple of backline dives like the Alice. Same thing coming in from Fake Time as well. Take away the Lapu Lapu and the Arlot. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 EXP picks taken out.
I'm still confused as to if the CC is actually going into that EXP lane, then you need to have some kind of proper damage into your gold lane, and that means your jungle should be a utility jungle. Something like now, since the Basha is not there, if the Fredrin is not there, Akai is the other thing that I can lean on to. But I don't know if that's going to work out. Boba Rusek picks up the Terizla yet again. I'm pretty sure that this man is it's showing this Terizla for the very first time, though. Yes, I know it's a bit of a questionable pick there, Kronos, but Terizlas have been working out here, specifically for the secondary engage.
I like Scared. Like you mentioned, the secondary engage, that's what it's all about. Terizla is, it could even be the primary engage, but you can see what a nice response. I like the response. The Akai is a great response coming in for Fake Time. Leave the Ruby open. We're really going to pick it up. So this could be a flex CC or Ruby gold lane, depending on what comes out in the mid lane to see where the pressure can be applied. But I feel like this Ruby is definitely going to be the gold lane. Oh, whoa. You got a conductor in the back line in the form of this Eve. Get ready for some music, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be at a concert. Feels like Eve's gonna be the DJ while everybody else is gonna be dancing around.
Yeah, and one of our big question is who is going to reach her? No one has got the range to actually reach the Eve.
That's why the DJ, bro.
And
nobody got backstage passes.
We'll have to see if that symphony is actually going to be good for MetaShift, or will Fake Time would call out those flying notes here and there, right? Because you've got two people who can make that music. One would be Pilmetronia, the second one would be God Believer. One lore accurate, the second one casters accurate. And here's the thing. It's more like a battle of sustain in the front line. You want Akai just so you can bail your team out from a very risky situation and everything else. But MetaShift have got again a clear-cut idea. Front-to-back competition, protect Pilmetronio, protect God Believer, and they will do everything else while the rest of the people are going to soak up everything. Ladies and gentlemen, just one more game away is MetaShift from joining Memento Mori in the playoffs. Will Fake Time allow that, or will we see them bouncing back? We'll find that out in this game.
Oh, whoa, already a lot of pressure. Baiting out the Revitalize early on. It's well scared. And a pause being requested. And I think, if I'm not wrong, this is probably coming in from... Is it coming from Fake Time?
Could be. Could very well be
look at the bot side. Look at the bot side.
It was not looking good. I think so that's the reason why we've got the pause as well. Fingers crossed it's not an entire rehost. That's all I'm hoping for. Otherwise, people, the podcast is going to continue. You've got your entertainers here. You've got that pretty smiling, charming man out there, the man who's been cooking up. Now, here's the thing, Kronos. If we dive a little bit more deep into this draft, right? Exactly. You said the Eve is going to be the DJ, standing up in the back line, no problems. Anyone who comes close will be penalty zoned by Bob Rusik if he's not engaging. And if he is, there's a Gadot Kacha's AOG ready as well in the real world manipulation. Anyone who gets caught will be instantly deleted without being allowed to use any of their skills. Now, that is something which Fake Time will have to keep in mind. Their composition relies more on those re-engages. So their kiting needs to be on point.
I mean, yes, their kiting definitely needs to be on point, but at the same time, they don't have big cooldowns on their ultimates, right? That's one thing I've noticed between MetaShift and Fake Time. So, like you mentioned, they can go for the re-engage for that particular reason. The only big ticket ultimate they have is the heavy spin and then that glorious pathway. But then again, glorious pathway probably 20-second cooldown. The heavy spin is the only most expensive tool that they have in their arsenal, and that's gonna come out when the penalty zone or even the AOG is used up. So once that's out the way, that's one ultimate to counter two. Right? And then they go in with the glorious pathway. That should be the idea that Fake Time are going for. If that's not the way they approach the game, they're definitely going to have a difficult time. Because yes, the glorious pathway is an amazing tool to try and reach the back line. You need that to catch the Eve. But before that happens, you need something to stop it. So it comes down to those minuscule milliseconds, those seconds where... Because God Believer is going to be the first one to drop the RWM and then the penalty zone and then the AOG. Or it can come out otherwise... But then again, God Believer probably be lagging behind for that to happen. I feel like God Believer is going to be the first one to drop down the RWM, and then it will go from there. So it comes down to Lagger. Will he be there present in the RWM? Will he be able to hold out for a couple more seconds? And will the rest of the team just be like, bro, I can't do anything. Use your ult, use your ult. The panic should not set in. So Fake Time, they've proven us wrong before. Can they prove us wrong once more?
That's something I'm also looking forward to as well, because one thing that you rightly mentioned is that you have to have the Kimi in a good position to play around with that real world manipulation as well, just staying out of the range while constantly auto-attacking every single one of them. I personally feel the idea from both of the team is actually going to be the same. Poke the heck out of the other side. The one who pokes first and the one who pokes more will eventually get to initiate the next fight and will get to have an advantage there. And I think so Eve is a little better when it comes down to those pokings. Those void crystals, the void blasts. You can stay all the way back. You can keep on reducing the HP on the other side. And once you add those wishing lanterns, that's when the front line is going to start taking a big hit. And you can't really just rely on your Radiant Armors. That's when you would need your Athena Shield as well. You'd need to stack up on that magic defense. Or if not the Athena Shield, you got to add those Guardian Helmets. You need extra HP to eat up that poke. And that's where I think so problems will begin for Fake Time. If this goes into that super late game scenario, you've got infinitely scaling Granger, you've got an Eve that can potentially make 3 Holy Crystals and save 6 Lords, 5 Lords, and then boom, the 6 on your head.
Not just that scared. I think, yes, we're talking a lot about, MetaShift, but looking at Fake Time, it's very clear. We've seen it, and I think we can expect it for the rest of the season. And I don't know if I'm kind of exposing them at this point. I think every team should have figured that out by now. If they haven't, I'm sorry, you're living under a rock. You should really take the MEC a little more seriously if you haven't found that out yet. But it's just the fact that they like to play Hinokami. They like to play for Hinokami, right? It's very clear. They like to play for Hinokami, nothing more. He is the hyper carry. He's the one you want to pressure. He's the one you want to try and break early on, right? In a long series, if you're looking to pile up the pressure, it's got to be him. It's okay if you lose the first 2-3 games in a row. If it's a best of 7, you need to pile up pressure on him and wait for him to crack. That has been the story for Fake Time. And I think in this game as well, he's the one that's running the Kimmy. He's the one that has all the damage, right? And looking at all the damage that he has to purify. So if MetaShift go for an engage and they're not able to catch Hinokami, he could alone wipe them all out.
That's one of the big things, right? You have to target Hinokami, and that's where the poke is actually hopping in. And guess what? Hinokami is still on the receiving end of that spectrum. The XP lane matchup is going to be simple, straightforward, fine. Oh my god!
That's a lot, man. That's a lot. Leave me. Oh! First blood gets 2! God believer! And you can see MetaShift get the recall taunts coming in. Lagger, that's an Akai. That's a big fat panda.
Who's running for his own buff and his own jungle. And talking about jungle, look at the bottom lane.
Oh no, Jungly. What are you doing, my guy? They're losing out on all fronts scared. Yes, they're able to win 1v1. I mean, it's very calm. No, wait. Here, will we see another one? God Believer? Will he have to flicker out? No, he doesn't even flicker.
That's bold of him. There's also the Revitalize available for Wobble Dub Dub. So I think so he was kind of fine with the... He was like, if anything happens, then he's going to just press the Revitalize. I'm going to be okay. But having a look at the emblems. No changes whatsoever. Everything looks good and dandy. It's pretty simple, smooth. Hinokami with the double extra movement speed into that river. Just wants to try and kite around a lot more than normal. This turtle is going to be crucial. And look at Leave Me. Look at Leave Me. The rest of the players are just out here delaying while he steals away the purple.
Oh, wait. It's going to be a 4v3, though, because of that. You can see RWF dropped down. Heavy spin coming in as well. Wubba Lubba gets taken out. Not level 4. God Believer has to flicker out of harm's way. That's a 5-man set coming in from Fake Time. They get the turtle at the same time as well. So MetaShift, I think they sacrificed a neutral objective to let Leave Me get ahead.
That is their idea right now, and to be very honest, it's not just Leave Me getting ahead. You're also trying to delay the Akai a little bit more. And I think so the idea behind the Akai jungle is also the same. Like the Fredrin, you want to win the early game. You want to start having that advantage in the early game. But the second layering behind that is the fact that with the heavy spins, you can take the fights whenever you want to, and you can disengage from the ones when you don't feel like. That's the only good thing that I personally feel is a little bit better in that scenario. I also love the fact how Gamadon eventually forced Pelmetronio to use his flicker. Look at bot.
Oh, Jungly's taking too much. I think it's over. He's gone. Boborushik able to get that kill. They needed some support to make sure the Terizla is able to get ahead against the CC. And guess what? It's happened. No MetaShift. 1k ahead in gold. The pressure on the top side. It's all eyes on Pelmetronio from Fake Time, knowing that he has no flicker for about another minute.
The big thing in this is the fact that now since jungle is behind, there's, oh my god, look at bot.
Oh no, again, they're really bullying the CC. They know the CC is going to be the problem later on, but I don't think Fake Time understand. They don't understand what's happening to their own EXP laner, and now you can see Traction Pulse damage dished out as well. Wubba Lubba able to tank everything. He is a gotcha after all. Able to make it out of harm's way, the AOG, unscathed.
Chronos less than 4 minutes. The bottom turret is already down. And look at Boborusik. Had Hinokami stepped a tile or two on the right, this was definitely a flicker penalty zone on him. But look at top side. They kind of want to answer, but it doesn't matter. Pelmetronio just clearing out that way because of the range, and now this turtle is where MetaShift will eventually get a major chunk of that lead if this fight doesn't go for fake time.
Oh, wait. Speaking of, RWM coming in as well, and Lager go to the back line. Jungly taken out. It's only a matter of time. Bobarushik doing quite a lot. There's the disengagement. What an I'm offended. Catching 3, and they're able to make you work. Hino Kami dishing out the damage, but Bobarushik for the re-engage. Penalty zone coming in as they find Garbodon, and they pay the price. Gory as well, out, down and out.
Hino Kami being chunked down to such a dangerously low HP so that he could not engage in those fights. That was the reason why, even though that 3-man I'm offended was picture perfect in that case, fake time could not capitalize on that. As we have a look at it in the replay again, look at that I'm offended. Holy smokes, Garmadon. And that too after the heavy spins was engaged up. Pelmetronio flickering out at the last second, making sure that he survives, and then leave me realizing his main object.
No, Hino Kami's out. Hino Kami's out. He got a little too aggressive, and the wombo combo's working out for MetaShift. And I think Lager comes in a little late to the party, and they even have a revitalized. Bober doesn't want them to go away. He wants Garbodon to pay the price. You ain't getting no highlight play, my guy. He gets himself a mega kill. Leave me from the side. Ogi shadow kill. Lager has to use the heavy spin just to make it out alive. Pelmetronio now bullying the rest of fake time as well. And I think they're really applying the pressure.
Oh my god, look at them playing absolutely nasty. Leaving out the small camp for the purple buff too so that it does not respawn. It takes a little bit more time. These are the small wins which we always talk about. Having a look at the jungle matchup there. 2 items already completed with just 1 part of the boot. And to be honest, if you're a Hayabusa, that's exactly what you want to go with.
That's no boot, bro. That's a sock. He's got a sock on.
He's just put, yeah, there are no holes in it, so that's a good thing.
Hey, we're approaching winter, and he's being quite bold. Oh my god, speaking of bold was Bobarushik. Nice chain CC to make sure he doesn't get that penalty zone, and a good shutdown.
That's 320 bounty gold to each player, though.
Whoa, what a... Oh my god, AOG will catch 1, and they get 2. Nice stack on the Sky Piercer. Now Pelmetronio started going to dish out some damage.
And how are you going to stop that one more guy out there? And that too when Leave Me wasn't even in those fights. 7 minutes into the game, that man is hitting almost level 12. Hino Kami is being poked down by the Eve. And this is the reason, Kronos, why I said that if you're going for Kimi, you've got to prioritize a Farsa ban or an Eve ban. Because both of them will outrange Kimi like anything. And since you put all your eggs in the basket of Kimi, now you don't have any secondary win condition.
Yeah, exactly. And I was going to follow up with the fact that they need a secondary win condition. You can't rely on one singular source of damage. It works when you're snowballing. What happens if you don't? Look at that. Bobarushik using the penalty zone to make sure he makes it out as well. RWM heavy spin coming in. AOG as well popped in. And still Bobarushik able to survive after everything. And now the damage is too much. The Unbreakable doing a lot of work. Gory gets taken out. Lager's down and out as well. Wobble up, but still left standing tall. And Pelmetronio able to get a double. Make that a triple.
How the heck did Wobble Ubba Dub Dub survive in that case? It's rightly, as you said, the unbreakable, lore accurate Gadokacha. That is insane. Looking at that fight one more time, again, this combination of RWM with the AOG, it's been catching fake time off guard multiple times. All of them low, and then it's just the unbreakable. Vengeance doesn't matter when there's Sky Piercer on the other side and when no one's targeting you. Perfect prioritization, MetaShift, 9,000 gold lead almost up on board.
God, it's not looking good for fake time. 9K scared. That's 1,000 a minute. Wubba Lubba don't even care. Using the AOG to make sure they can't run away. Nice use of the RWM. And look at Pelmetronio. He's just sniping them from afar. It's too much for them to take. Fake time. I don't know how they'll be able to respond now.
Oh, look at mid.
Oh, Oh my god, that's an Ogi shadow kill. Hino Kami barely surviving. I think the glowing wand's still doing a lot of damage, but he's still able to make it out. Again, under 10 minutes, they pop a couple of holy shields. It's not looking good for Fake Time. Conceal play coming through. Nice use of the traction bolt. Oh my god, the Death Sonata dealt so much damage from Pelimetronio.
Half HP of Hinokami just deleted. With the first Sonata, not even the second. That is just nasty power spike right now in the hands of MetaShift. And the fun fact, you mentioned Boba Rushek shut down 320 gold. Right now, I'm pretty sure Pelmetronio is carrying at least over a 500 gold bounty on top of his head. He's just way too far ahead right now. Leave me with 3042. Wobble Dub Dub is tanking everything. It just looks down and out for the side of Fake Time. 50 stacks on the Sky Piercer. You've got 300 HP. That dude is executing you.
Man, forget about this. He gets himself a monster kill. We're talking about Hylos, the hero with the highest base HP in the game. Just instantly melted out. Pelimetron is doing a lot of work, and they go in Ogi shadow kill. Vengeance even baited out as well. Nice, a penalty zone from Bulber in the back line. Jungli is sniped out as well. They got two big tanky boys revitalized. Hinokami's barely doing any sort of damage. And look at Leave Me coming in to threaten a kill. Bobarushik, I think he's going to go out, but yes, he does. And they're so much scared just to try and take out the frontliners. But on the mid lane, they're looking to take away the base crystal.
Oh, maybe they would have been a bit more than what they could chew. That's a shutdown on Wobble Dub Dub. And now both the players are going to finally hop back. This slot, which could have been the end, could maybe be a stalling point.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be as well. The Lord's already coming down the bot side, crashing in. They take away the inhibitor in the mid and the top side. Now the bot one is coming through as well, scared. And I think now with a concealed play, Fake Time are going to do everything to try and defend. Leave Me wants to finish the game. I think it's a little too early. He pays the price. What a shutdown. This could be costly, but look at Pelimetronio. Triple, make that a maniac as he's able to end the game. MetaShift make it 2-0.
The first maniac of the entire regular season. And that goes in the hands of the Emperor of Gold Lane, Pelimetronio. I remember this man said that he wants to make it a habit of hopping on those interviews. And I'm pretty sure we're going to have him out here soon as well. With the way how he played, nasty. 800 for the Sky Piercer true execute damage. That's 800. If you're playing a gold laner, that is 1/3 of your HP.
Garrett, I told you before the game even begun, before the drafts even started, you got two highlight players on both sides. The mid three are just along for the joyride. Leave Me, bro, is a spectator. He's a passenger princess in this game.
He's the cameraman. I told you.
All right, he's the cameraman. And what? God Believers in the back. He's the guy with the music. I think, you know, whoever Wubba is just there for the joyride. He's the passenger princess. Pelimetronio and Bobarushik taking turns to drive this game for victory. Fake Time, I think they were just on the wrong side of the road.
This team is looking like one of the strongest here. I mean, I was mentioning how Jackpots look pretty good, but considering the lack of hero pool right now that we've seen from Walkie, Memento Mori did one better to them. And right now, MetaShift is looking like they could take on anyone and you would not be able to stop them. In terms of the draft, they had perfect draft. In terms of the entire gameplay, the rotations, the win conditions, all of that was landing in so very well. And for this one specific game, my man, I'd have to say, not just this one, even the previous one on the Hilda, Wobble Dub Dub, he's been doing so much for the team that it becomes pretty easy for Bobarushik to make those nasty plays.
Man, I mean, scared, there were some plays that they were not meant to make.
That is
like
true.
It's illegal. It was illegal to make plays like that in the base crystal as well. They didn't have any minions. And the damage from Pelimetron, you said it, 800 damage to execute your opponents from that Sky Piercer. Oh my goodness. That item should be illegal as well. I mean, not it's just unnecessary. Fake time, they really fought tooth and nail. They clawed their way, try and get a couple of kills, something for themselves. They got that one turtle. I mean, MetaShift just said it's okay, bro. I mean, it's like you're playing, you're playing a game. You're watching the TV, you and your brother playing the game. You got the controller that's plugged in, and you give your brother the controller that's not plugged in. Unfortunately for Fake Time, they were playing a game without the controller plugged in.
And the fact that they had an Xbox controller while the game was being on PlayStation.
Oh my God.
MetaShift was
Sony,
just
I mean,
insane.
Xbox, PlayStation. If you're looking, we're looking a couple of sponsors, man. You can help out Surge. Just saying.
Absolutely.
I know we're talking about a mobile game, but hey, you never know. Could go a long way.
I mean, go for it. We've got a lot of people watching in because I'm pretty sure most of them would have their eyes bursted out of their sockets right now. 42,000 gold to 29. That's again 13,000. Wait, hold on a second. That is a 14,000 gold lead if I'm not wrong. We played 11 minutes in this game. 11 minutes and a 13,000 goal lead. 12.5 to 30. That is nasty. If you really look at that farming speed. And it fell down to the same point, Pronos, which we were both mentioning in the draft. That yes, you've got Hinokami on the Kimi. You had him on the Lunox in the previous one. But what after him? There is no one who could eventually reach Eve. God Believer only got picked off once in that entire game. 19 freaking assists out of a game in which you had 25 total kills. He had 2 of them for themselves and 19 assists. That's 21. No one was able to target him at all in this game. And that was all thanks to Bob Arushik and Bobalabadubdub.
I'm telling you, nobody had backstage access to this concert. He was the DJ sitting on the back line. And, dropping that music whenever needed. And everybody just went crazy when the beat dropped. Unfortunate that Fake Time just, they tried to get in. They tried to jump the barricade. I mean, they got to meet him once. What? Give him a high five, take a picture. After that, nothing. It was just a clean, dominating best of 3 match, which went 2-0. And I think Fake Time really needs to go back to the drawing board. Yes, this hyper carry, double fighter can work. It can work, right? It's not impossible. It's MLBB. Anything's possible in this game. You can make it work. But for that, you really need to strategize. You need to know the ins and outs of these rotations. You need to know the ins and outs of the heroes. And you need to understand where to apply the pressure. Fake Time were applying pressure on the wrong sides at the wrong time of the game. And you can see they're not present anywhere. You're doing a lot with the CC trying to do anything. Here, Garmadon made a massive play. They got something for themselves. But look at the amount it took just to take away one individual on the side of MetaShift. This should have been illegal from Bobarushik. He said, I don't care. You're left alone. I want to dive in.
That's one of the biggest things there. I mean, it was a clear-cut win condition for MetaShift. Shut down the CC in the early fight, and then we can fight on our own turf in the entire game. And this was where I thought, all right, you've got to put the needle down, man. You cannot have Wobblabadubdub surviving at that HP for that long when he's going 4v1. Wobblabadubdub and Gory were doing the same thing, trying to face tank the damage of the other's ADC. And Wobblabadubdub did that like a Chad.
I mean, it's just such a great hero, right? You have the unbreakable passive, and that's what Gatotkacha is built for as well. That's what he likes to do. Unlike the Hylos, yes, if you're running the Vengeance and if you're going against the Moskov, you have a Blade Armor, it kind of makes sense, but you got to revitalize. In the back line, you're going against the Granger, a couple of stacks in, and he's able to kite you. Nah, man. I don't think it's the best thing ever for them. So Fake Time really need to go back to the drawing board. They need to make something work for themselves. And MetaShift, what a dominating series.
I mean, and the man who eventually put the final nail in the coffin after getting the first Maniac in the regular season, ladies and gentlemen. The man who told me that we should make it a habit to interview him. Pelmetronio back on the stage. Give a huge round of applause. And we've got Dazai here as well for the translation. Dazai, I'm pretty sure you'll also develop a habit of hopping here time and time again if Pelmetronio keeps on doing it.
I like it. I'm already his manager after wins. I'm happy.
Perfect. All right. Pelmetronio, First Maniac in the regular season. How are you feeling after qualifying for the playoffs?
Зрозумів?
Да, нормально. Никакой акции, просто, немного радостно, что пошли дальше больше.
He's a little bit happy. I mean, normal. Everything is fine, yeah.
Oh my god, that you know what? It's a regular day in the office for him. Kronos, I know you want to ask a lot of things. Go for it.
I mean, Pelimetronio, it's always been that you're the top goal laner in Europe, my guy. I mean, I say it, Scared says it, every other caster said it, even restreamers like Dazai watch it. Dazai knows all about this as well, right? Pelimetronio, you're one of the top goal laners. But every time I talk about you, I say one of the top. I want to call you the top goal laner. What do you think you have left to prove to make it to the top?
Питають тебе, тебе вважають топ-голдером Європи, чи ти думаєш, що тобі чогось не вистачає, щоб прям точно бути топ-1?
В этой мете не хватает голде персонажей. В этой мете голды всего 2 персонажа. Невозможно керрить в одиночку сейчас на голде. Нет фарма, нет ничего. Так что сейчас
Ні, в плані скіла, якщо так. В плані скіла. Типу.
В плане скилла? Не, все нормально, всего хватает вроде.
He says he's like enough, he has enough to be a top 1 Europe gold laner. He doesn't care.
The guy's nonchalant. He don't care. Just shrugging it off. Just shrugging it off.
My God, he knows about what he's doing, man. Here's the thing. All right. We've asked it multiple times, Pelmetronio, but I'm gonna ask it one more time. Do you think your team can easily win this tournament, or will there be some teams who will actually pose a threat? If there are, then who would those be?
Ну, чи ти думаєш, що ви на ізі виграєте турік, чи є якісь команди, які можуть вам зробити якісь складнощі? Можливо, хтось, якби, кого ви боїтесь?
Я не думаю, что мы кого-то боимся, мы готовы ко всем. И, очевидно, топ-1 тоже. Мы рассчитываем только на него. И все. Никого не боимся.
He's still nonchalant, guys. He still is like, they're not scared of anyone. We're gonna win, we're gonna take top 1, guys. It's just a matter of time. It's okay.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna make sure he's not nonchalant this time with this question, right?
Good.
We have this new meta, Pelimetroni, which is shaping. New patch, right? That's coming. And now with this new patch, if you find an opposition that has 5 marksman ban, right? 5 marksman ban. I'm just saying. We know the 5 marksmen that are really good in this current meta is what? We got the Bruno, that's the good. We got the Granger, we got the Harriet. That's 3 down and out, right? Apart from that, you got your pick, that's the Melissa, which is respected in almost every single game that we've seen. If that's taken out, and another meta goal laner, right? Are you still going to stick with a marksman? Or are you going to go fighter? Are we going to ever see you play Yu Zhong? I mean, we've seen you play what? The CC and the Ruby? Will you be able to play Yu Zhong? Something else maybe?
Питають тебе, що якщо тобі попадеться така гра, в якій ти забанять 5 АДК, самих метових, на яких ти вмієш грати, чи будуть в тебе складнощі з тим, щоб грати на якихось файтерах, типа Рубі, Чонга, щось типу того?
Нет, не будет. Уже такое было не один раз. В принципе, не будет складнощей. Просто, пік.
Ти будеш пікати, типу, ти далі будеш до АДК більше, якби, склонятися, чи тобі все-таки можна пікати файтерів різних?
Я могу пикать бойцов, но я больше склоняюсь к АДК.
So he says it's fine if 5 marksmen will be banned. He is able to pick fighters. He's like, he knows how to play fighters, and he even picked them before. But he still likes marksmen more, so if there's going to be an option to pick marksman, he's going to stick to marksmen.
All right, fair. That kind of makes sense. And Dazai, since Kronos is making you work overtime with the translations, I'm going to keep this simple. Please ask him to give a message to his fans in his own language, you know, anything. Now, since you're the second team in the playoffs with a 3-0 scoreline, anything that you want to say to anyone out there?
Давай, кажи все, что хочешь своим фанам.
Так, первое. Владик передает своей девушке, что он ее сильно любит. Больше всего на свете. Это первое. Второе. Всем большое спасибо за поддержку нашей команды. Я видел поддержку. И все. Всем спасибо большое.
I guess I should translate it, probably.
I know you said thank you.
No. He said Vladik loves his girlfriend really much. I don't know who is Vladik, Cyrillic, but okay. And he said, yes, thank you for everyone who supports their team. Thank you for support, guys.
Perfect.
You know what?
Pelmetronio. Yeah.
I got one more question, Scared. Pelmetronio. All right.
Mhm.
Do you think you're gonna win? Like the whole thing?
Выиграешь
Genuine
в истории?
question. Like I'm straight.
Просто.
I'm straight. Like, do you think you're gonna win?
Yeah, we win.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
That needed no translation. I just want to ask, can you win? Like, yeah, that's it. Confidence.
yes.
He's got the confidence. He knows, man. That is the reason why he's in a team that qualified from the Open qualifiers. And Pelmetronio, hopefully this journey continues as well throughout those playoffs. Wishing you all the very best for that. You can have your fun time now. Thank you so much for hopping here. And Dazai, thank you so much for the translations as well.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Beautiful people again. And you know what? Yeah, I am getting habitual of taking the interview of Pelmetronio. I really hope we do not hit that saturation point of the questions that we can ask from him, man, because
Nah,
of how
bro,
frequently he shows up here.
He's a chill guy. He's a
He's
He's
a
nonchalant.
nonchalant guy.
He's straight. Yeah, he's straight to the face. That's why you gotta ask him questions that are straight to the point, Scared. And I think that's what it is
Exactly.
important for him as well. And I think taking, oh no, they're the first team in the playoffs. MetaShift making it all the way.
I've got to add that's the big thing out here coming in for them, right? And I'm pretty sure Memento Mori are also there, so they'll be updated too. But here's the fun thing now: Jackpots, Fake Time, both of these teams moving in the 2-1 scenario. You've got Revenant Order and Glitchco 2 as well moving in the same way. Tomorrow we're gonna have Honor taking on Eternal Oblivion, Misa Esports taking on Teeny Bamboozle 2, and here's the thing, right? Oh wait, we're gonna have a confirmation on to which teams will eventually play, right? We'll have the schedule for tomorrow. But the fun thing is, Kronos, we've got majority of the best of 3 matches now. There's 2 best of 1s, and then there's all best of 3s hopping in front of us. So it's not going to be a slow journey now. It is going to be a hard-fought battle.
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be fast. It's gonna be a blitzkrieg of games that are coming through. And you know what? I found a question you can ask him next time.
Go for it. You know what?
You ask him. You know what? You gotta ask him. No. I'll tell you right now, so that even the chat knows. Everybody knows as well. If they don't lose, you can ask him. Last time, I asked him that, are they gonna win it? He said yes. Now ask them, do you think they're gonna lose or drop a single game? With the way that they're playing, I don't think they will, bro. I mean, Jackpots and Memento Mori was a lit series.
Yes.
But with these guys coming in, I don't think the series is going to be lit. It's just going to bombard in everybody else's faces. It's just going to be a one-sided affair.
It's going to be a one-sided eruption. Exactly what I wanted to say as well. Who can stand up to this entire team? And here's the fun thing, right? I know that this is something which no one might believe out there, but the only team to have handed over a loss to MetaShift was Misa Esports. All the way back in the Open qualifiers, if you remember.
You're tripping, bro.
I'm not tripping.
Whatever, bro.
I
don't
casted
believe
that
you.
game. I casted
believe
that
you.
game.
I don't believe you.
Don't believe me. It's absolutely fine. But some things that eventually happen, they happen. Now, MetaShift.
Hey, you got new
out there-
glasses, bro. You got new glasses.
No, they're the old ones, bro. You just
Oh,
have
the
seen
older
me after a
ones.
very long time. Yeah.
No, I was gonna say you got new glasses. If it's old one, that's why. See, I don't think they ever lost. Not with this lineup that they have.
That's one good point. With this lineup, yes, that's the new thing. Now with the new
See?
EXP lineup, that's been happening. Yes, and I think so. It's been working out really well though, and we're not gonna make producers work overtime here though. Kronos, a lot of things happening here, left, right, and center. You've been back on the desk after a long time too, but with this best of 3 series, which ended up so very quickly, we'll be moving on to the next few stages, ladies and gentlemen. But all of that are gonna be for the next few days. That's it for today. This was Kronos alongside me, Scared Yet. You were all watching the MLBB European Championship regular season. We've still got a lot of action, so make sure you hit that subscribe button. Click on the like as well, show some support. And of course, always subscribe to Surge Europe. Follow us on our social medias for all the updates. We will catch you guys there. You'll get to know about everything. Till then, have a good night.
Bye.